another edition of the Lit Super 7 series. It's leg 3 of the competition here in Shelford, the home of Shelford Rugby Club. Beautiful ground, less so beautiful weather, but we're powering on through the grey, and it will be another fantastic round of 7 all the way until 6:20 this evening, our final game, the men's elite competition final. It's our second round of the elite competition, still so much to play for. We've reached the halfway mark ahead of Harpenden and Rugby, and the very 7's yet to come before the big showdown with one-off game in London. Our first game, however, will be for the men's category. It's going to be the men's social division, and it's the Runners.
Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome back to another edition of the Lit Super 7 series. It's leg 3 here in Shelford, ahead of a fantastic day of 7s. It's the second leg of the elite competition, having kicked off in Oxford last week, but here in the men's social division, it's Rumman's second appearance, taking on the local side, the Pink Cocks. Pink Cocks, of course, named after the Shelford Peacocks. They've got plenty of sides across the competition competing today, but they'll be kicking off here against the Rummans, another East Anglian based side, so a hint of a local derby here. Action will continue all the way until 6:20 this evening, when the men's elite competition will see its conclusion.
Just a quick shout out for a couple of teams that haven't registered. Sappers, who I can see is the first team pitch. Can you see?
Games every 20 minutes here at Shelford Rugby Club. Beautiful rugby club, less so beautiful weather, but we're working our way through it in the early hours here in Cambridgeshire. In the blue and pink trim against the pink shirts and white shorts of the Pink Cocks, aptly named. They're one of the younger sides here at Shelford, who have got plenty of teams entered all over the place in the men's open and this men's social division. And there'll be a full pack of ARs across the day as well. We'll have action from the men's social, the men's open and the women's open before moving on to the elite competitions and staying with them all the way through to the knockout stages. Harry Scott Munro will be with you later, but for now it's me, Wilfred Kemsley, bringing you through our opener here in the third leg of the Lit Super 7 series. To the Rummans and collected well on that 22, but a man known as Bacon. Our first chance to looking to get on the outside. Look at the wheels, great offload, but just knocked on there by Apache. Well collected by the Pink Cocks. We're going to come back for the scrum instead. Right start then for the Rummans, although they still play inside their own half. Olatunji takes his place out wide. Looks like a dangerous opposition. Scrum to be fed though by the Pink Cocks for now, and it spits out their way. Again, they're a young. Nice step off the left boot. Scrambling to his feet there. But they've all got the number 7 on, the Pink Cocks. So unable to identify the young players, but looking bright here as they're looking to tease their in contact. Top work by the Rumman. It's been juggled by Olatunji. I think they're up for the scrum here, the Rummans. Indeed, it's called by Tim Andrew.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scrum played away by the Rummans. And then some acceleration by the man who got the turnover and got them going, Tim Andrew. And Andrew gets a ball on the inside, and this will be the opening score of the Shelford leg of the Lit Super 7 Series. And it's the home side who go behind. Beautifully worked move. I think it was Thomas Miller on the inside. What a start for the Rummans. They look really bright in their first attacking move of the day. And they've opened up the scoring here. Oh, nice step inside and out from the Pink Cocks, looking to respond after going a try behind. Little basketball pass over the top, but it's gone loose. Oh, blasting little run. But Mere over the ball, this time penalised. Penalty for the Pink Cocks, breaking over halfway. To the short side go the Pink Cocks. Well marshalled out there by Olatunji. And then the little stutter step, the acceleration. Still no way through, but they've got numbers down the right-hand side. 2-on-1, but it's been put down. Huge missed opportunity. And here come the Rummans in response. Good work from that man Bacon again to keep it alive, but a second knock-on will bury the Rummans. And this is a huge opportunity for the Pink Cocks, having just wasted a nice little break down the right. Scrum, just shy of the 22. So it's a highly populated social competition today. Top two sides in the pool making it through to semi-final. But that's much easier said than done. This is a group that also includes LU7s and Onga, staples on the Lit Tour last season. Great work over the ball from Bacon again. And it's a quick tap from the try scorer, Thomas Miller. And suddenly there's a bit of space opening up through the centre. Oh, put down again. That's loose, but it is early here in the morning, and that pass as well leaves the Pink Cocks with a bit of work to do. Good footwork, and away they go down the right. Beautiful work, back comes Olatunji, but he gets the offload away. Oh, this is free rugby from the Pink Cocks, in the end put down. The bench lit up there on the far side. What a step that was. Right in that corner then, a scrum for the Rummans. Not out of the woods just yet. Well, it's not cleanly come the way of the Rummans, but they've won a penalty, and that's an easy out for them. Just taken up the jumper inside the 22. Strong clear out, and it needed to be. And off goes Andrew. Andrew through the hole. Andrew over halfway, and he won't be caught. Rummans get their second score. Against the run of play, you could argue. Good period of pressure from the Pink Cocks, but they couldn't make it count. And Tim Andrew has the second score for the Rummans right under the sticks. Well, much like the host Shelford, they've entered two sides into this competition, with their second team taking on the likes of Fine Rugby Now and the Gladiators in Group A. But in Group B, it's a top start for the Rummans' first team. Kick for Bacon right under the post. Gets a hold of it. And at half-time in our opening game of the day, it's 2 unanswered tries in favour of the Rummans. Good start to the competition for them. There's a lot of players in that pink cock huddle, and we'll see what changes can be made by the Shelford base side in the second half as they look to turn things around here in the opening game of the Shelford Sevens in the men's social competition. The Rummans in front. There goes the whistle for the second half. In our opening game here at the Shelford Sevens, in the men's social competition, the Rummans lead by 2 tries, but it's just been knocked on by them. And now it's the Pink Cocks playing from right to left in this second half in the pink shirts and white shorts. Against a rather similar setup from the Rummans. In their pretty excellent stash, the blue trim on that pink top. Only one man on the wing with the matching socks, but you can't hold it too much against them in the social category. Scrum to be fed by the Pink Cocks. Free kick goes against them. And that's a bit of a shame. And he might open up here now for the Rummans, who already lead by 2. Well, the call is don't bite, but then they're forced to. Strong carry by Loz Robinson. To the open side, step off the right boot from Mere, and Mere picks out a pass, but he's there in support. It flies out of the breakdown, but there's a pink cock lying on it, so it's a penalty inside the 22. Mere with the tap. But again, a missed opportunity inside the 22. We've seen a couple from both sides. They've left a few out there, these teams. This time it's the Rummans who are back on defensive duty. Here comes the scrum. Oh, again turned over. This time it just popped straight out of the tunnel. So it will be another put in by the Pink Cocks. But this scrum letting them down. A free kick at the last. Almost a turnover at this one. You can't afford to give up possession down this end of the field. The Pink Cocks go to the short side, then opt to open it up instead. And they'll take on the Rummans from inside the 22. Chop tackle, not held, so they can drive to the 22, but the referee has other ideas. Instead, it's a penalty. And it's Akechi Mere with the tap. And Mere puts it in behind himself. It's well read by the Pink Cocks, but they're driven back towards the 5. Under real pressure here, looking to play from under their own posts. Mere over the ball again. This time he gives the penalty away. Bit of respite for the Pink Cocks. And the option just to grubber towards touch is, paints a picture of the game we've seen so far, where the Rummans have really been in command, and in the second half they've enjoyed all of the field possession. But a chance for them to perhaps turn this line out over. We've already seen the Rummans go coast to coast. The Pink Cock could do the same, and it has been picked off by the home side. Now they've got a bit of space out wide if they can find it. Winding one up. Forward pass is the call. Straight away the AR on this short side had his hand up. But you've got to try those kind of things when you're 2 tries behind in games as short as this one.
Manager's briefing will be in the centre of the registration area at 9:20. 7 minutes. Please, all managers to the manager's briefing in 7 minutes.
Scrums be fed by the Rummans and by that man Bacon again. He's got Miller at first receiver. Miller, dummy switch. Puts the hammer down. Over the 22, lifts it into the path of Lumburn, who was in support, but the ball went to ground and the Pink Cocks come away with it, and they spilt it themselves. Tackle off the ball there after it was put down by the Pink Cocks. Can they break out of their own half for the first time in the second half? An aggressive carry up to the 10. Good clear out, but it's another loose pass. Well swept up in midfield. Big shot driving him back. It's another pass that goes to ground, but it bobbles up for the Pink Cocks winger. Looking a little bit flat in attack here. But there's the missed tackle and maybe the break. Merry over the ball again. This time he wins the penalty. Little show and go from Kerrison. Rolling towards the 22, and you can't roll like that anymore when the Pink Cocks are trying to turn it over. So a penalty. So many in quick succession. Still no tries in this second half. Still 2 in favour of the Rummans on defensive duties again. A little bit isolated there. Little show and go as the Pink Cocks look to snipe down the blind side. Good footwork. And then they recycle. Need a try, and they need it quickly here. Just come loose again. Kerrison looks to get his boot to it, but it's back with the Pink Cocks. Finally a hint of an overlap. Across comes Lamburn. Ball on the inside. Great support by the Pink Cocks. Finally they break through. And this is game on now with a few minutes remaining. Tap down right under the sticks. Quick conversion as well, so we will have time to come back. So now they trail by just a single try. Rummans will be kicking themselves there. They've been in command in this half. They've been deep in Pink Cock territory, but unable to convert, and they were punished for it. Kickoff to come from the Shelford base side. Cleanly taken. And contact on the 10 metre. Well, there's 2 in that breakdown. And they've just taken the 9 out there. There is an overlap down the right-hand side, but smart decision to slow down the play. And it's just time up, unfortunately, for the Pink Cocks. The Rummans have held on. In the end, a narrow victory for a side that will be hoping to go deep in this men's social competition. They do taste victory in their opening game. The Pink Cocks unfortunately defeated. A fight back in the second half, but too little too late. In our first game of the Shelford Sevens, well, unfortunately, it's the home side who taste defeat. Rummans victorious, but we will go straight on to another game, this time from the Men's Open, where the Heat take on Oxfam Mojo. Second game for the Shelford Sevens, due to kick off in just a few moments' time. Second game live here at the Shelford Sevens, and now it's action from the Men's Open. More sparsely populated than the social competition, it's the Heat taking on Oxfam Mojo. And it's the Heat playing in blue and white trim, kicking off to the green and gold of Oxfam, all based out of Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club. As you can tell by those socks. Decent level of rugby here. These are some young Bury St Edmunds players being taken on by the Heat here, who are all based out of Israel's rugby side, a growing nation in the game. And it's a penalty that's quickly gone their way, and it's a chance for Ranstein, who finds an offload, and Gur Levi goes over for the first score. Oxfam just harried out of it there, and they weren't quick enough to react when the penalty was given. And the Heat open up the scoring here. Oxfam Mojo and the Heat share this group with the Royal Engineers, the Sappers, who made it all the way to the final in Oxford before being beaten by Concord. And it's a bright start for them as they take a full 7 points from their opening score. Oxfam, of course, in the men's elite competition as well. And they'll be needing to respond here, their men's open side. Kick off from Levinson. Was into no man's land and was just been spilt by the Heat. And that'll be a scrum for Oxfam Mojo. Big opportunity then for Oxfam Mojo. First bit of possession for them really in the game. That was almost a great take off the kickoff by Aiden Isenberg. I think the Heat will really fancy themselves in this tournament as they go piling into the scrum, and it's flicked back up to Ranstein again, who just puts it down. What a dominant shove that was. Oh, what a thrilling start for the Heat. Looked like a really sharp side. Their game against the Sappers will be a cracker, I'm sure. Sons of Spartacus, Mike Friday's side, and the Barbarians share Group A with Burney's Ballers. As again, the Heat go piling in, but it's just been chipped forward from the breakdown, but it might pop up for Ranstein here. Oh, it's gone loose. And in the end, Will Loveday forced to touch it down. I think the first knock-on was by the Heat. So it's going to be a scrum on the 5 now. But this Heat side, well, they're a lot older than this young Oxfam Mojo side. They've got a bit of nous about them, a bit of physicality that seems to be lacking from the Mojo for now. Again, the counter scrum is huge, but it's flipped off the deck and straight over the dead ball line. That's a mess. And this is the Heat's chance for a second score. With a scrum, they will surely dominate. Michael Eli and Thomas Bierman making short work of the Mojo at the moment. Scrum to be fed by Adrian Ranstein. They need to go to the short side here. And then diving over from close range is Mayan Levinson. And I think it's going to be a penalty try for a high tackle just inches short of the line. And I'd be surprised if he didn't go to the bin here as well. Indeed, the yellow card is shown. So that's an early yellow card. And I think things are about to go from bad to worse for the Oxford Mojo, with the try scorer, Mayan Levinson, with another kickoff. The Heat lead by 14 after that penalty try. Gives them the full complement of 7. What can the Mojo offer early doors here? Nicely weighted kick. Just about kept in play. Linesman's flag stays down. Ren Lloyd Dawson chips it on again. And this could be the first try for the Mojo. What a score. Well supported here, just down the road in Bury St Edmunds, this young Oxford Mojo side hail from. And they're on the board against the Heat, and it's a beautiful try. The referee's in consultation. Oh no, it's going to be a penalty. The try scorer was offside. And the Heat aren't going to wait around for the Mojo to get into shape. They float it from right to left and then put down. Offside again, knocked on and then picked up by a man in front. So, chance for the Mojo. Brought down on the 22, but they're set up really well, nice and wide on this right-hand side. Good tracking by the Heat, good defence. Berry wants a penalty, the Oxford Mojo. Little hitch kick, dummy switch. Well read again by the Heat. Flying across to make the tackle, Omar Levinson. And they're driven into touch. Robbed of a fantastic try. The penalty was from just outside the 5, so the 6 men of the Oxford Mojo have done really well to hold out in that yellow card period and even threaten the line. Taken well in the air by the Heat and whipped away by Gilad Vardy. Oh, it just ricochets off the head of the winger. Try scorer Gur Levi. But great counter-ruck to win it back, and the advantage was spent, so the Heat are on the offensive. What a break by Levi. Levi up to halfway, and he picks out Berman. Berman accelerates, good tackle. There's numbers over for the Heat. Good recovery from the Oxford Mojo to scramble back. Still on here for the Heat. Rosillo. Over the ball go the Mojo. They missed out this time. Back to the short side go the Heat. Chipped in behind by Vardy. And the chase is on. It's Eisenberg beaten to it by the touchline. And that'll bring us to the break. It was a fast start by the Heat. Israeli side went 2 tries up, including a penalty try. But the Oxford Mojo from Bury St Edmunds responded well after going down to 6 players. Didn't concede, even threatened the Heat's line. But in the end, the scores remained 14 points to 0 at the break. 7 minutes still to come. 7 minutes for the Oxford Mojo to get back into the contest against a talented Heat side. That's a great kickoff. Just about a green hand on that, so the line out will be the Heats. Trying to go quickly, but going to have to set up for the throw here. First action from the women's competition up next, the Women's Open. It's going to be a local side, Cambridge Rugby Club, taking to the field at 9:40. But for the next 7 minutes or so, it's the Heat looking to go further ahead. Line out off target, picked up in midfield by the Mojo, driven back, but a nice offload. And they might be in behind here. Oh, little chip in behind. And it's been misread by the Heat. Who will it fall to? In the end, Thomas Behrman. Little breakdown the far side, right in front of the Colin Aston stand here at Shelford Rugby Club. Space out wide for Levi again. He's got so much pace. Oh, nice little step around his own man to create the space by big Eden Eisenberg. Levi, such a bright little spark on the wing. And Eisenberg into play scrum half. Here's the skipper, Omar Levinson. Nice offload. Behrman might be away. Oh, Behrman is through. Big Thomas Behrman goes over for a third score for the Heat. Right in front of the stick, surely another full set of 7. That's nice rugby from the Heat. Patient play. Work their way up the field really nicely. And on come the changes in response. Slotted by the skipper. (21-0). This Oxfam Mojo side trail deep into the second half. Good take on the 22. And here come Oxfam Mojo. Oh, nice step. Almost through. Scrag tackle by the skipper Levinson. And then flying up from sweeper comes Gilad Vardy. Oh, they've turned it over. And now they've got numbers up down the left-hand side. They go direct. Good ball on the inside to Levinson. Here's Baum. Baum skips away. Zohar Baum adds a 4 for the Heat. Despite a good 10-minute of pressure from the Oxfam Mojo, it's the last few minutes and the first few minutes that's really sunk them. The Heat now lead by 4 converted scores. Zohar Baum straight onto the field and straight amongst the scorers. Kickoff to come from another substitute, Dan Stein. Stein puts plenty on it. Good take, right on the touchline. A nice line to avoid the first defender, but now Vardy's back onto his feet and over it. Mojo chip it wide. Oh, it's just been spilt. And it will be a scrum right at the death here by the Heat. Well, I've downplayed the importance of the next game in the Women's Open. It's a local derby. It's Cambridge taking on Shelford. What a game that'll be.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
The scrum goes the way of the Heat. Eden Eisenberg on the wraparound to find Dan Stein. Here's the try scorer, Zohar Baum again, chipping in behind. Look at the acceleration from Baum. Will it pop up from here? Oh, not kindly enough. But the second ball falls into the path of Dan Stein. But enough pressure applied by the Oxford Mojo to force a knock-on. Scrum for the Mojo, turned over by the Heat. Knocked on in the process of dotting it down. So we'll come back for a scrum. Big Michael Eli causing problems. I know I've said that about a few of their players, but that front three, they really are sizable, especially compared to this Oxford Mojo side. And again, another powerful scrum, but it is in the possession of the Golden Green for now, because the counter ruck is massive, and Eli has it, and he ships it on. One pass required, Dan Stein on the scoreboard. It's a fifth for the Heat. On target again from the conversion. They're well drilled, they're relentless, this Heat side. And they're well in control here against the Mojo.
Versus Shelford women.
Guys, are you the ball boys? There's a ball that's gone behind over there if you want to go get that for us. Thank you. It's gone behind where the rugby is.
Stein, the try scorer, another kickoff swirling into the overcast sky here. Bit of oomph for the Mojo for the first time in this second half. Lovely little offload, but good read by Stein, by the Heat, and it's a penalty, unfortunately. Yahel Rosillo not rolling away. Nice ball on the inside. Rosillo makes the tackle, but now just the sweeper to beat. Confident by Dan Stein, and then some big shots coming into the breakdown. Picked up by the Heat. Rosillo to the open side, and now Stein weaving away. Here's Eli. Eli accelerates! And Michael Eli is going to score another try for the Heat. Well, I'd personally let Michael Eli nudge over his own kick, but they're all business here, the Heat. So Dan Stein has the final say.
Final try from Heat, brings the final score to 42-0.
42-0 as it's announced in the grandstand here. Regardless, a dominant performance by the Heat, who are going to look to take this Men's Open title. They'll have staunch opposition from the likes of the Sappers, who they share this group with, but the perfect start for them. Oxford Mojo, like the Oxford men's elite side last week, struggling at the start, but still plenty of time to work their way into the contest. However, in the opening game in the Men's Open, big win for the Heat, and they've got the Sappers up next to try and secure a place as the top-seeded side going into the semi-finals. Up next, our first bit of action from the Women's Open, and it's a local derby. It's Shelford taking on Cambridge.
Well, look. As long as we've got the ones that are on the street. Well, do you want to take these back? Yeah. We might have them later, but just so I know that they're later. Yeah, at least you can copy them. Yeah, if not, make sure we bring them back.
Kick off in our first game of the Women's Open. It's a local derby. Shelford take on Cambridge. Cambridge in the red and yellow in defence up against this navy blue of Shelford on home turf. The team sheets have arrived in the nick of time thanks to Harry Scott Monroe's harder work. I can tell you all about Shelford's breakdown this right hand side. Tash Duggan chased down emphatically by Green. Over the balls goes Gisborne. And Shelford have got space down the left, but what acceleration through the centre. And the home side go in front here, supported by their many Shelford sides entered this competition on the Colin Aston stand in front of you there. But what pace through the centre by a woman just known as Evie in the Shelford women team sheet. I don't know her that well, unfortunately, so second name basis going forward. But Evie has the first. Great vision, spotted the gap and broke through the Cambridge line. Kick off from Shelford. Well taken. Some nice patience from Cambridge, and then just ducking under the contact of the towering Annie Worth. Penalty! Great work from Mason, but knocked on.
Vicious tap tackle from the ref there. That's Cambridge's ball.
So a scrum for Cambridge, a chance for them to break out of their own half for the first time. Amy Jin with the feed. Interesting setup. Now rolling away to that open side. Plenty of space down the blind side if Jin fancies having a go. But well tracked by our opposite number, Tash Duggan. Ball goes loose at the breakdown. Forward is the call. Shelford have it back again. Well, like we said, they've got two sides in the men's social competition, and then also the Pink Cocks, their travelling team. Whereas in this women's open, just the one team for Shelford. They share this group with Fine Rugby now. Talented women's side, and of course this Cambridge team as it's put down and turned over by Cambridge as they drive towards halfway. Good pressure in defence by the women in red. Cambridge just relegated from the championship in the men's game as a big shot comes flying in. First from Gisborne and then a big shot from Worth to turn it back over for Shelford. In the women's game, a growing club. And they haven't come far today to take on Shelford, but they still trail. Sammy Mason looking to get away, finds an offload to the first try scorer. Duggan, ball put down and then chipped through by Cambridge, but another knock on. Secures possession for Shelford. So another scrum for Shelford. As we look ahead to our first game from the elite competition. And it will come from the women's elite competition. It's the defending champion Shogun taking on the Wild Dogs. But for now, Shelford are winning a penalty in the women's open and looking to go further ahead. Tap by Duggan, Worth, and wide they go, but good defence from Cambridge.
Gladiator Sevens, the Pink Cocks.
Scrum half, but driven back by Beatrice Green.
Bonnie's Ballers.
Shelford go down the short side. Duggan, show and go! Duggan through the hole, up past the 22. Green in pursuit, who gets a hold of her. What a tackle from Green, a try saver, but Shelford might still be in here. Eventually they weave their way through. second try of the game.
Sappers men, Gladiator 7.
For Shelford, the hosts. Wow, what a great bit of work from Cash Duggan, denied by a fantastic try-saving tackle from Green. In the end, they do go over for their second from 5 yards out. Good start for Shelford, lead by 2 tries now.
Good work, gents. Well done.
Didn't convert that, did they, sir?
No.
Chance for Cambridge to respond, receiving this kickoff. Mason again nudges it up to the 22. Strong return, but a big shot. The first time of asking from Shelford. Mia Woods gets an offloading contact. Again, carried direct by Wynn, and then knocked on. So a chance for Shelford. It's Duggan again with the show and go. This time Duggan will score. What a live wire. Tash Duggan is at scrum half. Fool me once, shame on you. But fool me twice. Tash Duggan with the same little show and go that nailed Shelford's second try. Has enabled the scoring of their third. And they're up by 15. Cambridge just yet to really get going here. Another deep kickoff from Mason, collected by Jin. Now let's go to the open side. The Cambridge bench calling for a bit of patience. Knocked backwards. Tackle on the 22. Not a lot to go for at the moment for Cambridge. Taking on Shelford out wide. But it's good defence from Molly Messenger. Oh, what a break by Jin. Sniping down the blind side. No look over the top. Great offload. Henthorne up to the 10-metre. Great counter drive, but it is going to come Cambridge's way. Picked up by Sarah Hamia. But a thunderous shot drives Cambridge back. Jin. Woods. Looks for an offload again. Is unceremoniously dumped to the turf. Jin catches a blow this time. Shelford flying up. Spots the gap, but denied again by Shelford's top defence. Good offload. Woods. Just backwards to collect for the winger. Ball put back on the inside, but it's bounced Shelford's way. And their strong defence has been rewarded with a turnover. Bit of space opens up down the left. Good tackle from Cambridge. Ball goes down. Over goes Woods, who snaffles it up. Cambridge have it back again. Still looking to break into the Shelford 22 for the first time. Forward pass is the call, and that will bring us through to half-time. Great half for Shelford. Dominant in field possession and on the scoreboard. 3 tries, the pick of the bunch, set up by Tash Duggan. And then she scored the third before the break. 15 unanswered points. The home side lead against their local rivals Cambridge. Exactly what we want to see here for the Shelford Sevens. At half-time, it's Shelford 15, Cambridge 0 in our first game from the Women's Open.
also got cakes. We've also got burgers. Some people pass with their Bishop's burger. Include takeaway to the main menu and some surrounding
There
area.
you go. I go straight to Odeon. Stay in New York. Where I'm now from New York. That try was promised to 2,000 years ago. That's really good. That's really good. That's like right. I don't think that's even that offensive. I think that's funny. So there's no way I can say it. Well, maybe if they win the whole thing. A trophy in front of them. That's quite funny. I don't think it's right.
Kick-off to come from Shelford, who dominated the first half against their local rivals Cambridge in the Women's Open. But it's another good run by the woman looking most likely to get things going for Cambridge, Molly Henthorne. Taken beyond the 10-metre, but what a turnover. And here goes Duggan again. Set up 2 tries, scoring 1, assisting the other, and almost skipping through again. Last-ditch defending from Rhiannon Davis. Strong carry there by the Shelford ladies, and they're up beyond halfway. Chance for them to go to the open side, but we'll have a short break in play because Tash Duggan is down for now.
There is a guy doing like things for here. We're not the CAC. Oh, okay, so where's he in there? I think he's in the bar.
Okay, we still need some people to go to the registration tent.
No one's through. No,
We need the Sappers men. We need the Gladiator 7s. Gladiators, are you ready? No, you're not, because you haven't been to the control tent. Pink Cox men. Send one of the pink cocks to the control tent. In the Women's Open, Molly's Ballaz with a Z, which is very strict. Go to the registration tent, please. Women's Elite, the Wild Dogs. You need to domesticate yourselves and get to the control tent. The Hammerheads also need to come up for air and go to the control tent. Men's Elite, the Boom Beavers. Stop constructing dams and get to the control tent.
So a slight knock there, as we were visited in the commentary box by the Shelford faithful who mistook us for the PA system. I think if you could hear me all day here in Shelford, it would get quite irritating. Just you lucky people on the live stream who get to hear play-by-play here on Pitch 1 all day, all the way through to 6:20 for the final game of the day. Shelford lead still by 3 tries. An unfortunate injury has been dealt with by the hosts. And we're back for a scrum in their favour. Mason gets it away to the opening try scorer, number 15, who skips through again. What acceleration. Cambridge go 4 tries behind, sliding right under the post. That little break in play just gave everyone a chance to settle, but Cambridge, the slowest to come back to life. Strikes the post, off target. They lead by 20. Great start for the hosts. A win will secure them a place in the latter stages, as we're a team short in Group A. Top 2 sides through to the semi-finals. But they've got the likes of Bernie's Ballers, who made it to the Women's Open final in Oxford, and the Wild Dogs second side, who they may face in Group B. And in Group A, they've got to take on the Fine Rugby now for a place top of the pool. So I think they may have secured victory here. Oh, it's a good pick up from Parsons. Offside is the call. Penalty for Cambridge. quick tap from Henthorn again. He puts in the fend and gets away. Takes 2 to bring her down. Henthorn leading the charge for Cambridge, but needs a bit of support. Great pressure from Shelford, and they've snaffled it up. Nice offload through the contact. And it's Molly Messenger racing away for a 5th score. It's tough for Molly Henthorn. Bit of a one-woman team for Cambridge so far. And her line break was fantastic, but she was on the deck, so couldn't orchestrate traffic. And in the end, a great bit of line speed from Shelford, 1 possession back. Messenger there in support, gathered the offload and raced through to score. 25-0, Shelford lead. With a few minutes left in the fixture. Mason slams it down the centre. Good take off the kickoff by Schaefer. Into the 2-on-1. Good tracking across from Shelford. Strong tackle from Carmel Fitzgerald. Forced the knock-on. And a chance for them to break the 30-point barrier. So a reminder that we enter the elite arena up next when champions in Oxford in the first round, Shogun Rugby, take on the Wild Dogs in our next game. But here it's Shelford who are just putting it down at first receiver, but chipped through by Cambridge. No advantage coming. Back for a scrum.
And the refreshments keep on coming. I've just seen the Greek food truck drive in. If you're Greek or you just like the food.
Well, it's almost a beautiful day all of a sudden here in Shelford. Fantastic rugby club. And certainly the women's team have been the more dominant of the two sides here. But a chance for Cambridge to attack in earnest for the first time in the second half. Woods over in support. Ball is loose and it's been stolen again by Shelford. Or put down. Cambridge can counter. Little chip through, but no advantage coming. Referee just checks his watch. Not long to go here. Shelford still chasing the 30-point barrier. But will worry Fine Rugby now, the other team in this women's open pool. Here come Cambridge, perhaps for the last time in this fixture. Still looking to get on the board. Davies goes direct. Offload is loose and driven into touch. And that'll bring us to an end of this contest between two local sides. In the end, it's Shelford who are comfortably victorious. They have defeated Cambridge by 25 unanswered points and takes victory in their opening game of the Women's Open. So we jump up a level in competition. It's the elite division. Underway next when the defending champions, winners in Oxford, Shogun, take on the Wild Dogs. That's the next game live here on pitch 1 at the Shelford Sevens, the second leg of the elite tour of the Lit Super 7 series.
Shogun Rugby Women's versus Wild Dogs Alpha Women's.
Mysterious girl, wanna get close to you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mysterious girl.
to operate with those of South African heritage, but they're invitation only. Against Shogun, of course, the most dominant domestic 7 side in the country. Good take off the kickoff. And the highest level of women's 7s anywhere in the nation gets underway. Good early drive by Broadfield. And the Wild Dogs spread it from right to left with such efficiency. Good offload to lift it off the deck. Kirsty Exley's everywhere at the moment, controlling the play. Here is Exley again. Probing for space, but it's difficult to find against this talented Shogun side. Exley again plays distributor, but that's a loose pass. Oh, eventually, some pressure from the Shoguns has forced a knock on. Jazz Rampton flying up in the line. And then the final tackle made by Caitlin Lewis. Welsh international Caitlin Lewis. Jazz Rampton, Jamaican international as well. Littered with top players in the women's game, this Shogun side. No wonder they were champions in Oxford in the first leg of the elite competition. And here is Lewis. Wants it back again, Lewis, but skipping around defenders instead. Go the Shoguns. Rampton. Just away from her, but Robinson finds an offload for Ulibari. Spanish international. Ulibari accelerates away. Weaving inside and out. Racing away by the Wild Dogs. First try for the Shoguns. Once you let them in to promising positions like this, they're always going to punish you. And Amet Ulibari has the first try of the day in the Women's Elite Division here at the Shelford Sevens. Shogun on their way to defending their title. Of course, it's the Hammerheads who are the defending champions overall of the Lit 7 series. But now the Lit Super Series is here. And it's Shogun coming for the title. They lead by 5. That's a teasing kickoff. Well taken by the Wild Dogs. And a line break. Lovely offload. And it's a foot race to the line. Casey Johnson chopped down, but lifted off the deck for Broadfield. Shogun are scrambling. Exley under pressure. Great defense. And they're over the ball now as well. Penalty Shogun. Wonderful scramble defense, but they waste no time in getting it back underway. Hennessy floats it wide, just put down by the try scorer, Ulibari. What defense by the Shoguns. Any other side, and I think Katie Johnson's going the length. England under 18 international, Katie Johnson. Well, this women's elite group is absolutely stacked. They share it with the Boom Beavers and the Hammerheads, two of the top sides in the competition. So they could both need a win here in their opening game. It's not going to get any easier. Alex Kane looks to find Exley in behind. Eventually it falls to the winger, who chips it in behind. Fantastic pace, little outside of the boot flick to keep it alive. And then diving onto it goes Olivia Chantry. Shogun fire into the breakdown. But Exley just about gets it away. Kane free out wide, but good defense by the Shoguns again. Here is Kane, one-on-one. Takes a tumble on the 22. Baker there in support. Penalty Shogun. Huge turnover from Emma Hennessy, a Welsh international. So Rampton think she's going to kick for touch. First time we've seen it today. And indeed finds touch midway between the 10 metre and 22. And off go the Shelford ball boys, racing away into the far field, into the allotments. That one's gone. So a slight delay. New balls, please.
Mixed professional and amateur players. Whereas the Wild Dogs gave War and Peace. Wild Dogs started in 2017 as SA Wild Dogs. Our ladies team started in 2010-22.
So line out for Shogun. They'll look to go coast to coast. Harrison with the throw, cleanly collected on the wraparound. Great acceleration from Lewis, who picks an offload, and that's a nice step off the right boot to break through the Wild Dogs line. And it's Welshwoman the Welshwoman, because Hennessy almost chopped down. Great defense. Adina Hunter came all the way back to make the tackle, but a nice offload off the deck from Hennessy saw Ree Parker, another Welshwoman, fly through. Rampton to take the kick. Shogun have another. Such a shame for the Wild Dogs, who did so well to get back and deny Hennessy. Certainly a strong Welsh contingent in this side, with Becca Adkins, a Welsh under-20 international. Lewis, Hennessy, Parker, all Welsh sevens. And then Marmelina and Amat Tulibari, try scored today already. Spanish internationals. Can't miss out Jazz Rampton, keen to take this kick off, the Jamaican international. No wonder they were champions in Oxford just a week ago. And it will be Rampton who takes the kick off. 30 seconds before the half. And the kick's gone loose. And a knock on is called. That's a tough call for the Wild Dogs to take. But one last chance before the half for the Shogun to go further ahead. They already lead by 12. This is the group of death in many ways. Hong Kong women is the strongest side in Group B, perhaps. But with the Boom Beavers and the Hammerheads also sharing this pool, a win is crucial for Shogun, because they will be challenged in the early morning here. It's a tight line this time run by Marmelina coming off her wing. And then Melina. Oh, this time it's the hitch kick from Healy. Healy almost away. Dragged down just inches short. Melina wrapped up by Exley, but not legally so. And it's going to be a penalty on the 5 that Harrison is keen to take quickly.
Go to the control tent.
Rampton. Excellent line run by Ulibari, who slips through to score. Shogun have 3 tries before the break. Rampton with a chance to make it 19-0. What a start for Shogun.
Thank you to the other people who have done so.
On the stroke of half-time, Amet Tulibari, the Spanish international, has a second score converted by Rampton. And this game is at risk of getting away from the Wild Dogs in their opener. Only 2 sides can progress from this group of death. Shogun looking most likely to go through in the early stages here, looking for their second win on the Lit Super Sevens Tour in the elite women's competition. Still 7 minutes for Wild Dogs to get back in the game, but they trail by 19 at the break.
Wait, watch him. Alright. Can you get 3 red Lucasades for me, Gabs and Owen, please? You're allowed to do that. thank you, because we're like really thirsty.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it's
Thank
hot.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, here's one for the
I beat you in it. Right, that flag is that. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you.
Dad. Must say. He had the head start. He had the head start.
Well, kick-off from the Wild Dogs, tap back by the Shoguns. And it might be an early break here as Robinson goes crashing into contact, but that pass is loose and forward in the end. So the Wild Dogs have it back. And a chance for them to threaten the Shogun line for really the first time in this game. It's been all Shogun, as one might expect from a women's side that can field 7 full internationals at one time. The Wild Dogs, what have they got up their sleeves? Counter scrum by Shogun. Free kick goes the way of the pink and white. Good line speed from the Wild Dogs. Just about held by Shogun. Oh, it's loose, but it's been regathered by Shogun. And it's been chipped through by Ulibari on a hat-trick. Back come the Wild Dogs. Had a shove off the ball there. The referee's going to let it play on. Ulibari recollects and finds Rampton on the outside. Stretching her legs for the first time, Jazz Rampton.
In the corner, but then closer to the post.
Great work from Amet Ulibari. She won't have a hat-trick, but she had a big part to play in that score. Perfect start to the second half. A lead by 24, the Shogun. Just wide, so it remains 24-0. Kick-off to come then from the Shoguns, who are in command here against the Wild Dogs. What can they create with a bit of possession? Looking a little bit flat at the moment, so forced to take it into contact. There's a bit of space out wide. Ulibari makes a huge shot. But, oh, lovely footwork.
Go to pitch 4, please. Gladiators ready. No, they're not.
From Adina Hunter. Offload through the contact, but Rampton there to make the tackle. Oh, and that pass is just beyond the widest player for the Wild Dogs, and the mistake is gobbled up by Shogun. They will not let sleeping Wild Dogs lie. They are all over them here. And the slightest error pounced upon by this talented Shogun side. And they lead by 29. Rampton looking to add 2 more. 29 it will remain. But what a start. Ulibari waits to take kickoff again. Shogun not happy to settle for their 29-0 lead against the Wild Dogs. That's a kick into no man's land. Well taken by the Wild Dogs. Oh, show and go. Hint of a line break. Good work from Katie Johnson. That pass is off the leg and cleanly regathered. so Addy Jones can carry it on. Johnson has a woman outside her and finds her well. Little stutter step and the handoff. But you can't beat Hennessy, who wins the penalty for Shogun.
That's a penalty to the Shoguns.
Relentless from Shogun. With one try from the Wild Dogs really spoil their day, and they take the scrum as well to slow the game down, knowing they are in control.
Score updates. Pitch 5, 10-5 to the Wild Dogs. That's the final score.
Shogun on the offensive again, met at the gain line by Alex Baker. What a hit that is. Still they get over the gain line, the Shoguns. It's a bit of a mess now, but it's Parker. Rugby league background, so very physical. Almost up to the 22, straight over the ball goes Baker. Penalty for the Wild Dogs. And it's a quick tap off the mark. That's such a shame.
Penalty to the Wild Dogs. They've scavenged that.
Wild Dogs again looking to attack from inside their 22. Great delay on the pass. And on the swivel, what a take. And now they're in behind. It's a foot race. Ulibari looking to come back and make the tackle. What defence from Shogun. Chantry almost went the full length. Flicked off the deck. Here's Baker. Chantry back to her feet. Johnson. Hunter lifts it over the top. Surely a run-in for Kane. Parker does her best.
That's a fantastic
But it's the
score
first try for the Wild Dogs. Alex
Every
Kane
player
has it.
touched the ball in that score. Awesome.
That's how hard the Shoguns are going to make anyone work today.
I mean, I know there's only 7 of them.
Good work
Still a
from the
really
Wild
good score.
Dogs, going coast to coast. They deserve a score. Alex Kane has it. Wild Dogs have the final say, but they are defeated in their opening game in this unbelievably challenging group that also includes defending champions, the Hammerheads, and the Boom Beavers, finalists and winners of the Manor Sevens. Shogun, though, take the first step towards qualification. Fantastic performance from them. Wild Dogs beaten by 29-5. As we roll into the men's elite competition, it's the Mavericks in their unbelievable strip. The best kit here at the Shelford Sevens, taking on the British Army, the defending champions on the Lit 7 series from last season. That's the next game, live here on pitch 1 at the Shelford Sevens, the second leg of the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series. Of the women's tie. It's the Mavericks in the pink taking on the all red of the British Army. Defending champions from last season, looking to get off the mark for the first time in any competition. But it's a kickoff taken by the Mavericks on halfway. Big shot from the Fijian Sevens international, Radin Rova. But then to the short side go the Mavericks. Strong carry. Amenya still going. Lifts it off the deck.
Alfie, back ball. Follow him, just follow him.
Brainbrow looking to get on the outside.
Follow him, just follow him on the trip.
Penalty goes the way of the British Army. Good start for them.
So on pitch one, we've got the British
Solid
Army
row, Redding
against the
Rover.
Mavericks.
Takes the tap, almost gets away from him there.
We've got Apache against Vaquita, Fiji Warriors.
Patient sevens from the British Army. And now they look to put the hammer down. Oh, the offload just can't be made. For Draniv Essex. Another strong carry, that time from Andrew Peters, a Fijian under-20 international. And now suddenly it opens up for them. Spreading his legs for the first time. Kenai Tagutu. Tagutu has the opener for the British Army. It's a top start for them. Mavericks split through the centre. And they go up by 5. Penal Tagutu looked to add his own extras as well from right under the post. They're a fine 7s team, the British Army. They haven't had all the results they've wanted so far on the Lit Super 7 series, but they're still in touching distance of the Hammerheads, who currently lead the way in the Elite Division after losing to Belgium in Oxfam. Belgium not present here today for the Shelford Sevens, so a chance for Hammerheads to stretch further out in front. Overall, but here on pitch 1, it's the British Army, who kick deep. Taken well on the 22 by the Mavericks. They're a long way from home. Little switch. Show and Co and a bumping carry from Reed Purvis. Still looking to play from inside their 22, but it's beautiful soft hands by the Mavericks. Just a sweep and a beat. Back on the inside for Carl Bradbury, who touches down under the sticks. Wonderful play by the Mavericks. And they are well deserving of their equalising score. 7 apiece. We're locked up here in our first game of men's elite competition. We've been desperate for a close game. The Heat demolished Oxfam in that first game of the men's open, and then Shogun made quick work of the Wild Dogs. So looking for a more even tie, and I think that's what we have on offer. Wild Dogs equalise. Extras added by Harry Rice, who's going to kick off. Oh, it's a teasing one. I think that's been excellently well taken. What a grab by Sakani. And he looks to race away into the corner. Alfie Webb ushers him right into that right-hand corner. But what a grab by Honest Sonok Sakani. That's a ridiculous take off the kickoff. He bumped off one man and went the full 50 yards and dotted down to score. He takes a well-deserved rest on the sideline on Isnor Sakani. Just short from a long way out, so it's 12-7 in favour of the British Army again. Short break in play while they go to collect the ball again. In the end, Akula Nadavo will get us back started again. In Group A, the Hammerheads have got off to a flying start. They beat the Stunts earlier on today. This is the first game from Group B, as it's tapped back the British Army's way, but doesn't go 10. Apache and the Vaquita Fiji Warriors also in action in Group B. At the moment, the Mavericks trail in their first game against the British Army, but Harry Rice looking to change that. Oh, flicked over the top by Bradbury. The bouncing ball taken out wide. But the Mavericks wrapped up by the men in red. Rice. Ware takes them all on. Rice looking to skip away. Tackle made by Nadavo. Secured by the Mavericks. Henry Reid Purvis lifts it off the deck, but the British Army applying all the pressure. Tomaso Vuller holding up his man, Vuller. Can the Mavericks get it down? I think Fiji, the British Army, sorry, full Fijians are going to kill it here. Finally! Well, it can't be a maul until another man from the Mavericks engaged, eventually just put his shoulder in because he knew that the play was dead. So, top work from Tomasu Vuller. Plays at Naig Siri RFC. We're not representing the Army here. Scrum to be fed by Viliami Salu Salu. Salu Salu takes it to the open side. Here come the Army. Rayana skips through.
Come on, Army!
Another try for the British Army. Rusate Rayana skipped in between two defenders. Amayenya just couldn't get across. Great acceleration. And it's a second try on the board. The Takula Nadavo will look to convert. Wide. But at half-time, the British Army lead by 3 scores. Can't forget about that unbelievable take by Sukani off the kickoff. But on the stroke of half-time, Rusate Rayana adds another for the Army. The Mavericks have a bit of a mountain to climb in the second half in this men's elite competition. 7 minutes for the men in pink to get back into the contest against the Lit Super 7 Series defending champions from last season. The British Army up by 3 tries at the break.
A lot of skin on show.
Hey guys, British Army. Yeah. Labels themselves Army Grey. Where are we for that?
Because this is, so we've got another sevens team in Portugal.
No, yeah.
But normally we wear our second shirts on red. Okay.
No, I was wondering.
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say they're the second.
No, it's like another thing.
Yeah.
Kick-off to come from the Mavericks. Harry Rice will get us back underway against the British Army. We've also got a team out in the Algarve competing. That's why they're labelled as the Army Grey, because usually they wear their second team shirts, but it's certainly not second side. Plenty of quality in the ranks of the British Army. Kick-off is a little loose, ripped away by Amenya, but it's back with the British Army in the end. Flipped away by Korivuka. Now Silibanu stretching his legs and finding a beautiful offload. Hits kick, away they go. It's going to be Nadavo racing away for the British Army.
Another score of the British Army.
Come as well.
Nasuli Nevawa with a big carry out wide, and then what an offload to free Akula Nadavo, who's going to add the extras for the British Army.
And the conversion as well.
And that mountain has just had a few more inches of snow put on it by Fiji, right by the British Army, sorry, right at the start of this second half. Of course, the Vakita Fiji Warriors also in this group. That will be a wonderful game of sevens later on. Also Apache, long-standing sevens side. For now it's the British Army who chip it down that left-hand side. Korevuka with the deep kickoff. Taken well by the Mavericks. Still looking to get on the board for the second time and for the first time in this second half. High tackle, penalty. Quick tap as the British Army on the retreat. To the short side they go. Nicholson just through his fingers. Amenya. The British Army shoot out of the line and it's been knocked on. Oh, what soft hands from Junior Korevuka, but the Mavericks wrap them up. Penalty goes their way. Quick tap from Bradbury. Nicholson, little hitch kick. Just ducks under the tackle of Taugutu, the opening try scorer. Rice keeps it alive. Nicholson. Now the Mavericks accelerate. Oh, attempted interception by Junior Korevuka, who sees yellow. Fair enough. Hand straight up from Korevuka, acknowledging his mistake. Big chance for the Mavericks then to maybe close the gap between the two sides. Rice, Mavericks up by a man. Chipped in behind.
Oh, what a kick.
Who will it bounce for here?
Oh,
it's just been a bit of contact in the air there, but the British Army come away with it. And a little show and go. Might see Tamasu Vula get away. Vula with a nice offload. Here's Tamani. Tamani still going up to the 22. Quick ball from Asula Labawa, who finds Drownivesi. Come on, Drownivesi with another score for the British Army, and that will seal it for them. No way back for the Mavericks now. The British Army are going to get their tournament off to a flying start. Off target from the conversion, but I'm not sure they'll mind too much. It's been a fantastic second half for the British Army so far. Even down to 6, still creating tries against this Maverick side. Viliami Salu with the kickoff. Bit of space for the Mavericks. There will be somewhere with a man advantage. Fiji track them well out wide. Strong tackle from Taogatu. Right to left in one phase for the Mavericks, but Fiji cover it well. Oh, they're filling the field, the red shirts of the British Army. What defence from the Army? Down a player, but it didn't matter. Return to a full complement of 7 and just about winning the line out. Good work from Waka. Turned over on the deck though. Rice gets it away. And a hole opens up through the centre of the Army for the first time. Finally some space in behind for the Mavericks. Delay on the pass. Here goes Amenya. On the roll, that Tyler lays it back. It's a strong counter-ruck. Good counter-ruck, says the referee. But the Mavericks just about keep it in their possession.
Connect, Solid.
Chipped in behind by Tyler. Great race, good take by Jones. But Fiji looked to snaffle it. Penalty goes the Mavericks' way. Big chance for them to have the final say. Here's Tyler. Takes them on himself. Brought down just a few inches short. Larson there in support. Crashing over from a few yards out, the Mavericks do have a score. Man known as JT. As a try for the Mavericks. May well be too little, too late. But they still managed to crash over. That's their second score. Harry Rice looking to add the extras to make it 29-14. Final whistle goes in our first game from the men's elite competition, and it's a fantastic performance by the British Army, victorious in their opening game. Up next though, it's CNCF Sevens taking on Hong Kong. Semi-finalists in Oxford. They felt they could have gone the whole way, Hong Kong, as their women's side did make it to the final before defeat to Shoguns. Can they go one step further here at Shelford? And they've got CNCF to face first in the group stage. That's the next game live here in the men's elite competition on the Lit Super 7 series, live from Shelford Rugby Club.
Result from pitch 5, Rugby House 17, Ravens 75, 19.
Straight into the next game live here from Shelford Sevens. Hong Kong in the blue and red trim, kicking off to CNCF Sevens, and it's just slipped through the fingers of the man being lifted there. So a chance for Hong Kong to attack for the first time in this men's elite competition. First game from Group C. And it's taken in by Eustace. And now they might open things up early here. Plenty of space if they can find it. Here goes Juan on Sono. And Sono is through. Juan Sono opens it up for Hong Kong. What a start for them. Made his Asia Rugby Sevens debut in 2022, played again 2 years later, and now scoring here in Shelford as Hong Kong take an early lead. Well, this isn't an easy group by any stretch of the imagination. The Wooden Spoon Marauders also populate Group C alongside the Preseli Barbars, 6 times Welsh National Sevens champions.
Yeah, again! Yeah.
It is the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, CNCF, who look to claim kickoff, and this time they do take it cleanly. Well, their women's side were in action in Oxford, their men's side making their debut here in Shelford and looking to take on Hong Kong out wide. They recycle it well. Fast footwork on the 22, but well read by Dokande. Another slip in midfield on this artificial turf, and Hong Kong straight over the ball. What a turnover, and what a place for Camille Chung to win it. Eustace over the breakdown, Chung at 9. Moses goes himself, put down inches short, lifted up to Chung and knocked on. What defence from CNCF, and now can they break? Good chop tackle from Alex Moses. Looking to crash through is Adrian Geddes, and he wins the penalty. Quick tap by Stewart. CNCF looking to break out of the 22 for the first time. Oh, what a shot that is by Joe Knight. And they're over the ball here, Hong Kong. And they may have turned it over. Eustace comes away with it. Camille Chung. Shimon Dokande. Dokande finds the pass. Fung Little hitch kick, looks to get the offload away, slapped down by CNCF, and this is going to be a card. Well, it's an unfortunate one because I think he was just looking to make a scrag tackle there. But the pass back on the inside for Jukande was put down, and it's a yellow card for Jonty Stewart. So CNCF already trail, and now they're going to defend with 6. Smart choice to take the scrum. Overcome the big men. Big by 7 standards anyway. Juan Asono, opening try scorer in the scrum alongside Joe Knight. And Alex Moses, who took part in the Dubai Sevens last season for Hong Kong at hooker. Camille Chung with the feed, he's got Eustace just behind him. Eustace drifting away. Demi Kateye makes a strong tackle. Knight over the top. Fong from close range, you can't stop it. Scored bucket loads of point, Fong Kit Fang at the Oxford Sevens, and he's off the mark here in Shelford. Made an Asian Sevens debut for Hong Kong back in 2017 and still scoring tries, this time on the Lit Super 7 series. Demi Kateye with a huge shot, just inches short of the line, forced Hong Kong to go wide. Potential conversion off target, but Hong Kong go 2 tries ahead.
Tom, you're on, please.
That's a teasing kickoff, a difficult one for CNCF to take, and it's just about kept in field by Geddes. Oh, what a break! Missed tackles. But back to Camille Chung to make the tackle for Hong Kong. Straight over the ball. What a turnaround. The 6 men of CNCF thought they might be away for the first time. It was a great break by Jack Hogarth. Another Dubai Sevens man, this time for CNCF last season, but Camille Chung, who flings it away. What defense from him. They free the hands, and now Knight has 1 man to beat. Knight skips away. Good cover from CNCF, but they want it wide. Still defending with 6 here. Moses taps it back to Juan Asono. Fung. Over the top for Camille Chung. Nice step off the left. Great defense from Kateye again. And in the end, it's a knock-on. Demi Kateye, the last man back for CNCF, makes a huge tackle. And CNCF back to 7. Great footwork from Camille Chung. Deserved a try there. But Demi Kateye had other ideas, and he'll feed the scrum now for CNCF. Hong Kong again. Was so physical at the set piece last week. Or last time out in Oxford, I should say. And they forced another turnover there. Hong Kong bitterly disappointed to miss out on the final in Oxford. It was an unbelievable performance to see them knocked out by the finalists, the Hammerheads. But Eustace on the wraparound. Fung in plenty of space. He walks it in. Second try of the game for Fung. Scoring for fun here at Shelford. Eustace made that look very simple on the wraparound. Drew in 2 defenders. CNCF go further behind in the first half. Matthew Burrell, the founder of the Christina Noble Children's Foundation 7 setup. Out there on the field still for CNCF. But at half-time, they trail by 3 unanswered tries. Hong Kong in the driver's seat with 7 minutes still to play. They're looking to get their Shelford Super 7s off to the perfect start.
Right.
Round 2 of the elite competition in the Lit Super 7 series. Hong Kong trail leaders Hammerheads on points at the moment. Still plenty of time for them to turn that around, and a victory here in Shelford would be the right way to do so. Second game of the men's elite competition. Hong Kong lead at the break.
Okay, on pitch 1, CNCF, for those who don't aren't familiar with this team, it is the Cristiano Ronaldo Children's Foundation. So they're an invitational sevens team. The foundation is dedicated to serving physical, medical, educational and emotional needs of the children. And this team, they play in the Dubai sections every year.
Anyone seen the shirt that Dave Cummings wearing, you will also be able to support. Please speak to someone. Okay, we're about to kick off the second half. 15 0 to Hong Kong.
Back underway in the men's elite division here at the Shelford Lit Super 7 series. CNCF, the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, trail by 3 tries at half-time to Hong Kong, and it's a great take by the man on a hat-trick, Fong Kit Fung. Eustace, oh, Camille Chung is met on the gain line, but he just about gets it away to Asono. And here is Asono. Oh, it's just behind Fong Kit Fung, so surely a turnover, and CNCF for their first chance to strike. Weaving run from Ollie Burrett. Oh, Burkett turned over. Quick tap from the new man, Dylan McCann, the Hong Kong under-20 international. Chung, Isono. Oh, soft hands from Eustace. Fung, back inside to Isono, who looks to race away for his second try. Back comes Kutei again, but he can't keep him out.
And there's another score for Hong Kong.
Hong Kong up by 4 tries.
That means I'll get the.
And the changes continue to be made by Hong Kong, who are now very much in control of this tie. Shivan Dukandi looks to get us back underway as quickly as possible as the conversion is slotted. Long way back for CNCF now. Their hopes of qualification not over. The top 2 from each pool will be through to the quarterfinal. Big shot by the new man, Yuk Xing. Hard line from another substitute. Moritz. Little switch on the inside for Dukande. Esono. CNCF just knock it on there, so a little advantage. Eustace goes down the short side. Wrapped up by Will Calder. Esono at first receiver. Chung. Moritz. Slips through the first tackle. Brought down. Isono. They want quick ball here, Hong Kong. McCann. Little step off the right. McCann brought down by CNCF comfortably, but they're inside the 22. Plan Isono. Hat-trick hunting. Xing. Shows and goes. Stopped by Burkett. Good defense from CNCF. Hong Kong still looking for a breakthrough in this attack. Kande, Eustace, the switch might undo it. Little show and go. Josh Eustace goes over. In the end, he can stroll it.
That's another score for Hong Kong, making it 25.
Patient 7s by Hong Kong. They've worked it well. And another former under-20 international, Josh Eustace, scores for Hong Kong. Up by 5 now. Well, it's early days in the men's elite competition at least. But this is the right way to go about things for the Preseli Barbars and the Wooden Spoon Marauders still to face this Hong Kong side. Julien Baron with the kickoff. What a take in the air! And they win a penalty as well from the kickoff. And here is Baron. Looks to go himself. Rides the first tackle, but swung to the deck by Hogarth. Oh, soft hands from Eustace.
I love
Stepping off the right boot this time is James Key. Baron slips through 2 defenders and scores. Julien Baron scores the 6th try for Hong Kong. The depth of this Hong Kong side is pretty remarkable. They make 4, 5, 6, 7 changes even in this second half, and they're still on top. Conversion as well to further compound the scoreline here. CNCF just none of the races yet, with the game still to play.
This is actually a pretty good strat.
Men's elite competition.
Put him on the middle. Gabs, you take that side, I'll take this side.
We're in the twilight of this fixture. It's another teasing kickoff from Shivan Dekande. This time it's a penalty for CNCF.
Yeah, this team's gone, and then it goes over there.
Direct and great acceleration. And this could be their first score by the captain, George Jewell. Oh, what a tackle. And stripped, but not legally so, because the man from Hong Kong was coming back from an onside position when he caught Henry Morin. So it's a yellow card. CNCF will finish this game against 6 men. Can they finally challenge the Hong Kong line? Great break by the captain, Jewell. And then powerful running by Geddes, who rolls over and scores. Well, it was the 5-time Dubai Sevens representative, George Jewell, who went over, who powered over for CNCF, but then, from the penalty, it was Adrian Geddes who got on the score sheet. What a kick that is. Not much to play for, but a beautiful kick from Ollie Burkett. And Burkett hangs it high onto the 22 of Hong Kong. Good take, but what a shot that is. Oh, it's loose. CNCF looking to pile onto it. It rolls past the dead ball, but no time for CNCF to capitalise on the mistake. It's the perfect start for Hong Kong, who were well out of sight by the time CNCF crossed over the try line in their debut game on the Elite Series here in Shelford.
I'd like to draw your attention to the
Hong Kong in their second outing of the Elite Division at the Lit Super 7 Series are looking to go one step further than the semi-final in Oxford. Here in Shelford, perfect start for them. A dominant win. No time to take it all in, we're straight into another fiery fixture in the men's Elite Division. Our next game is the Godfathers, who are taking on the Tsunami Assassins. Action from Group D of the Elite Division here at the Lit Super 7 Series in Shelford.
Teppanyaki noodles, dark spring roll. Loads of food options available to the side of the top. Pitch one now, we have Godfathers against Tsunami. Godfathers didn't originate with Godfathers, a charity team who support Click Sergeant. Children and young adults around these three camps. We support any of the charity teams here today. Everybody's got it free. Do have a look on their websites and donate. Pit 5, Olga 19, Pitcock 17.
That's ball.
Now, so pitch 2, we've got the Hong Kong China Dragon 7s against Lillian Amazon in the women's. Pitch 3, men's elite, we've got back into Hammerheads against Oxfam next one. On pitch 4 of the men's open, we've got Bernie's Ballers against Sons of Spartacus. And on pitch 5 in the men's open, we've got Oxfam Mojo against the Sappers.
Great nudge! Great nudge! Get it! That's yours, business.
The Tsunami Assassins take on the Godfathers. Two sides in their first game of the day. It's the Tsunami Assassins in the white and navy shorts taking on the Godfathers in the black and pink trim. Both sides in their first outing of the day. The Wild Dogs beat the Cavite Rugby Academy by 20 points in their opener in Group D. So both these sides chasing down that Wild Dogs alpha pack. And it's an early break for the Godfathers. Away they go. Looking for options. And that pass has been overcooked. No offside line. So the Assassins looking to reshape themselves defensively. And the Godfathers get to work again. Numbers down that left. Foot in touch. Up goes the flag. Good defensive set from the Tsunami Assassins. Godfathers a well-established 7-side. The Assassins, of course, represented by Tsunami. Kit providers for a number of these sides. A quick line out for them, which goes loose. Snaffled up by the Godfathers, and they just about keep it in play. Step off the right boot. Good defense from the Tsunami Assassins. Godfathers again look to snipe through the center. Oh, a little show and go and a line break. Tsunamis are scrambling. Over the top it goes. Opening try of the game. The Assassins want a forward pass. And the ARs are going to be in conversation with the referee who didn't call it on field. It was lofted over the top, back on the inside. Oh, and we are going to come back for the forward pass. Godfathers denied their opening try. Instead it'll be a scrum on the 22, but a bit of a let-off for the Assassins. Good start for the Godfathers, who worked it really well from deep inside their own half. Scrum to be fed by the Assassins. Their first chance to attack in earnest here at the Shelford Sevens. High press by the Godfathers. Oh, what a weaving run that is, and bundling through the first defender. Assassins beyond the halfway. Little hitch kick and a delay on the pass. Who did that come off last? I think a Godfather. So it's going to be Tsunami Assassins who keep the ball and then thrown into touch. Good defense by the Godfathers. Put under pressure for the first time, but they've weathered an early storm by the Tsunami Assassins. rumours of a team sheet for both sides being produced from the control 10 over on the far side. For now, it's the Godfathers who will break through for the first time. No catching him from there. One missed tackle in the game of sevens can be deadly. That is the cruel nature of this game. And the Godfathers open it up. Chance to add the extras from right under the sticks. It's a full point score, 7-0. The Godfathers lead.
And that's a score for the Tsunami Assassins. 7-0.
Godfathers in front with a kick to come. Deep kickoff by the Godfathers, but what a return by the Tsunami Assassins. Mr. Drauvaki with beautiful work. And he's away.
Lad, you get those sheets for me? Thank you so much. You run them up here. Thank you, mate.
And that's the score for the Godfathers.
Well, what a response by the Godfathers. Beautiful work by Drauvaki. And they have a chance to level it up with a kick way out on that right-hand side. What a nudge that was. And it's 7 points. We're all level again. So the Assassins have leveled it up. And they'll kick high into the sunshine here at Shelford, which has just broken through. Good work from the kickoff to win it back as well. Sam Smith racing through Smith. Still driving on. Eventually brought down. Oh, what a little turn that is. And a line break from Church. Good acceleration as well from Rundle. And Rundle finds a pass out wide. And the Assassins take the lead.
You got the ball. Yeah.
Over goes Vinny Baker for the Assassins' second score. Well, this is a turnaround for the books. Godfathers take the early lead, but from the kickoff, it was won back well. And they just kept a hold of possession. And that takes us through to the break. Tsunami Assassins turn around. It's 14-7 in their favour. Godfathers with work to do after opening up the scoring through Henry Morgan Grant. Still plenty of time left in this game. 7 minutes to go here. Can the Godfathers get back in front?
Sorry, that's the Assassins have scored. That's 14-7 to the Assassins.
Charlie Mason has the final say, adding the extras. Half-time here in this men's elite division game at the Lit Super Sevens here in Shelford. The Tsunami Assassins lead 14-7.
Give the team
That's the second bottom. I don't know where they are. Fine, it's going to go Hammerheads. Really? Yeah. What do they do? They kind of That is actually brutal. I was so scared on that side. Nah, they can't do that. Nah, but people have so much time on getting much more. True.
Apache, hold on switch.
Right, what actually?
Here we go then. Oh, what a take for the Godfathers from the kickoff. Excellent work by Shea Bonnet. Oh, but put down. That's an unforced error. Godfathers with the kickoff, trailing by 7, but they've gifted it back to the Tsunami Assassins. Both sides here in their opening game of the Shelford Sevens, the second leg of the elite division. The Stunts, looking for their first win of the competition, take on the Boom Beavers in our next game. But in the here and now, it's the Tsunami Assassins with the feed of the scrum. Kite the skipper with the feed. And they go wide at the first time of asking. Now back in the midfield, Godfathers with a good press, but a man over. Here goes Tom Church. Church skips away from one. Church looks to take him on the outside. Fantastic tackle by Davis. Lifted into the path of Mizdo Drauvaki. First half try scorer. But it's knocked on. Tom Church from the UR7's Academy. Almost getting away down the right-hand side. But great defence.
Scrum down, Godfathers ball.
Scrum to be fed by Alex Jones. Penalty Godfathers, just what they needed. They look to test the Assassins out wide. Good covering defence for the moment at least. Godfathers over halfway, another penalty. 2 in quick succession. And it's got them on the back foot here. Bit of a miscommunication there. Bonnet recollects. Finds an offload. Flung back on the inside by Rumans. Little dummy line. Draws in the defenders. And it opens up for Morgan Grant.
That's the score for the Godfathers.
Stunts almost caught in the crossfire there. But in the end, it's the Godfathers who are level again. 14 apiece here. Second try for Harry Morgan Grant.
That ties us up 14-all mid-flight.
Godfathers this time will kick off. They claim their first at the start of the second half. They've opened the scoring in the second half as well, and it's levelled things here. Clean take from the Assassins, and they play it in the midfield. Dummy on the inside. Just about regathered by Vinnie Baker. First half try scorer. Skipping on the inside, keeping the play alive, is Daniel Rundle. Baker.
I can do it. Yeah, we did it.
Holloway. Dummies the switch.
Sammy,
Can't
what
beat his man.
Billy, get there! Billy!
Scott Del Nevo looking to get over the ball. Into the high tackle there. Baker goes to ground. And indeed it is. No releasing in the end is the call. Flicked away by Paul McCulloch. Oh, what a run. Big bump from Callahan. And it's lifted wide. Forward pass. Out of the hands of Ben Kite, the captain. So it's going to be a scrum back on halfway for the Godfathers. Good attack for the Assassins, but kept out by the Godfathers. Chance for them to strike again in the second half and take the lead again. Alex Jones from the base, cleanly into the path of Harry Morgan Grant. Del Nevo back on the inside. Morgan Grant frees the hands. Del Nevo brushes off his man. The Welsh under-20 international Scott Del Nevo gets the Godfathers back in front. And they lead by 7 now. Assassins chasing the game again, but they did turn it around in that first half and took a lead into the break. 2 unanswered tries has the Godfathers 7 ahead. And there's still time in this game. What a deep kick that is by Alex Jones. Tap back, here's Sam Williams. Oh, nice step. And a show and go as well. Lovely run from Charlie Mason. Strict to the breakdown. Penalty for the Godfathers. And a chance for them to kill the game. Scrum is the call. Eating down them at the clock here.
Page 2, men's elite, British Army against the Makita Fiji Warriors. Page 3, women's elite.
More action for the men's league competition up next as the Stunts take on the Boom Beavers. But for now, the Godfathers have a chance to seal victory here with another score. Jones at first receiver, picks it off the toes, hunted down by Holloway. To the short side they go. Burnett with a run. Bonnick over the ball. Strong counter rush, but Bonnick's got his hands in there. And is this one last chance for the Assassins?
Keep coming.
Williams. Mason. Holloway. Wider still. Putting in the big fend is Sam Smith. Smith back on the inside. Godfathers hunting forward on the deck. Turnover! That might be it.
Then you just step out or you die. Yeah, but you need to have a ball in your hands every time.
Jones clears his lines, and the Godfathers have come back into the contest after trailing at half-time. 2 unanswered scores in the second gives them a 7-point win over the Tsunami Assassins, and they join the Wild Dogs at the top of this pool.
I'm only gonna like run around and make sure I don't come back.
Against the Boom Beavers.
Not even mine.
No chance to take it all in here because we're straight into our next fixture. It's the Boom Beavers who are looking to take on the Stunts and rack up their first victory of the competition after being defeated by Oxfam earlier today. Back to the next game live here at the Shelford Sevens.
And then on pitch 5 in the women's, we've got fine rugby now. against Shelford women. If you want to find rugby now, it's on pitch 5. It's also on pitch 3, 2 and 1.
On our YouTube, yeah. It's brought in by Lick, the whole series.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so when you see yourself running on and off every game. Yeah, I'll give you a shout out at some point.
How many subs do you have?
Next gen, Ollie can travel 120 gen.
Oh, damn. So we're good for space.
Yeah, basically, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Kick-off then to come, the Boom Beavers all in purple, taking on the Stunts, who have got a side out in the Algarve and a team here in Shelford. The Boom Beavers, who have had a good start to the tournament. Oh, interception! But just slipped through the fingers there, back for a knock-on. They had a good start to the competition, I should say, the Lit Super 7 series in the first round in the Manor 7s. Since then, they've slipped away a little bit in the elite competition, and a bit of a turn for the books. They were beaten by Oxfam in the first game. Stunts beaten by the Hammerheads, the current leaders in the elite competition. So both these sides desperately in need of a win to keep their cup ambitions alive. Only the top 2 sides from each pool will make it through. It spits out unkindly there for the Stunts. Almost getting away from Prince Nube,
They're supposed to
Zimbabwean.
like break like loads today. I know.
Now the Stunts can look to break from deep inside their own territory. Boom Beavers looking to make a mess of things with the breakdown, but great acceleration from Prince Nube.
Oh yeah, they're probably buying us like a fucking. Yeah, they're probably just.
Oh, strong carry. Oh, they could be away here. Great acceleration right on the outside from Albi Teadzwera, but he's caught at the 5. Good pick up from the towering Giglio. Ollie Giglio crashes over. Referees in conversation, but I think the try has been given.
And that's the score for the Stunts.
Stunts take the lead here against the Boom Beavers. This will be another surprising result if it stays this way. The captain, Albi Teadzwera, will look to add the extras. In fact, he's left it to Prince Nsube, the Zimbabwean, who's certainly got the legs, but he's off target.
And without the conversion, that's 5-0 to the Stunts, who are from Birmingham.
Number 2. Number 2. What's your name, mate?
Rocky.
Fair enough.
Deep kick-off from Nsube. Good take and a good chase from the Stunts, but it's been evaded by the Boom Beavers. Teadzwera driving towards touch. Good work to keep the ball alive. Boom Beavers looking to equalise here. They trail by 5 to the Stunts early here. Tom Baldwin. Oh, good line, but it's through the fingers. Suddenly it opens up. There's no one out wide here. The captain, James Boardman, comes back in field. Here goes Hewitt. Hewitt getting on the outside. Brought down by Borton. Bunton's over the ball, but the penalties for the Boom Beavers. There's so much space out wide. Boardman has to move it. Oh, a little step back against the grain. Dan Goldchain equalises for the Boom Beavers. But as Baldwin looks to add the extras, they go 2 ahead.
A try and conversion for the exploding fannies, making it 7-5. Boom Beavers.
So the Stunts' early lead has evaporated. Good work for the Boom Beavers, who wasted no time in taking the kick. Gives everyone a chance to reset. 7-5, the Boom Beavers in front. That's a contestable kick. Ben Hatch is after it. Stunts with a good take. Eventually Boardman makes the second shot. Dug out by Bunton. It's George Bunton that time, looking to make some yards. It's the two Buntons working in midfield. George back on the inside to Lewis. And Lewis Bunton races away. The Bunton brothers connect well in midfield. And the Stunts go ahead again in a very convertible spot. It's 12-7. Game on for two sides chasing their first win. Oxfam and the Hammerheads currently top this pool. Prince and Sube. We're going to change things here for the Stunts. That's a great kickoff. Oh, it's just judged to go a little short. That's a shame for the Stunts. Hatch, switch on the inside. Oh, that's a high tackle. And the Boom Beavers bench goes up in arms, so penalty advantage. No advantage coming. So we're going to come all the way back. Big Ben Hatch to get us going. Baldwin. Zhang. Here's Bournemouth, the skipper. Winding away through the tackles. Over the ball goes and Sube. Penalty. Quick tap from Hewitt. Hewitt accelerates away. Hewitt with a little hitch kick. Eventually brought down by Bunton. Zhang with a good clear out. Boardman at 9. Baldwin. Hatch has a man outside. Here is Bonsu going for the corner. Bonsu denied. Baldwin. Zhang loves that little goosey. Goldchain, try score ready for the Boom Beavers. Flicks it through the cat flap, but Rocky, the number 2, the big man for the Stunts, puts Zhang back a good few yards, and then it's a turnover from Todd Rebel. Great defense from the Stunts. 2 penalties had them backpedaling, but their lead remains intact. And Prince and Sube is going to take us to half-time. Boom Beavers beaten by Oxfam in their first game, perhaps taken aback by that result, because it's the Stunts who lead, looking at their first win on the Lit Super Sevens tour in this elite competition. Hammerheads top the group. They take on Oxfam elsewhere. But for the Stunts, it's a top start for them. They're up by 12-7 at the break. There's 7 minutes still to play. Well, kick-off to come from the Stunts. They lead by 12-7. Good take from Hatch, and the Boom Beavers can get their second half underway. Zhang, here we go then. What's Boardman got in his pocket? The Boom Beavers skipper, Nathan Bansu in support. Hewitt ships it on to Hatch, who takes on the Stunts. Brought down well by Bunton. Oh, Yabia's pass goes to deck. Regathered by Dan Goldshane. And here goes Goldshane. Good offload. Goldshane there in support of his skipper, James Boardman. Yabia plays scrum half, but he's been harassed and they've turned it over. Oh, and here goes the captain, Albi Twayanswera. All the way wide. Bonsu makes a big shot. Stunts put it back inside, but the ball is loose and regathered by the Boom Beavers. Boardman there again. How many of them are there out on the field? Nathan Bonsu. Ben Hatch. Well, everyone's knackered out there. This is a seriously lengthy bit of play. Here's Yabia. Bonsu. Hewitt's going to take them on out wide. Steps inside and out. Hewitt looking to get on the outside. It's a last-ditch try-saver from Bunton. He was the last man back, but into touch. What a defensive set. Niall Demo in the end drags his man beyond the sideline. And it's going to be a line out for the Stunts. And that was a monumental effort. And on come the changes. Joe Pattinson in the box for the Stunts, barking instructions all the time and making his subs after that mammoth defensive effort by the Stunts to keep their lead intact. Back on comes Prince Nsube, the Zimbabwean. Fresh legs from the opening try scorer, Ollie Giglio as well out there. Line out to come from the Stunts. They look to wind down the clock. All the way over the top for the big man Rocky, who takes on Yabia and beats him. Back on the inside for Bunton. Bunton skips away from one. But the Boom Beavers make their tackles on the 22. Good line speed from Zhang on the chop tackle. And Nsube. Fast feet from the diminutive Zimbabwean. Bonsu meets his man and he stripped it back for the Boom Beavers. Slow ball for them, but the men in purple still trail. Bonsu through the breakdown. Oh, it's been stripped. And it's back with Giglio, who is put down unceremoniously. Flying through the breakdown to make the tackle come the Boom Beavers, but offside is the call. And a bit of respite for the Stunts. Hands on knees here for the men in blue and black. desperate for their first win on the elite tour here in Shelford. What a moment it would be for them. With two sides playing this weekend as well, a team out in Algarve. But here's Msube, who chips it over the top. Revel is after it. The bounce is so unkind. Volleyed on by the Stunts. But LJ Ekendal stretches his legs. Ekendal puts in the fend, and he's on the outside. But he's been dumped into touch by Lewis Bunton. Two Buntons there in pursuit. Lewis, he makes the big shot. LJ Ekendal denied. It'll be a line out for the Stunts as more changes are in the offing. Changes to be made. Both Buntons off for the Stunts. Boom Beavers still trail by just 5. What a game we've got for you here in the elite division of the Lit Super 7s. Boom Beavers staring down the barrel of a second defeat. Line out just about goes the Stunts' way. This could be their first win of the tournament over the 2 legs. And Sube dancing, but brought down by Yabia. Lifted over the top. Just volleyed on by the skipper, Tayenzewa. Stunts somehow still have it. Revel. Good line speed. A big shot from Matt Dandy. And he's forced the knock on. Time still for the Boom Beavers to rescue this one. Closest game of the day so far. It's an absolute cracker. Still 12-7 in favour of the Stunts, but a converted try and the Boom Beavers will steal it. And that would be heartbreaking for Harris and Pattinson over on the touchline. They've worked so hard.
Attached to the DJ scaffold units.
Chance for the Boom Beavers. Yabia in the pocket. To the short side they go. Yabia steps off the left and breaks the first tackle. And wider still, this is a chance for Nsako. Good defense from the Stunts. Yabia frees the hands. Still on for the Beavers out wide. Big miss pass. 2-on-1. Zheng's gonna go over. Racing under the sticks. Is this the moment for the Boom Beavers to turn it round? Eating the seconds. Taking all the time they can. Because they know that Leo Zheng may just have won the game for the Boom Beavers. Dan Yabia. Biggest boot in the house to put the Boom Beavers ahead by 2. Unbelievable. The Stunts have been defending so staunchly for the whole half. But finally they crack. Still a chance for the Stunts to get back into the game. Yabia will take this kick. Well, they're going to go down the left-hand side. Oh, it's a massive kick from Yabia beyond the 22. He's got the Stunts back pedaling. It's up to the try line and dotted down in the end. But that is an unceremonious end to the fixture. The deep kick from Dan Yabia had to be touched down beyond the Stunts try line, which brings an end to the contest. It's a huge victory for the Boom Beavers. Their first win of the day, denying the Stunts in the dying embers of the contest. What a game here on pitch 1 in the men's elite competition. And we continue in this competition where the Mavericks are back on pitch 1, taking on the Apaches. Apache looking for their second win. The Mavericks looking for their first after defeat to the British Army earlier on in the day. That game is live in just a few moments' time.
Against the Hammerheads. On pitch 3 in the men's elite, we've got the Hong Kong China Dragons against the Sydney Mavericks.
Mavericks then will kick off here, searching for their first victory of the Shelford Sevens after defeat to the British Army. Apache are on for their second win after seeing off the Bakita Fiji Warriors by just 9 points, taken off the kickoff, but spilled in the process. So, it will be Apache with a feed from the scrum. Apache, of course, all in blue against this wonderful pink Mavericks kit. It's Apache who look to spread the play. And they do go as wide as they can at the first time of asking and are on down this left-hand side. What a break by Tom Mayo. And Mayo's going to go the length. Apache make it look very easy there. But trust me, getting on the outside of this Maverick side, especially the likes of Amenya, the man known as JT, is not an easy thing to do. Tom Mayo opens up the scoring. And Apache will have a kickoff.
Get Mayo on the edge. I've got your man.
Well, Zach Chukwuemeka will be under this one for Apache, the Bristol Maroon Sevens player. He'll be in action at the Celestial Sevens in just a week's time, down in Richmond. But for now, he's going to be chasing this one for Apache. Oh, it's a great kick, but it's just an inch short of that 10-metre line. So a big chance for the Mavericks. Certainly showed a lot of ambition, the Mavericks, in their opening fixture, even if they were on the wrong side of the result. And it's going to be Carl Bradbury to get us going. Rice, Bradbury. Oh, it's a high press from Apache. Jacob Ham makes a huge shot. It comes loose and it's chipped through by Apache. Oh, it just pops up so kindly for them. Adam Koblich scores Apache's second score in fortunate circumstances, it must be said. Mavericks look to go wide from the free kick on halfway. But it's gone the blue and gold's way instead. That's such a shame, but good work from Adam Koblich. Great reactions from the widest man in Apache colours. Well, it's looking like 2 wins from 2 then, and a place in the quarterfinals for Apache. Kick-off to come. This time it's beyond the end, and Chukwuemeka's going to get underneath it. Oh no, the drift in the wind is so unfortunate. Morgan McRae with a good take. But it's just not gone 10 again. Bradbury gets us started, and now Rice. Switch on the inside for Reed Purvis, bumping up beyond the 10. Avi West. Oh, penalty. Bradbury with a quick tap, wasting no time. Apache have to backpedal. Good run from Bradbury. Second penalty in quick succession. So looking threatening now. Out the back for Reed Purvis. Stepping off the right. Beautiful footwork to get on the inside of the first try scorer, Mayo. What a step by the big man. Reed Purvis gets on the inside. Hint of crossing. Yeah, Apache, but
That's a score for the Mavericks.
in reality, he made plenty of space for himself. Good response from the Mavericks, who get 7 on the board.
14-7 Apache versus Mavericks. Pitch 1.
What a start to this tie. Mavericks know a second defeat will see them out of the cup competition. Only the top 2 from each pool in the Lit Super Sevens Elite Division can go through in the men's competition. What a kick from Rice. And then tap back. But only as far as Jacob Ham. And here's Chukwuemeka. Good yards up the halfway. Apache well set in attack. Up come the Mavericks. But here goes Koblich. Weaving through. Koblich accelerates. Just Rice to beat.
He has 2 men outside him, but Koblich goes himself. What a run! Adam Koblich on the double. Puts Apache further ahead. Just gets it down beyond Carl Bradbury. Bit of a coming together between the two of them there. And both number 9s are going to be under discussion with the referee. All part of the game.
Apache 19, Mavericks 7.
Good boot, but off target. Still, Apache's now re-established that 2-try advantage. So we will get back underway. Apache with another kick-off. They've just been shy of that 10-metre line so far, but it's Max McCarthy's go. Plenty of height on it. Chukwuemeka taps it back. Tom Mayo latches on. So Apache back in possession. McCarthy over the ball. Little snipe down the blind side by McCrae. McCrae puts in the handoff and gets away from his man. And Morgan McCrae will go over. Fantastic score. Apache goes further ahead before the break. What a first half for the men in blue. Great work at the kickoff to win it back. Mavericks just overcommitted. Rickard gets a hold of it. Off the post, so unfortunate. But at the half-time whistle, it's Apache in command here against the Mavericks, who trail at the break. Apache looking to go 2 from 2 and set up that group decider with the British Army later on today, who have put the sword to the Vikita Fiji Warriors. Both sides may well be through to the quarterfinals, British Army and Apache, if they can hang on here. Mavericks, with their cup ambition slipping away. 7 minutes still to play.
So just a reminder to everybody, if you're struggling to know who's playing where and when, go on the Tourdify app on your phone, Tourdify, Tournify, and now we've got posted scores on there as well, so you get the match schedule, what pitch everyone's playing on, and the scores, and also the standings. And that's your main stand which you'll be sitting down. Oh, and you have to just put, once you've gone to the Tournify app, you go to Shelford 7.
Oh, they're playing Godfathers. I just watched Godfathers.
Okay, 24-7 up on pitch 1 against the Mavericks. We're about to kick off the second half.
Apache with a fantastic performance in the first half may well have seen off the Mavericks with 7 minutes still to play. Max McCarthy with another great kickoff, and Chukwuemeka's underneath it, but this time it's just knocked on. Almost a break, but Mayo gets back to make the tackle, but it's high. Chance for the Mavericks early in this second half. A quick try, just change the momentum a touch. Flung inside by Bradbury, and as wide as they can go. And then he breaks through. Just a sweep and a beat. McCarthy makes it. Oh, he makes the tackle, and then Amenya back to his feet. And now Apache might capitalise on the error. 2-on-1. Can he make it all the way down the right-hand side? Max Rickard. Right place, right time. Chris Harris puts him in for another try.
And this game is just getting away from the Mavericks. So an interesting turnaround ahead of our next game. I've just been informed the Cavita Rugby Academy had to forfeit their first game against the Wild Dogs. So when they take on the Godfathers, they're looking to turn things around. Thankfully they are here, but they just weren't on time for their first game. Such an error as Rickard adds the extras for Apache. So that'll be an interesting game, a very fresh Calviti Rugby Academy taking on the Godfathers. For now though, the Mavericks with a great take out wide, keen to get back into this contest. And they find the edge. Oh, great acceleration. Ball back on the inside from Jones. Well taken by Tyler. Jones just bounces up in midfield. High press from Apache. Oh, that's a good contest out wide, but well ridden by the Mavericks, who are looking to break. Oh, great acceleration. The point fooled everyone. Can he go the full leg? Mavericks on the board. Man known as JT gets the try. It's an excellent solo effort. JT Anthony it is, who goes over. So at the moment it's a commanding performance by Apache so far. Shelford photographer making the rounds as Mavericks kick off. Clean take by Chukwuemeka, beats the first man and flicks it off the deck for Harris. Here goes McRae. McRae breaks through. McRae beats the sweeper and he'll have his second score. The Mavericks just getting in each other's way there as Larson hurries his man. But Morgan McRae has a second try against the Mavericks. And this is becoming a bit of a drubbing by Apache. So it's going to be a mighty clash in the final group stage game when Apache play the British Army later on today. Because at the moment those two sides are very clearly the top dogs in this pool. Chris Harris to kick off. A deeper kick. He's got Bradbury backpedaling. It's a good take for the Mavericks scrum half. Oh, beautiful footwork. His pass goes to ground and the momentum is stalled for now. What a tackle. But what an offload to get it away to Larson. Oh, it's gone loose. But it's a penalty. A yellow card, I think. Indeed it is. That's a real shame for Apache. So, Mavericks with a chance. I think the slap down is the decision by the ref. So, Mavericks play against 6 in blue. Johnson winds one up. Here's Bradbury. Apache still have good coverage here, despite being a man down. Larson. Oh, what a turnover. And there's the quick tap, and here come Apache. Dummying the switch, lifted off the deck, but it's just knocked on by Louis Natal. Larson then can counter for the Mavericks, who still play against 6, so there must be space somewhere. Oh, great acceleration.
Good scrum, good scrum.
But Tyler caught. Offload! And a bit of space opens up. Can Henry Reid Purvis go the whole length for his second try? Natal can't reach it.
Good work from Henry Reed Purvis. This is Apache's game, but it's Reed Purvis's try. Bradbury, bit lackadaisical with the kick and well wide of the mark, but it won't make much difference here. Just under a minute to go. Apache destined to go 2 from 2 here at the Shelford Sevens.
You step in, okay? Swing your right! Over, she's hitting.
Harris into the pocket to find Monya.
The Wild Dogs women have been
Finds a good pass to McRae, puts in the handoff. McRae wants a hat-trick, and he's going to get it.
Apache going through again.
That big handoff for Morgan McRae, enough to undo the Mavericks. Off target from the conversion, but a Morgan McRae hat-trick has sealed it for Apache. What a performance for them. They've got that group decider against the British Army yet to come.
Final score on pitch 1.
But it's a fantastic performance from them. The Mavericks well beaten.
Mavericks 17.
One last game to come from the men's elite competition before we return to the women's elite division. It's the Calviti Rugby Academy playing their first game after forfeiting their earlier game against the Wild Dogs for being too late to the party here in Shelford. They take on the Godfathers. The next game live here at the Shelford Sevens in the second leg of the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series.
Next up on pitch 1, we have Calviti Rugby Academy UK versus the Godfathers.
Well, we saw that opening game and the Godfathers first took to the stage here and they beat the Tsunami Assassins just by 7. It was a cracker. Calviti in their first fully fledged fixture. We're looking to turn things around and chase down the Wild Dogs who are taking on the Assassins elsewhere. Harry Morgan Grant will get us underway for the Godfathers. Oh, it's a teasing kick. And it's well taken out wide by Trey Bonnet, who's put down pretty hard. But back down the short side goes Jacob Wood. Oh, it might open up for Morgan Grant. Steady frees the hands. There's a man over out wide. Here goes Suarez, the Spanish international. Suarez beats 2. And another. Oh, through the cap flap from Antonio Rey Suarez. Racing into the corner, Bonnick, no one will catch him. Fantastic from Suarez. Welcome to the Shelford Sevens. The Spaniard makes all the yards, and then it's soft hands all the way from right to left to put Bonnick into the corner. And in fact, he ends up touching down right under the sticks. And the Godfathers go 7 up, chasing their second win of the Shelford Sevens. Well, they were knocked into the plate in Oxford, hoping to avoid that fate here. And Calviti Rugby Academy, this KRA, yet to get started here, although that little offload from Morgan Grant was forward. Well, unfortunately, the Calviti Rugby Academy team sheet, I don't believe, is jerseyed correctly. So I can't identify these flying Fijians.
but the Godfathers are on defensive duty. Strong carry to get things started, but the Godfathers look well set in defence. Until a little darting run back on the inside almost opens them up, but it's been knocked on first by the Godfathers. So the KRA will have another go. Scrum in the possession of KRA. Another lovely step. And they break through, but the offload has been intercepted. Snaffled up by Wood. And suddenly it might be on down this right-hand side. Alex Jones has other ideas. Oh, Bonnet bumps off his man and is going to race away to score his second. Shea Bonnet with a big bump to bust his way through. That was a real coming together. But the Godfathers go up by 2 tries. Very kickable from here. And indeed it is the full complement of 7 that accompanies Bonnet's second score. Few changes in the offing for the Godfathers as they look to see out this first half. They've played all the rugby inside the KRA's half, and that's how the Godfathers would like things to stay, as Harry Morgan Grant looks to take another kick-off after adding 2 more onto the board. It's another great kick. But it's been taken excellently well out on that right wing. Oh, little show and go has beaten the Godfathers. Just a sweep and a beat. Lovely hands, but in the end it falls to Morgan Grant. Jacob Wood. No one outside him. Suarez. Little offload again, but always backwards. Ducking under the tackle there, Ethan Horton. Stepping off the left, Steph Davis. Davis away! Has to step back inside, caught by the KRA. But the Godfathers are so well set. Penalty from offside. Quick tap from Morgan Grant. Bonnet's on a hat-trick already, and he bursts through.
And that is another score.
First half hat-trick for Shai Bonnet. I don't know what was said to him in between the 2 games, but I don't think it was very nice, and it was probably in Fijian because he's absolutely fuming. What a first half. What did the Calviti Rugby Academy ever do to you, sir? 3 huge carries have got the Godfathers 21 points in front. Morgan Grant with a deeper kickoff that will fall onto the 22, but it's just over the head of the nearest Calviti Rugby Academy man, dragged down beyond his own try line. In the end, it's going to be a scrum on the 5. Oh, taken back is the call. So it's the Godfathers with a chance to score a 4th score. What a start to this game for the Godfathers. Free kick at scrum time as well. Perfect platform for Godfathers. Nice little footwork again from Horton. Suarez slides in. Saunters home at the end. 4th try for the Godfathers. A deserved score for Antonio Rey Suarez, the Spanish international. This is one-way traffic here in Shelford. The Godfathers are going to go 2 from 2. 4 tries up at the break. Have the Calviti Rugby Academy got anything to offer? Certainly plenty of flair already. We've seen it when they get a bit of space. Morgan Grant with his most testing kick of the day, and he has failed that one. But at half-time, I'm not sure the Godfathers will be too worried. They lead by 26 unanswered points with 7 minutes still to play. The Godfathers are on their way to the Cup quarter-final here in the Men's Elite Division. The second leg of the Lit Super 7 Series in Shelford.
Rugby Academy UK 0.
Why did you come last night? I was already out, bro.
Seven minutes left on the clock here. Calviti Rugby Academy to kick off. Well taken by the Godfathers, who are up by 26. Crashing through two defenders and finding an offload. Off goes George Cottrell. Penalty. Morgan Grant is absolutely everywhere, and he's taking the tap here as Godfathers assess their options. Here's Cottrell. Davis. Harry Morgan Grant. Oh, just a miscommunication between Grant and Connor. Looking for the switch. Instead flung into touch, so a line out for the Calviti Rugby Academy. Chance for them to show us what they can do. Clean ball for KRA. They go wide. Oh, look at the acceleration. Down the outside, just a sweeper to beat. The tackle is made by Davis. Desperate to free the hands. Penalty Godfather. Quick tap, Morgan Grant's through. Look how quickly they turn it around. Man coming across for KRA, but he won't get there. Harry Morgan Grant has a try of his own. The Godfathers are running away with it here on pitch one. Quick tap from the penalty. KRA, who were flying forward from a line break of their own, just didn't have the chance to react. The Lillian Amazons will have a chance to show what the Fijians can do up next when they take on the Akuma Sabi Panthers in the Women's Elite competition. But for now, there's a few moments left here in this game between the Godfathers and KRA, even if the game has been decided by Harry Morgan Grant. Alex Jones on to take the kick. comes to this near side. Put backwards by the Calviti Rugby Academy. Line speed in the centre by the Godfathers. Although great composure from Calviti. Dummy switch, out wide they go. Two players looking to go for the ball. Penalty one though by Calviti. Oh, lovely break. Ball over the top, just through the hands of the defender. And then the grubber kick. Air ball for the KRA, so Godfathers have it back. Little step inside from Jack Connor. Scott Del Naldo. Big miss pass. Oh, and there's a bump that might have the Godfathers in behind. What a carry by Ben Burnett. But in the end, it's a penalty. Oh, it's a yellow card as well for Calviti. I think they thought they won it themselves. So instead, the Godfathers play the rest of this game against 6 men. Del Navo, Davis, Wood, Connor finds the pass that puts Cottrell away. Godfathers break that 30-point threshold. There was always going to be a man over somewhere. And it was down this left wing that they scored another. Bounce on the 22, always backwards. One last chance then for Calviti to show us what they can do. Oh, intercepted and tapped up by Scott Del Naldo. The Welsh under-20 international has another score here in Shelford.
Lovely interception and a score from the Godfathers.
Crucial try in their previous game against the Tsunami Assassins. And just one more on the board here for the Godfathers. Around this well-established 7 setup. Jones just overcooks it. So free kick on halfway. The Calviti Rugby Academy. Switch on the inside. Nice step off the left through 2 defenders. Again, looking to take on the Godfathers, but Del Navo is over it. Penalty Godfathers. Del Navo. Godfathers still looking to play. Add some more to the board here. Soft hands, Cottrell's away down the left. Great acceleration. He will stroll in, untouched, with the freedom of the Shelford turf.
That is half-century for the Godfathers.
What a performance by the Godfathers. The most dominant of the day so far. A tight contest in their opening game. One try in it against the Assassins. This is exactly what they needed going into that huge game against the Wild Dogs, which will likely decide the pool. The Godfathers are through to a cup quarterfinal, regardless of results elsewhere. 6 points secured ahead of their final game of the group stages. Dominant performance for the Godfathers. Up next,
Lillian Amazons taking on the Akuma Sally Panthers in the Women's Elite Division. Harry Scott Munro to bring you through those fixtures.
Dogs Alpha Pack against the Tsunami Assassins. On pitch 4, the men's social, we have the Rummans Sevens against Onga Sevens. And on pitch 5 in the men's social, we have the Big Cocks against the
started with a 17-10 victory over last week's runners-up Hong Kong. 10 demolition of Wooden Spoon Marauders. Slight delay then whilst we're waiting for Panthers.
Will this be a same-day delivery for Lillian Amazon?
To get themselves underway, and there's some familiar names in their team. If you've been following us on the series this year, if you've been following University Rugby, then there'll be some very familiar names to you too. The likes of Danny Priest, Eva Sterrett at University, and Charlie May Mad Hartbury University as well. It's an exciting Lillian Amazons team. Only 9 players today, so they're going to have to go some. After 2 massive group stages last time out in Oxford, with just the winners going straight through to the final, we're back to the more traditional format this week. 2 groups, top 2 in each group going through to the semi-finals. So a victory for either of these sides will confirm their place in those cup semi-finals a little later on today. Savvy Panthers then that will have the kick-off here for this one. In fairness to both teams, we were ready to go a little bit earlier than the initially scheduled time, so we're just waiting for the clock to hit 20 past. And we're underway. That one's not got the legs on it. The free kick straight off the bat for Lillian Amazons. Savu with the ball in her hands. Spinning that wide, and a beautiful floated miss pass out. And now the power, the foot race and the gas coming in out wide. It looks like it's number 7, Asinasi Nabitu, who has scored within the first 20 seconds of this one. Blistering, devastating pace from Nabitu. And Lillian Amazons get themselves on the board early. Conversion attempt drifts wide to a 5-point lead then. And as the ball boys run about and get themselves back into position and back off the pitch, the Amazons have the ball back in their hand and they're ready to get back underway. That one's a much better restart, putting the pressure on. Savvy Panthers have collected it though, the wind picking up. And now it's the first opportunity to build, but they're going to have to do it from deep. That ball's bouncing as it's lofted wide, and the only option left is to kick. Tied it up in the backfield then by Lillian Amazons, and there's the step, the fend and the offload. And Savu now with the ball in her hands, assessing the options. Little out the back pass into Nasia Lasili. And now the step, the go, and it's a marauding break through the middle. Lucy Satir goes in for her side's second of the first half underneath the sticks. She converts her try, 12 points to the good now, Lillian Amazons. They have started this one at an incredible rate of knots. It's a ball kid down there, bless him, struggling a little bit with the zip on his joggers. He's fixed it now as we get back underway. Not the most aerodynamic there. The ball is back in the hands again of the Lillian Amazons, and it's just an incredible change of direction, and it's an onslaught at the moment. Nabitu has 2. Savvy Panthers have barely been able to pause for breath. They find themselves 17 points down. Conversion is good, 19 points the lead has been stretched out to now. And Savvy Panthers, well, they're just going to want to get their hands on the ball. They've not had a sniff so far. They are going to get the ball back here as that kick is floated deep into the 22 from the restart. It's going to roll. And it's rolled all the way into the in-ball, grounded by Charlie Manns, who will come back for a free kick for the Savvy Panthers on the halfway line. And after that brutal onslaught in the opening few minutes from the Lillian Amazons, there's some much needed time with ball in hand for Savvy Panthers, and now they're going to look to try and build. A step ago, and now the opportunity as Sterrett goes up towards the 22. There's Manns orchestrating things in midfield, getting the ball out to Bradley. And now it's Becca Lawn with the ball in her hands. She gets the offload away, but they've lost ground, and the turnover, while the Amazons thought it was good. But the referee saw hands on the floor, and now Savvy Panthers can come again. The offload comes in. Bradley rides the first tackle, and she's up to the 22 now. Wind picking up, conditions becoming more challenging for the players out here on the pitches, with a hand have been free to Danny Priest. And she's stepped and found a way through, and Savvy Panthers are going to get themselves on the board. And it's Danny Priest, the Exeter Chief, who scores her side's first of this second match.
And that's a converted score for the Savvy Panthers.
The conversion is good. It's a 12-point game, 2 scores behind. But that was much better play from Savvy Panthers. And that kick, well, it looked like it had been caught on the wind. It dropped just before it drifted into touch, so it will be a line out instead for the Lillian Amazons. I'll tell you what, you can feel that wind picking up now. You can see some of the flags starting to fall over on the other side. We've pretty much taken down as much as we physically can up here in the commentary gantry. And the Amazons then looking to spin this wide, a no-look pass. It's picked up and tidied up. There's a little goosey that comes in. Nabila Lange it was there, and she's managed to keep the ball going and moving for her side. They've got the advantage coming as well, and they've picked it up, and they're going to go route one. Lillian Amazons. They looked up, there was nobody at home, and it's an easy walk in. And an opportunity to try and kill the clock a little bit as well. 4 tries on the board before the break. And it's clinical play once again from the Lillian Amazons. And that is the break. Stretching their lead, the Lillian Amazons. 4 tries to 1 at the break. It's a 19-point deficit for the Savvy Panthers to try and turn around in the next 7 minutes. Stick with us, coming up after this one. Same group, Group B in the women's lead. It's Hong Kong China Dragon Sevens against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Both of them lost their opening fixtures, so they have to win to keep themselves in the hunt for those semi-finals. Hong Kong China Dragons were so efficient last week with the ball in hand. And then we'll be moving on to Group A in this one. And that one is the proverbial group of death this week here at Shelford. 7 more minutes to go first in this one though. And it's the Lillian Amazons in a commanding position. Ready to get back underway then. We might have a slight delay to proceedings here, just whilst whilst our tournament organisers politely ask the Wooden Spoon Marauders side to make their way off where they've been warming up at the back of the pitch. Good to go now then, and back underway. A stiff breeze now in favour of Akuma Savvy Panthers for the second half, but running straight into the headwind and through is number 9 for the Lillian Amazons, Varanisi Koro. And her side have repeated the trick from the first half. One touch, one try, and they stretch their lead once again.
And the conversion added, so 33.7. If you hadn't worked it out, Lillian Amazons.
So now I'm sitting out.
Fijian ladies national team.
Back underway then, booming kick into the air, pressure on. Probably one of the few mistakes we've seen so far here from the Lillian Amazons, a knock on as they went to contest the kick. An opportunity then for Savvy Panthers to get their hands back on the ball. They've had scarce possession in this one. They did make the most of their one real attacking opportunity that they had in that first half. Sterrett stepping and weaving over for her side. But there is a proverbial mountain for them to climb in this second period. Mans gets it away to Williams. Sherrier gets the ball away as Williams wraps round her. She's met though with a white wall, but she's burst through it so far. Fantastic carry from Holly Williams. Mans just checks and goes, and then the little jink and the weave, and now Danny Crease has put the afterburners on, is racing away, and nobody's going to touch her. It's Priest who runs in again for Savvy Panthers, her second of the afternoon. The conversion is successful, 33-14 at the score, a mountain to climb, but they've given themselves a base camp to start from.
I'll put it in. Yes! It's
Man
my turn to sit down!
Drills that one deep into the 22. It's gone over everybody's heads. It's picked up though. And there's the hands and the lovely offload, and now the race is on. Flowers chasing down Nasila Silla. Flowers is keeping with her, she's got the tackle in, but Nasila Silla will not be stopped, and she goes in for another score for her side. And that one surely now is the match. Really difficult conversion here from out wide. Had the direction, not quite the legs. The Lillian Amazons won't mind that one too much. 6 tries to the good now. And barring an incredible turnaround, they look sure of securing themselves a spot in the semi-finals, especially if they win the ball back from the restart like that. A knock on there though, and it was the try scorer, Nasila Silla. And a welcoming committee there of 2 players in dark blue looking to stop her.
Coming up on pitch 1, we're going to have Hong Kong China Dragons.
And in the end, the 2 players of the Savvy Panthers defensive unit did enough. Mads has seen space herself on the blind side. Chased all the way though. Savu putting her to ground and winning the penalty for her side. And the chip ahead and the chase is on. But it's tidied up by Flowers. She gets the offload away. So here comes Savvy Panthers again then. The game may be gone, but potentially points difference could end up being an important factor. But that's a little bit of hot potato there in their own 22 in desperation, and they've lost control of the ball. to say, we saw it last time out in Oxford. There was a draw in one of the super groups, so it came down to points difference for who ended up finishing top and making it into the final. Shogun that ended up advancing at the expense of Hammerheads. Shogun ended up going on to win the tournament, so it does show you that every point counts, right from the first whistle to the last of the day. Here go the Lillian Amazons again then. They've been so good, so clinical whenever they've got into this position. It's a beautiful little looped pass back inside. It's commentator's curse, isn't it? Probably the first time today they've not managed to make that offload stick. The Savvy Panthers come away with it, but then they lose the ball forwards themselves. It's all a little bit scrappy out there in the dying embers of the game. And in fact, in the end, Savvy Panthers coming away with a penalty there. See our referee gesturing that the Lillian Amazons have played the ball on the floor. And Mans has cannoned that one into the main stand on the far side. Decent distance on that. University and Gloucester Hartpury player outside them. We wanted to try and finish with a flourish here, but they've not got the ball back from the line out, and instead it's the Amazons, so poised every time they look to set an attack, and now they go again. The offload isn't the cleanest, but Nabitu tidies up. And now they launch again. Sotia gets the ball away. But that one from Nabi Langi has drifted forwards, and that is the end of this one. The two unbeaten sides in Group B in the Women's Elite competition. And it's the Lillian Amazons that have laid down a marker, 38-14. They have taken the victory. One game to go, but they've confirmed their place in those cup knockouts later on today. And the Savvy Panthers, well, all is not lost. One win, one loss, and they know still that a victory in their final game should still see them through. But this one was all about the Lillian Amazons. Hugely impressive performance from the first minute to the last, and they advance on in the cup competition.
Encounter between Hong Kong China Dragons and WS Marauders.
Welcome back then, it's Hong Kong China Dragons against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Hong Kong China Dragons 17-10, they were edged out by the Lillian Amazons in their first game. The Marauders, well, Savvy Panthers did a number on them, 41 points to 10. So both of these sides needing to get a win to keep themselves in the hunt to get through to the Cup semi-finals here in Group B of the Women's Elite competition. two incredibly exciting sides. Talent across both of them, and it will be Hong Kong China who get us underway. Stephanie Chan, one of the players of the tournament last time out in Oxford, in that 10 shirt, gets things moving again, and the Marauders come back straight away though. Carmen Tremeling, Saracens women's player, played in that PWR final against Gloucester Hartpury at Stonex Stadium. Loose head or tight head prop by trade, but she's going to be enjoying the wide open space here today at Shelford. At the moment though, her side are keeping possession nicely, and there is Tremeling popping up at first receiver, gets the ball out, Sonny Bill Williams style. This has been a good start by the Wooden Spoon Marauders, looking to keep things moving, but then there's a breakdown in communication. And for a second it looked like Hong Kong China had managed to pounce on that one, but there was a knock on a piece on the floor. Both teams were scrapping for the ball. The Marauders can probably breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief there. But the first hand that went forward was a Hong Kong China one. Selena Kepi then gets the ball out. Well, it looked like they were going to put boot to ball for a second, the Marauders, but in the end they float it wide. They continue to build and drift inside their own 22. Kepi again freeing the hands. Juliet Teague eventually has had enough. Puts boot to ball. And in the circumstances, under pressure, that was a very good nudge indeed from the Wooden Spoon Marauders, number 10. In fact, it came off a Hong Kong China hand as well, so a double win for the Marauders, an easy net gain up the field, and they do well to hold on to the ball at the line out. And now let's see what they can do on their own 10-metre line. That ball is bulleted about. Tara Bacon has to go and try and tidy that one up for her side. It's been intercepted though by Hong Kong China. Jessica Wei-on-Ho with the ball, and then the try. One attack, one opportunity, and Jamie Bork has gone over for Hong Kong China. They've had to bide their time, put the pressure on, and then with devastating effect they've picked their opportunity and made their move. 5-0 then the lead for Hong Kong China Dragons. A reminder that this is a must-win game for both of these sides if they want to advance to those cup semi-finals later. They need to win this one and win their final game to have an opportunity. Chan, oh, that's a clever little dink through, and it's picked up on the bounce by Lucia Bolton. It had just gone over the 10-metre line. Clever from Chan, and the ball goes wide again to Bork, and Bork is not gonna be stopped out there, and even manages to have the power to round the bend, round the final player, and dot down nearer the posts for her side.
They keep good hands to get it, and then there's some pace and power down the way. Makes it 10-0 to the Dragons.
Superb stuff from Hong Kong China Dragons, and it was all started by that cute little kick-off from Stephanie Chan. Just caught the defence napping. With the extras added, her side are up to 12 points. A couple of names in this Hong Kong China Dragon side that we were saying so much last time out. The likes of Kui Yi Lee. I don't think she's touched the ball yet. But when she does get an opportunity, she's devastatingly fast in open field. Chan sticks that one into the air. Tremeling is underneath it, takes it well, but then she loses it as she hits the floor, and the show and the go, and now here come the women in blue again. And Bork's going to be fancying her first half hat-trick here, and she found it in the end, all too easy on the outside. I'll tell you what, Jamie Bork will not be minding that one bit. 17-0 the conversion to come, and it's a Jamie Bork hat-trick for Hong Kong, China. Kick didn't quite have the legs, so it stays at 17.
Who's taking the shot?
It's been given an approving nod from one of the ball boys down there, so I'm hoping he's been enjoying the commentary that we've been bringing you so far today. Strangely just nodded at me randomly otherwise, but in the meantime, Wooden Spoon Marauders, they've been hit by a sucker punch. They need to try and find a way back into this one, but they're being put under such intense pressure. They've done well to work it out to the outside as they look to make the break. Wong Zi Ying was there to put pay to that opportunity for Kemp, and they've been forced to kick in behind again. Not necessarily the worst option, but it's been tidied up by Etta Kwong. And now there is the opportunity. I said her name a few moments ago, barely looks like she's getting out of second gear, but Pui Yi Lee is over under the sticks, and Hong Kong China have 4. And that score right before the break then, taking this one up to 24 points to 0. Hong Kong China, I think clinical is the word for that first half performance, I should say. They'll want to keep that going in the second half. Again, as we said in the last one, points difference could end up being a factor if teams draw and finish level on points. Wooden Spoon Marauders, well, they are going to need to try and find something special in the second 40.
I'll come and drop them off on that side of the pitch, yeah?
Okay.
Nearly time to get back underway in this one. You wonder what the words of advice were at half-time from Cam Spencer and Andrew Quick for their Wooden Spoon Marauder side. Looking down the list here, Hong Kong China Dragons have got Robbie Ferguson in the coaching box. That's a little bit of a cheat code, isn't it? Getting someone that's been so established on the World Series in your coaching box. They've made a fast start again. The track back was wonderful from the Marauders. It had to be, because otherwise Wong Zi Ying was away. And then it's superb hassling and harrying on the deck from Wooden Spoon to force the turnover. But then the knock on as they look to go quickly. And when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, is it? And Wong Zi Ying bursts away. She had to check back inside a few moments ago. She's going to canter over here for her side's 5th. And they narrowly lost out to the Lillian Amazons in their first match of the day, Hong Kong, China. But they are showing why they are a team to watch for the rest of this competition. 29 points they now have on the board. Conversion attempt from Stephanie Chan just drifts wide. She won't mind that one too much. Chan then gets us back underway. She's launched that one as deep as she can into the 22. Big collision coming in there. And the penalty though, going against Hong Kong, China. It's taken quickly, good hands there. It's a bit of a daisy cutter of a pass. But Kemp did well to hold on to it. And now Bacon searching for the outside, gets it away to Megan Kersey. Again, they look for the boot. That one has gone over the top to Tremeling. Well, we said she plays prop for Saracens. You could see it there with that fend and that carry. And it's got her side on the front foot, but they've still got an awful long way to go if they want to get themselves up the field towards the try line.
They're running and playing, Dad.
Then we'll run about. Then we see
Oh, again, unlucky there. It's a difficult pass to take for Caitlin Brown.
Kicked out.
It's just gifted possession back to Hong Kong, China, making a change of their own. Lucia Bolton's day is done for the moment.
If you run across.
And Joyce Z makes her way onto the field. She'll be on this left-hand side.
That's why I'm just gonna wait until it's I'm just gonna wait because it's like not even 7. It's like not even 5 minutes left.
That one's against the head. It's great work from the front three, and then the show and the go is exquisite. Etta Kwong tracked back, made an important tackle for her side.
And now he's left us to do.
The sun has temporarily come out here at Shelford. Will it shine down on the Wooden Spoon Marauders as they hunt for their first try of this fixture?
Gabs, yeah, he's always on foot.
They're under pressure at the breakdown though. They've got a penalty coming at least. And it's taken quickly, but not from the mark. So we'll go back.
I mean, I eat a lot, but not that much.
And touch is the call in the end. It's bouncing and drifting. A solid nudge in the end. Up towards the halfway line.
No, different ball. Can't go quick.
Marauders there wanted to go quickly below it. You could hear our official saying it was a different ball. Have to wait.
In, Hong Kong, in.
Line out time then, it's taken well, and then the pass down the scrum half. Just petering out a little bit at the end. Hong Kong, China, back in possession. They've mixed things around a little bit there as well. A couple new faces on to the field. They're going to be under pressure here. Etta Kwong got the ball in her hands. She's got 3 kicks. Taken quickly, and you can hear the instruction already from Jessica Wei on Ho, saying get it away quickly, and that's what they've done. Sunday Ho Ziwood races away on the outside. Well, you heard that shout of go quickly. They've certainly done that. And Hong Kong, China have pressed the accelerator once again, extended their advantage here on pitch 1. Now it seems to be a question of how many. There can't be too much time left in this one. They have extended the lead up now, 34 points to 0. Again, it's one of those cute kickoffs that we saw in the first half, but this time Wooden Spoon Marauders are alive to the danger and get themselves a penalty. Taken quickly, and one of those in it when it's not your day, it's just not your day, and that's a disappointing way to bring up the final whistle. But in some ways it rather sums up the fixture. Wooden Spoon Marauders doing an awful lot of good work, but not able to hold onto the ball for long periods of time. It's Hong Kong China Dragons hitting back from their defeat in the opening round to get a win on the board and give themselves a shot in the final round of fixtures of making it to those cup semi-finals. We now turn our attentions to Group A in the Women's Elite competition, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Well, the wind has picked up again here. Nearly had our commentary notes taken away from us and out onto the field, but we're continuing the Women's Elite competition. It's the Boom Beavers taking on the Wild Dogs. We wait for our officials to make their way onto the field. It's felt a bit lonely up here in the commentary box so far. I think it's safe to say today for myself and Wilf, but we finally have some friendly faces coming and joining us. Great to have you. How excited are you for this one?
Very, very excited. So there's some familiar faces in Beavers that we know from playing with Wild Dogs, and also it's a very big game for the two of us because we are very big rivals. We have had each other's mascots stolen by each other, so this one means quite a bit, but yeah.
Definitely means a fair amount. Friendly rivalry off and on the field. Like you said, there's obviously players that have played for both teams all over the place, but some really good experienced players that have got PWR experience, Prem 15's experience, but have got an awful lot of experience on the 7th circuit as well. You're probably more Wild Dogs affronted than the Boom Beavers team, but give us a rundown on some of those players for us to look out for.
So definitely Kirsty Exley and then also Alex Kane. So they both made their 50th cap today for Wild Dogs, so big game for them. Also we have quite a big amount of OA's players in our Wild Dogs team today, so coming off the back of that win at Twickenham for the Papa John's Cup, they're full of confidence today.
They will be indeed, and that ball has gone straight into touch, bouncing away from the restart. Thanks very much for mentioning that one. I was doing a lot of work with Richmond this season, so that was a little bit of a difficult one to take, but a great final and a great occasion at call it Allianz Stadium now, don't we, which is quite annoying, but we all know it's Twickenham, but a great occasion and showing the very best of Championship rugby. Wild Dogs then looking to get things going. Katie Johnson there, forced to ground in the end, and the Wild Dogs are going to look to go from deep. Boom Beavers won, lost one so far, and Wild Dogs still looking for a first win of the day. So pressure on, and also Boom Beavers knowing that a victory hopefully should see them into those cup knockout games a little bit later, and they've made a fast start. They've got the opening score, and it's Bluebell Nichols that's gone in under the sticks. work to do for Wild Dogs, but there's plenty of time left on the board.
Oh, massively. That was just a bit of a soft defence from us, but we can definitely massively improve on that.
Two Wild Dogs trying to play out from behind their own line, but try for Boom Beavers. And then you're going to see if the conversion go over. Did the conversion go over?
Just taking a moment there, just look through both teams, have a little look at who's involved. A few of us up here in the commentary box now. And Wilf giving me a taste of my own medicine for how much I was annoying him in his stint earlier, coming over and checking the team sheets.
I was going to yell down the microphone to you. Both Beavers without the best player. They're the forward with both legs so fast. Kaz Casadova not going to go. So interesting to see what they do out there.
So there is the man with the knowledge. All the knowledge, but it's great knowledge all the same. And unlucky, it was a wonderful break up the touchline. But the boot just hit the whitewash as the Wild Dogs look to launch an attack of their own. We'll see what happens here from this line out. Taking their time over it. Now, as Wilf was saying, if you weren't quite able to hear because of a little bit of the feedback, Boom Beavers without the player of the tournament from the last two legs. But at the moment, it's not stopped them in the opening minutes of this match. It's a good carry up into midfield from Sophia McDonald. And the ball out to Jess Dadds. Well, there was space, but the Wild Dogs initially tidied it up well. Oh my goodness, how on earth has she got through there? Chloe Broom with a Houdini act, whistling, weaving, and somehow going through a gap that looked like she had no right to get through. And Boom Beavers extend their advantage here. Great score from Broom. 12 points the lead now. Conversion coming. That one drifts wide, so a little bit of work for the Wild Dogs to do there. But yeah, Chloe, like I said, everyone knows everyone on the circuit. Chloe Broom's got that experience with Saris, with DMP, but one of those rock solid players that you love to have in your seven side.
Oh yeah, massively. Everyone hates playing against her because we all know that she can make something out of absolutely nothing. So just trying to make sure we pin her down and get her onto the floor is going to be key in the rest of the game.
So that is going to be the key. There's still plenty of time to go in this one. I think in fairness, Wild Dogs have not really had a touch yet with any attacking gusto. Been stuck down deep in their own 22 and they've lost the ball from the restart again. McDonald tidied it up. Broom, that time she's marshalled well. And now Boom Beavers look to come back the other way. It's a big carry coming in there. Mira Brooks, and they're fighting and scrapping, and they're 5 meters away from the line. And surely the opportunity out wide, a simple 2-on-1. There's a polite round of applause coming in from the far side as that score goes in. And Boom Beavers have their third of the day. Work for Wild Dogs to do then, Chloe, but whilst we're waiting for the conversion, and I think half-time may be nearly upon us, not quite, but you said about the two girls that are playing their 50th today. 50 in any form of the game is a huge achievement, but to get 50 appearances in sevens is massive. Talk to us a little bit about the two of the girls.
Yeah, so Kirsty and Kano are probably some of the players that you always look up to when you play sevens. They're very experienced on the circuit, and everyone loves playing with them. You always look to them on the field to make something out of nothing, and you know they're going to be there on the inside. So yeah, they're very well deserved 50th for both of them today.
Well deserved, but they'll be hoping that they can try and give themselves a little bit more of a present for that 50th appearance. Their side have got a lot of work to do, especially now they're in there in goal and it's bouncing around. Oh, for a second there, Boom Beavers thought they might have been given an absolute gift of their own, but in the end, Wild Dogs do just enough to ground it. But it is going to be a 5-meter scrum and pressure on again.
Yeah, we're trying, but it's hard to because on this. The other ball boys have gone on the other one. Yeah. So, we've got more boys now trying.
Ball boy gate going on down below us at the moment as the ball goes in from Broom. She's seen the gap. Is she going to use her last player? She doesn't need them. steps inside and nonchalantly sticks that one down one-handed. Broom's got 2, her side have got 4. And that's impressive play from the Boom Beavers. Plenty of good players across both of these squads. And that one sails over. Feels like the longest half of sevens I've watched in a long time. It's still ticking on. But 26-0 the score now. Talking about those Boom Beavers players, not here today, but Bonnie's Ballers, their team in the Women's Open tournament a couple of weeks ago at Oxford. Jojo Vasaki Weiwei, sorry, I should say, playing for them. Harlequin senior development player. Got player of the tournament in that one. Then rocked up to Melrose Sevens a week later in a Harlequin shirt. Her first outing in the Quinn shirt, and picked up player of the tournament in that one. She will be back. She's in that pre-season group of Quins at the moment. Which is why she's not here with us here today at Shelford. But she'll be back involved, I have no doubt, at some point between now and the end of the Lit Super Sevens series. But watch out for her, a name to watch out for in sevens and 15s. That one, well, it's on the money in the breeze, it bounced out, and that is the break. 26-0 the score then at the break. Boom Beavers, I think it's fair to say they've been quite dominant in that opening 40. They did have the wind at their back, so there is time. Plenty can still happen. And yeah, Chloe, how would you sum up that first half? It looked like Wild Dogs struggled to get any territory, and from there that was it really.
I think the Beavers were so on it with their attack and also in their defence, just striking us down here, there and everywhere. So we just need to look at trying to find the space, get the ball out wide, and trying to make some plays from there and see what happens. But yeah, Beavers are just on it at the moment.
Let's see what happens then. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Anything can happen in sevens, anything can happen in 7 minutes. 90 seconds to boil egg, probably boiled, what's that, 4.5? But we'll be back with you very shortly for the second half.
Are you happy to say the next one?
Yeah,
so
fine.
I was going to say back underway for the second half, but it's gone straight out on the full. So free kick for Boom Beavers. As Chloe was saying in that first half, plenty of experience, plenty of exciting names as well to watch out for in this Wild Dog side, but they've just got to get their hands on the ball. That's a brutal fend coming in, the offload is good. Broom's wrestled to the ground by Ella Broadfield. I think I'm right in saying Exeter University's Ella Broadfield. Here come Boom Beavers again then. McDonald looked to get it away, looked around and decided to go route one. And there's Broom. Lovely little wrap around, and now the opportunity's been created. Esme Newton freeing the hands to Becca White. And she's under pressure, but she won't be denied. There's a 5th try of the match for Boom Beavers. We've seen some wonderful handling so far in this one, but that was just about Route 1 rugby.
Oh, massively. That's Route 1 rugby, that's getting the bend, that's trying to make get through the space, so she absolutely smashed that. But we just need to work on our contact a little bit for the rest of this half, I think, and trying to get some points on the board.
Points on the board, then definitely the goal. I think smash that is probably the perfect analogy for that, because the moment Becca White got the ball in her hands, she had no doubt in her mind she was going route one. Didn't matter who she had to use as a speed bump. She was going straight through and getting over the line for her side. Back underway again then. Bluebell Nichols it was. And now there's Exley. We've barely said her name with ball in hand. But an opportunity now for her and her side to build some much needed possession and ball in hand, and then I've cursed it straight away. Commentators curse in all of its glory there. The moment you give it a shout out, the ball goes back to the opposition, and here come Boom Beavers again. Searching for the outside edge. That tackle is a really strong one, and I have to say, I think that's a tad unfortunate there. Abby Jones looked like she'd released the ball before she went into contact. It doesn't matter too much in the end with that knock-on coming in. An opportunity from the scrum here with some fresh legs coming on. Chloe, I might have cursed it, but we did get a little sight there of what Kirsty can do when she gets the ball, and it's really dangerous. Like you said, to get the ball in your hands.
Yeah, she's one of the most dangerous players we've got. A bit of commentator's curse, I definitely think. But yeah, once we get ball in hand, the girls are unstoppable, so I think just making sure we keep simple passes, straight to hand, try and play edge to edge, and we can get there.
Well, edge to edge, as Chloe was saying, you can see both teams have been searching for that edge and trying to find it throughout this one. Here come Boom Beavers again. Big tackle coming in, and then the ball is spilled forward. The knock-on advantage is coming, so they're going to want to play it. The ball seems to be a little bit like a bar of soap out there at the moment. It's not raining yet. I might have cursed that one again. If I have, I will apologise to everybody that is here in attendance today. But Wild Dogs will have the ball. Time off at the moment though, as a player down, just receiving a little bit of treatment on that far side. Whilst we're waiting on that, Chloe, we've talked about sort of the depth that both squads have got, people being switched in and out, but for people watching on at home, how important are those substitutions during a match?
They're so important, so making sure that when you're giving it all your all, you've got people you can rely on to come on and give it all their all as well, and make sure that everyone's giving 100%, and it also adds that everyone's diverse in how they play, and it adds that bit of flair, and everyone can add their specialties, so whether they've come from 15s or they just play predominantly 7s, it allows that mixture of different talent and different skills to be shown on this pitch, like what's going on with Beavers and us today.
It is a full squad game, and Wild Dogs needed to make use of an extra player from that squad as well. Abby Jones, it's good to see her back up on her feet leaving the field, but off as a precaution having stayed down there. Katie Johnson then was initially looking for the wraparound. Now she gets the ball back. And that's beautiful work on the outside. And now the opportunity, now the pace. Adina Hunter is not going to be stopped. Well, Chloe, you said that your side just needed a ball in their hands and they would be deadly. They've proved you right there.
Oh, massively. She is one of our deadliest players, definitely. Just making sure we've got those connections that we had between Baker, straight to KJ and out to her. Insane. We just need to make sure we're continuing to do that for the rest of the game and try and get some more points on the board.
Points on the board, the name of the game. Points difference could also be important at the end of the day. We're saying earlier on against it was Oxford a couple of weeks ago, Shogun and Hammerheads ended up drawing, went down to points difference for who actually got through to that final. So every point does count in the grand scheme of things. It might not feel like it at the moment, but it could be a really important try.
Oh yeah, massively. The girls know that every single point they score counts towards something, so making sure that we're not trying to focus on that pressure, but you've always got it in the background when you are playing.
Katie Johnson then with the ball in her hands. England under 18s, Saracens as well. It's been picked up beautifully, and Baker with the ball in her hands. And Baker, well, I was going to give her so much credit for the footwork to get over the line. She looks like she's in a little bit of pain there, the way she went over, so hopefully she's okay. But 2 strikes, 2 tries. A really impressive play again, but a little bit of concern down there for Alex Baker.
Oh yeah, massively. Just the way she landed, hoping she's okay, but she is one of our standout players. So coming from Loughborough, she's been with us in the Wild Dogs for years, and she's just an unreal talent, and everyone's happy to have her around all the time.
We'll take a brief pause whilst Baker gets some treatment down in that in-goal area. It's a wonderful, vicious step off of that left foot to get away and get the try. It will be conversion to come, 31-12 the score. They're going to take the conversion anyway as it stands, and then we'll just wait to see what our referee says. So no extras. There are now 7 players back on the field, but treatment in the backfield still for Alex Baker. We'll wait to see what our referee wants to do, whether we're going to continue or whether we'll have a little bit of a stoppage. We are going to have that stoppage. I think the ball boys have done a bit of a favour there with the lack of a ball in the middle of the field. Alex Baker is now back up on her feet, which is good to see, walking a little bit gingerly as she makes her way back off, making her way off under her own steam, which is the main thing. Johnson gets us back underway again. It was all Boom Beavers for most of this game, but there's been 2 brutal counter punches come in from Wild Dogs. Can they find a third and just start to put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit here on pitch 1? Broom, she was stepping left and right and back and forth, desperately trying to find a supporting player. She found one in the end. And Boom Beavers come again. Broom picking it up, getting the ball out to the supporting players, and now they can build again from distance. Playing around here, toying with that Wild Dogs defence. And I was about to say, oh, that's really clever play coming in there from Anstead, but there was a knock on, and that is the end of the match. A bit of a strange way for it to end. And in the end, Wild Dogs have the last say, but it's Boom Beavers who come away with that victory, give themselves an outside sniff of getting themselves involved in those top placings at the end of the day. Chloe, that was an attritional game. I know you'll be disappointed with the result, but some really big green shoots for your side at the end there with 2 wonderful tries.
Oh, massively, and it's always about developing that connection within your team and developing good plays. So even though the score didn't go our way, having those green shoots is all worth it, because it keeps showing how important sevens is during the summer and as a circuit for all these players.
And before we move on to the next game and we talk you through that, you talked about the circuit there. We've got a few minutes until this Shogun fixture gets underway. How important is the circuit? We know what's been happening with the wider sevens landscape at World Rugby level, but how important is it that the Sevens circuit keeps growing and developing like it is here in the UK?
Oh, it's massively important. It gives people the ability to be able to show what they're like at sevens and express themselves in a different form of rugby, and also the amount of girls we've had overall through the circuit that have progressed from playing summer rugby up into GB or whatever team they're in has been unreal. So being able to keep the sevens going, keep developing and nurturing these players, and be able to test where women's rugby and where men's rugby can go in the UK is extremely important.
And it really is a global game as well. I think see there's the Algarve tournament going on at the moment as well. They definitely got the better end of the stick than we did with the conditions we've got here, but a wonderful occasion, and this is also going to be a wonderful occasion. It's Shogun against Vikita Hammerheads. We're going to take a very short break on the mic whilst we get our teams ready, and then we'll be back for this one. This is going to be a mammoth contest. Well, this one feels big. Shogun against Hammerhead. Shogun are victors last time out in Oxford when these two sides met in that super group. It finished 27 points apiece, and Shogun progressed to the final by virtue of points difference. And when I say every try count, it literally was. It came down to 4 points, the difference between Shogun and Hammerheads on that points difference and the qualification. The Hammerheads have made a fast start here, and this is big. Shogun, well, they should be through, such is their points difference. 2 wins from 2. Hammerheads 1 win from 2. That was over the Wild Dogs. So Boom Beavers are going to be watching on here, seeing what happens with points difference, seeing what happens with the result. And as Anna Burke converts that one and puts the Hammerheads 7 points to the good, they're still going to be under a little bit of pressure here because of the points difference that was generated by Boom Beavers in that last outing. That ball is bouncing and bobbling about, and Shogun picking the ball up, spinning it and flinging it out. And now the step and the foot race and the track back. Oh, this is nip and tuck. Who's going to get there? It's Shogun, who respond instantly under the sticks. We've barely got a minute on the clock. We've had 2 worldy tries already, and we've got a game on our hands. These 2 giants of the Women's Elite Series are already serving us up another classic.
That's 7 points apiece.
We're back underway. Level at 7 apiece. And it's suffocating defence from Shogun, looking to try and force the turnover. And they've got even better. They've managed to force Hammerheads into touch. And now have the attacking opportunity here. Was Ree Parker, former Wales Sevens player and Wales Rugby League player, that went in for that try for Shogun. And they're wasting no time at all, trying to get ball moving quickly. Picking the opportunity, pinning the ears back, and now the foot race again. Nobody is going to stop Bethan Atkins. And the Wales under-20s international races in under the sticks, puts her side into the lead. And the picture changes once again in Group A in the Women's Elite Series. Rampton taking her time over this one. Slots the extras, 14-7 her side lead. And pressure is on Hammerheads. What have they got in response? They made a fast start. They're going to need a fast comeback. Just waiting for the ball to come back, and well, that one bounced and bobbled around, and Rampton accidentally lets that go through the legs. Opportunity then, Anna Burkett it is. Fighting with everything she's got, but she's penalised on the floor. And Shogun take it quickly, but not from the mark. Back they come, says our referee. And they've opted for the scrum, looking to trust the power game here.
scrub there on the penalty. Quite interesting move. Maybe they're going to go for the pushover.
And there is barely time to think because Shogun, yet again, are flexing their muscles here on pitch 1. A wonderful score again. Couldn't quite see if that was 7 or 9. It was either Ree Parker or Jazz Rampton there, racing away for the try. And Hammerheads are in a big spot of bother. Confirmation that it was Jazz Rampton with the score.
You got it, you got it.
And the conversion attempt drifts wide. But Shogun really won't mind that one bit. Pressure coming on again. It's relentless at the moment from Shogun. And the referee then bringing an end to the first half. The power game has done the job, and Shogun are 19 points to 7 at the good at the moment. They seem on course to finish top of the group. And as it stands, Hammerheads are missing out on those cup semi-finals.
I'll go in middle.
You want a ball on each end? Yes, please, yeah.
Cam, give me a ball.
If I know, mate, balls in the middle's fine. Ball in the
Yellow.
middle. One on each corner, yeah. Or one ball in each corner, a ball in the middle.
I just did the right corner.
French people, please, anyone who's French should be on the pitch.
Well, the joys of live sport, our team sheets we've got up here in the commentary gantry have been blowing this way and that way over the last few minutes, but we have managed just about to hold on to the team sheets for these two out on the field.
Here we go for the second half. It is the Shoguns currently leading the Hammerheads in the women's elite. 19-7.
Burkett drills that one into the air. Huge shot coming in. But the wraparound is wondrous. And the pace is exquisite. The tackle even better though. Shogun starting at a race and not. Surely they've got to score here. Surely they've got to go in. There it is. It's Emma Hennessy, the number 5, with that distinctive red bow in her hair. She extends the lead again for Shogun. The conversion is good. And Hammerheads are staring down the barrel here of a huge shock in what has been a brutal group of death, I think it has to be said, in this women's elite competition. Shogun, Hammerheads, Boom Beavers, Wild Dog Alpha, all in the same group. That is brutal. And it really has been survival of the fittest to try and get through in this one. Even if Hammerheads do pull off a miracle comeback, Shogun are still guaranteed of their place in the knockout stages later on today. There's Louise Burgess on the ball, getting it out wide. And a first touch in anger then for Georgie Lingham, the GB7s international. Eloise Hayward, a GB7s international in this Hammerhead side as well. Rasheen McBreen, Leicester Tigers and Ireland Sevens. There's some big names in this side. There is Hayward, getting it out to Burgess. And that is a monster tackle coming in. And eventually, Burgess is just given a dainty little shove into touch, and the referee and the assistant referee have said that it was high, so it is a penalty for Hammerheads. And Hayward skipping and coming away one-handed, gets it away. And now the phase is being built. Hayward spins that wide. It's a Hail Mary of a pass. And the pressure is coming on here. Shogun are putting on a clinic. Lingham buffeted backwards in the tackle. And Hayward picks it up. There's an offside penalty coming her side's way, so she goes quickly with it. It's bouncing around, and Rasheen McBreen now with the ball in her hands. A back row in the 15s game. Some engine on her as well, but she's been penalised. Holding on, the turnover was good. And Shogun come away with it. Bethan Adkins with the carry. Uli Barry the next to have a go. And Parker, she's shown that the only way she knows so far this afternoon and this morning has been Route 1, but she's penalised there. No, the connection doesn't quite work there between McBreen and Pearl Kelly, the Philippines international, but it did go backwards. Lingham has to go fighting for it, and McBreen comes away. Hayward carrying that ball one-handed like a shopping bag, drifting in the breeze, and it's worked wonderfully for her side. They're up to halfway, but a crucial tackle comes in on the far side. And Shogun showing that they can do it in attack and defence. And you do feel now, the scoreline as it is, that the hopes of the Cup semi-finals might be starting to drift away from Hammerheads. Still plenty of time. And they will look to respond in the plate competition, but at the moment, it's not going their way. That one has gone forwards. And everything Shogun have touched so far has turned to goal. Everything Hammerheads have touched, sadly, has turned to Shogun possession. You can see Hammerheads shouting there's 8 on the pitch. They are right. And there's a bit of a miscommunication there, so Ree Parker eventually makes her way off the field. Shogun have got a 19-point lead. They don't need an extra player on the pitch as well. But we're all sorted now, and it's a mess at the scrum. Shogun do well to get it away. And the pressure comes on again. Maddie Major is onto the field for Hammerheads, but Shogun are flexing their muscles here, drawing a penalty as well for a high tackle. That's the second time this has happened in the match so far, not taking the ball from the mark as they wanted to keep injecting pace into it. Scrum time then, and Shogun have got themselves a free kick. And in the end they've decided that's enough. Job done, top of the group secured. Shogun go through to those cup semi-finals, going 3 from 3 in the group. And well, we keep saying that this has been a group of death in the women's elite competition, but it's taken a victim, it's taken Hammerheads, and they drop down into that plate competition. That is a huge, huge shock. So coming up later in the women's competition then, in the cup semi-finals, we'll have Shogun taking on Hong Kong China Dragon Sevens as it stands, and the Lillian Amazons taking on Boom Beavers. Two wonderful matchups to come, and then some wonderful matchups to come still in the men's elite competition as well. Next up then here for us on pitch one, it's going to be the Godfathers against Wild Dogs. They'll be hoping to go one better than their women's side did a few moments ago and pick up a victory in this one. So we'll be back with you very shortly with the dulcet tones of Wilf Kemsley.
Score final winnings of the last round. Oxfam 22, Cambridge University 30.
We're back then for more action from the men's elite competition, and well, it's a knockout game here between the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack and the Godfathers. Noah Jassie's and Preston McFarlane alongside with this one. Noah, pretty high quality event throughout, but these are two sides of serious quality, and we're expecting to see a really close game.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing them warm up, I mean, their passing, everything about them just looks like it's going to be a great game, and look, we can see there, like, just finding gaps out of nothing, just doing really well.
Well, there's 3 former St Joseph's College students in the box, and one making the tackle there, Jamie Light. But a long ball out wide, still has the Godfathers rolling on. Oh, what a step! He gets back to his feet, and the Godfathers are over, and that is the opener. This would be a huge result for the Godfathers against a very talented Wild Dog side. Preston, you play out wide yourself. That's a pretty remarkable finish.
Yeah, to be honest, that was really good. The difference between 7s and 15s is insane. The speed and the skills you got to have is just so different.
Indeed, that kind of aggression and leg drives, keep yourself alive right on that touchline. Let's put the Godfathers out in front, and it's Alex Jones looking to add the extras. Off target, so 5-0, the score remains. So it's going to be the Godfathers to get us back underway as well. These kickoffs have been pretty key. Of course, the Godfathers in that pink and black play against the Wild Dogs in the white. We saw their women's team in action just a few moments ago. It's their men's side still hoping for a place in the cup final. And here is Light again. Loves that goose step, and he's almost through the hole. What an offload, put down. Missed opportunity for the Wild Dogs, and will the Godfathers punish them? Second knock on there. So I think we're going to come back, and it's going to be a scrum for the Godfathers as they look to go further ahead. Just having a look at this men's elite division, and well, the Wild Dogs, they need a win here, and they need the Cavite Rugby Academy to do them a favour and to beat the Tsunami Assassins. What a start to this game. Scrum then for the Godfathers. No, they just keep their width so well here, the Godfathers. That's going to really test the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the winger here with the very vibrant orange boots. He's holding his width way wider than the Wild Dogs. And look here, it's going to come out wide hopefully, and we'll just see how it's just going to expose them.
Nice footwork though from the Welsh under-20 international, Scott Del Nevo. And they do go back to the short side, lined up, but the ball is free. Over the top they go. And here goes Bonnick. Oh, well, the ball is loose. And the man who grabbed the first half hat-trick in the Godfathers' last appearance against that Cavite Rugby Academy is forced to hand it over. It's going to be a line out for the Wild Dogs. Well, there's some serious talent in the Wild Dogs side, even if they were defeated in surprising fashion by the Assassins. They're behind on points difference by 15, level on points, so a big win is what they need. At the moment, they're behind. Little show and go. Might free up the space. Del Nevo gets back well.
Scott, leave it. What's blowing? What's blowing? Go yourself, go yourself.
And then a snipe down the left-hand side. Away they go. This could be the Wild Dogs on the board for the first time. It's Oliver Chandler-Sullivan. He's been in action on the series already in Mavericks colours, but this time Chandler-Sullivan for the Alpha Pack has an equaliser and a chance to put them in front. Preston, that's just good game awareness to spot the space and snipe down that blind side.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to watch your blind side, and it's unpredictable what could happen in sevens, so you just got to take opportunities, really.
And that's exactly what the Wild Dogs have done. Chandler-Sullivan forced to cough it up. Well, a draw does them no good. This is the chance to put themselves ahead through Ali Reid. Reid, oh, it's calling the wind, but it's just clipped the flag at the top of the right-hand post and gone over. That's 7 on the board. Wild Dogs in front. But unless the Cavite Rugby Academy can pull something special out of the bag against the Tsunami Assassins elsewhere, the Wild Dogs will be exiting the competition. Well, can you believe it, Noah? The score has come through on Tornify as this game rolls on. The Tsunami Assassins have beaten the Cavite Rugby Academy. So in order to win this game, in order to progress through the cup, the Wild Dogs need to beat the Godfathers by 38 points.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one for them to catch back, especially with the quality of the Godfathers.
Up gets Light and he taps it back. Oh, it's the try scorer, Chandler-Sullivan, caught hard there. Reid, and now a chance maybe for the Wild Dogs to start working towards that big score that they need to overturn this points difference deficit. Reid rushes up to play scrum half. Williams. Chandler-Sullivan goes direct, but he's met well by Alex Jones, who's there at the breakdown looking to disrupt. Penalty goes to Wild Dogs. Williams, dummy switch with Reid. 2 outside him. Oh, it's just behind the winger. Preston, if you were out wide for the Wild Dogs, you'd be upset with that ball. He was free and away.
Yeah, I'd be very upset, but you just got to hold your depth considering there's a lot of wind, so you just got to anticipate it well.
He didn't hold his depth there, as Preston McFarlane has said, and That's a missed opportunity for the Wild Dogs. So Tsunami Assassins here in Group D beat the Cavite Rugby Academy. So they sit on 6 points, level with the Godfathers, but behind on points difference. We've got results from the other groups. Group A, Oxfam Nexlot have topped the group. Boom Beavers down to the plate after losing to the Hammerheads. In Group B, it's the British Army through as winners, with Apache through in second place. The Mavericks and Fiji Warriors yet to play, but the result doesn't matter. And in Group C, the Preseli Barbars, the Welsh national champions, are through after beating Hong Kong China. Hong Kong do make it through to the Cup quarterfinals. So this is the final quarterfinal spot up for grabs. A win here would see Godfathers top the group. A big defeat might see the Wild Dogs sneak through on points difference. But at the moment, a win by just 2, not enough. That's how things stand, as again, it's Del Nevo looking to break the line. Still Del Nevo. Takes on Ali Reid. To the short side they go. There's a man over here.
Step out.
Chance for Rumans to stretch his legs. Rumans gets on the outside of Reid. Harry Rumans is going to put the Godfathers back in front. No, that's a top finish.
Absolutely, it just shows the Godfathers keeping their width and just how it's just going to expose them and absolutely punish them there. Lovely try.
Bit of a dagger in the heart of the Wild Dogs here, who could be dropping into the plate. But it will be a hotly contested plate with the likes of the Boom Beavers and the Wooden Spoon Marauders also falling into it. No wins for them so far today. At half-time then, the Godfathers are going to go 3 from 3 as things stand. The Wild Dogs need a turnover of 38 points to overtake the Tsunami Assassins and make it through to the Cup. Preston, it's not looking likely at the moment, but anything can happen in the game of 7.
Yeah, anything could happen, but in the next half, 38 points is probably unlikely, but they can give it their best shot.
That's all they can do and try and grab some momentum heading into the plate. 7 minutes still to come here in our most recent game from the men's elite division here on the second leg of the Lit Super 7 series in Shelford.
We have men's social game. The Hunger Sevens versus LU Sevens. That's coming up after this match. Second half of which we're going to be very shortly.
Well, a win in its own right might not be enough to see the Wild Dogs through to the Cup competition, as they'll miss out on points difference. But it would be great momentum going into the plate. On the other hand, the Godfathers, who lead at the moment, could secure a perfect start to their Division 1 ambitions here on the second leg of the elite circuit of the Lit Super 7 series. Alex Jones to kick us off again. Good contest, won by the Godfathers. And Harry Morgan Grant, real talisman for the Godfathers, is back onto the field. He's at scrum half. Hard line, but it's been knocked on in the process by Jack Connor. Noah Jassie's still with me for this one. It's unlikely that the Wild Dogs are going to get what they need from this game, but how important is momentum in these long knockout tournaments?
I think when you're facing up against opponents this tough, just putting on a big performance will really carry you through to the next games and hopefully win that plate for the Wild Dogs.
It's certainly in their grasp with a mix of trophies up to grab, plates and cups across all 5 divisions here. As the Wild Dogs drive into contact, stripped. And the Godfathers have it back. Burnett, just wheeling around his man. Dragged down by Lance Baton, but still in possession. Again, taking on the Wild Dogs, but can't beat them. Connor wants another hard line, skips past the first defender. Good defense from the Wild Dogs, and they turn it over. Penalty goes their way. Quick tap. And here's Light, looking for the switch, skipping around men himself, and he earns another penalty for the Wild Dogs. Dylan Munro, looking to go quickly. Oh, that's another penalty, and maybe a yellow card. Wild Dogs looking to go quickly, and the man on the ground got himself involved. So it's Jacob Wood sent off, and I think the referee's going to call a scrum. This is better from the Wild Dogs, and well, they've forced that yellow card out of the Godfathers.
Yeah, they're just taking it slow, absorbing all the impacts in the middle of the field, and now, yeah, just working their way up the pitch and forcing the Godfathers to make errors, which could be costly for them.
Scrum, just shy of the 22. Dylan Munro, poised at first receiver, just drops into the pocket, and indeed it is a snipe round the corner from the scrum half. And then Light takes it direct. Oh, the call is to go wide. It's just been flicked off the deck, almost a knock-on, but wonderful hands from Ali Reid. Driven on by Alex Adun. Munro. It's Merv Lowe. Lowe on the switch inside to Rick Van Balcom. That's a huge shot from the Godfathers, and it's been turned over. What a hit that was. He goes down in uncomfortable fashion, but unbelievable defence now.
Oh, absolutely. A man down as well to show that strength and hard work to just be putting in those shots left, right and centre. No, really good work, really good.
And it's kept out the Wild Dogs, whose hopes of heading into the Cup quarterfinals are slipping away. They may have to settle for a place in the plate. And it's a scrum to be fed again by Alex Jones. And again, the Godfathers dropping in behind the scrum, maybe looking for another snipe. And indeed, they do go down the blind side. Jones almost away, Low over the ball. Second man in there for the Wild Dogs has stolen it. Great turnover from Lance Baton, and he wins the penalty too. Low weaving his way forward. Great read from the Godfathers, but some lovely hands to tip it on. But the pass can't be held. Ewan Richmond did all he could there to try and keep the play alive. But it's going to be turned over for the Godfathers, and there's some tired bodies out there now after a long group stage.
Oh no, absolutely. A long day of sevens, especially on this kind of pitch, gets your muscles going. Those cramps are going to be killing them now.
And indeed, there are a few scattered bodies in both colours. Well, we'll get started with a scrum for the Godfathers. It'll be fed by Harry Rumans, already a try scorer in this game. Godfathers looking for another score from inside their own half. Lowe and Rumans just getting acquainted. Here's the feed to the open side, and a hint of a 2-on-1. Nice footwork. Lowe makes the tackle. Good yards made for it by Cottrell and company. Oh, put down at second receiver. Chance for the Wild Dogs to counter. Munro. Low. Whips it over the top. Across comes Horton to cover. rolling on the deck, sneaking those extra yards. Idun beats the first man, still driving. Great work from Alex Idun. Low. Oh, show and go, puts a man to deck. Great work from Richmond, and they're up over halfway, the Wild Dogs. Little flick out the back, goes to ground, but Low might have a bit of space. Richmond. Godfathers hunting, and they turn it over. What a second half it's been. One for the Sevens purists, perhaps. Not high scoring, but very physical, Noah.
Yeah, no, there's some immense shots coming in, especially with the Godfathers one down. They're going all out here. They're just really making sure that the Wild Dogs don't make that 38-point lead back.
Finally returned to a full complement of both sides. And it will be fed again by Rumans. They're set as wide as they can be down this left-hand side, the Godfathers. Scrum's a little bit of a mess there, and Rumans is under pressure. Horton comes flying in to support. Dug out by the Godfathers. Just a slip there, allows them over the ball. Under pressure, just on the edge of their 22. Wild Dogs hunting for every ball, but they've pushed it too far there, and it's going to be a yellow card, absolutely, for obstructing play. Oliver Chandler-Sullivan, who opened up the Wild Dogs account, heads to the bin, and that's just a sign of the day they've had, perhaps. No, are a bit frustrated overall.
Yeah, the frustration kicking in, that's just silly play. You can't be doing that. I mean, especially against a high-quality team like this, you're just going to get punished.
Scrum called, smart decision, up a man. Godfathers will seal it with another try at this stage. Up next on this pitch, we return to the men's social competition for a game that is less than social. It's a real rivalry between Ongar and LU Sevens, who have met multiple times on the Lit 7 series over the last couple of seasons. But for now, it's the Godfathers who are just going to run it out and seal victory. It's an undefeated effort in the group stages for the men in black. But for the Wild Dogs, they've slipped into the plate from just one win in total. They will be competitors in that second tier competition, but it's not the day they will have wanted. Noah, thanks for joining us for this one, and well, enjoy the rest of the Shelford Sevens, but your final thoughts on that high quality encounter?
Yeah, like you said, just to repeat, high quality encounter. I think the Wild Dogs put up a massive fight against a top Godfathers team, so credit to both teams and good luck to the Godfathers in the cup.
We'll be back for a bit of action for the men's social competition. It's the final round of the group stages. It's Ongar taking on LU Sevens.
We've got Ongar Sevens. Now we're playing LU Sevens. Ongar Sevens, put your hands up. Ongar, are you in the yellow tops? Yes, excellent. That's a good start.
So we're into the latter stages of the group stage in the men's social competition. It's Onga kicking us off in the blue, pink and yellow trim against LU7s in the navy and pink. It is LU7s who win the free kick from the kickoff, and it's a quick tap by Manny Hilton. And they're on the offensive for the first time. Here's the captain, George Harris. Hilton. Oh, long ball over the top and a hint of space on the outside, and that's all they need. First score for LU7s. Excellent pace down the left-hand side. And they've already opened the scoring. LU7s will have one more group stage game to play after this one at 3:20. But a win here would seal their place into the semi-finals. Top two sides from each pool make it through to that semi-final stage. At the moment, it's Shelford and the Ravens who are top of the pool over in Group A, with the Gladiators chasing them down. Onga, this is their final chance for some extra points, and they need them to overtake the Rummans and indeed this LU side, who both have a game in hand. But a victory here for LU7s will seal their place in the Cup semi-final. Skipper George Harris, though, from the kickoff, has given away a free kick. Try scorer was John O'Rabuka as well over that far side. Oh, brushing off the first tackle. Nice little run from Morgan Jackson. My mistake. Oscar Busby opened up the scoring over on the far wing, as a penalty has been given in LU7's favour. Griffin puts it in behind. Oh, what a chase this is by Hayward. Hayward gets the second nudge on. This could be a wonderful score. Hayward! Oh, it's just beyond him at the very last. How close was Hayward to touching down there? One of the Maidenhead contingents that make up this LU side. It's another one, Jude Griffin, looking to turn it over, but the penalty goes Onga's way. Chop tackle comes in. But Onga looked to spread it wide. Harrison almost breaks through. Hayward gets a hold of him. John O'Rabuka all over the ball, but not legally. Reese Williams. Here come Onga again. One try behind in this crucial game that they have to win. And that's a bit of a miscommunication there. That's given quick ball for George Harris, but too quick for the referee. There's a man down for LU7s, so that's why no quick line out could be taken. It's Jake Rawcliffe, the vice captain of the Henley Hawks, who's down. So, at the moment, it's a strong start for LU7s, who lead by just the one try. This could be Onga exiting the cup competition in the men's social competition. But they have a chance with LU7s playing Rummans later on after this game. If Onga win, then they are through on 9 points, because one of LU7s or Rummans will likely drop points when they play each other later on. It's on the line for both sides. Good line out. And away comes Manny Hilton. Rabuka. Driving towards the 22. Harris in support. Quick ball for Rendell. Lofted over the top by Griffin. Oh, good control from Hayward, but it just rolls into touch. Forward pass regardless. So we'll come back for a scrum for Onga, who survive despite being under pretty persistent pressure. As exciting as it would be for this group stage to go down to the final game, LU7s will be desperate to avoid a straight shootout with Rummans Harris puts on the pressure. Turnover for LU7s. And George Harris takes the quick tap and puts in the fend. Taken by Griffin, who goes for the corner, and he slots it. On the roll, Jude Griffin just about gets it down. LU7s double their advantage. Onga at the moment, just not in the fight, not enough time with ball in hand. And it will be the skipper of Cardiff Met who will take the kick. Harris gets behind it, just wide of that right hand upright. So after this fixture, it's nothing but knockout rugby for the rest of the day from all of the various competitions. We've got finals, quarters and semis, as it's LU7s who might be scoring another. Big step off the left boot from Busby. Great work from Rabuka. LU7s looking to go 17 ahead with an easier kick for the captain, George Harris. Simple enough. Still with time to play in this first half. But LU7s are all over Onga. And this could be their tournament slipping away in their last game of the group stage. What a chase that is by Manny Hilton. Another Henley Hawk, and it's forced a knock on. Our next game is from the men's elite competition. It's a plate quarter-final between the Stunts and the Wild Dogs. And then at 20-2, our first final, the Sappers make it to a second consecutive men's open final, and they take on the Israeli side, the Heat. For now, though, it's Harris carrying it on for LU7s. Rabuka draws in 3 defenders. Surely some space somewhere for LU7s. Harris shapes to go to the cross field, but they know they've got time here. Rendell. Griffin on the wraparound for Hilton. Hilton's going to go himself.
Fantastic work again by LU.
Manny Hilton, the Henley Hawk, formerly of Bath under 18. Scores another for LU7s who have killed this game in the first half. Harris with the final nudge before half-time. Oh, what a kick. From way out on the right-hand side, Harris adds the extras. What a performance by LU7s in a crucial game for them. This win will secure them top spot in the pool, with a game still to come against the Rummans, who they play later on. This result at the moment will knock Onga into the plate. Can LU7s hold on and secure a place in the Men's Social Cup semi-final? We'll wait and see. Live here at the Shelford Sevens.
Thanks very much, Dave. Thanks for the invite. I hope you're all having a great afternoon. This looks like a wonderful event, and it looks like the weather's holding on. The Shelford Festival of Feast has the, to give it its full title, in case you're not familiar. It's a local event that raises money for children, if you're the local children, don't like to talk about it. And this year we're running between the 5th and the 12th of July, inclusive, down at the Shelford Rec. I'll just run you through the programme, and we are selling tickets on site today. A special highlight is on Wednesday, the 9th, Rattlesnake Johnny and Unreal Crew, world famous. It's going to be a special event. So we're hoping a big the Rattlesnake Johnny and Unreal Crew will be there, food, and lots of activities and dancing. You can buy tickets on our website, and you can buy tickets today, and there'll be no booking fee. You buy today on our website or here. So let me just run you through the week's events. Starting off with the 5th of July, Saturday.
Deep kickoff by LU7s, recollected by Onga, but intercepted. Rendell. Well, that's gone loose, and it will be back with the Onga 7s. Tough start for them. Scrum to come.
Almost straight through to the evening where we have the local fortune today, Scott Mills. Scott Mills himself will be in the tent at Shelford Road before the live concert on Saturday the 5th. Sunday the 6th is feast day, so that's pretty much a tradition.
Well, this is a tough position for the Onga Knights to find themselves in. Secured the ball from the scrum, but looking to play from on their try line against LU7s. Bit of space for them down the short side. There's the handoff that might free them. Cross comes Nielsen to make the tackle. Penalty for the Onga 7s. Here goes Jackson. Jackson accelerates through. Jackson with one man to beat. What a foot race this is. Busby catches his man. Jackson frees the offload. Put down. Great defense from Busby. Despite the advantage, LU7s turn it over again. What a chase from Busby. Well, the number 10 shirt has been crossed out on the team sheet. Scored twice in the first half. It was not Oscar Busby, because here he was there, the Brunel University man, racing back to make the shot on Jackson and deny the LU7s a point on the board.
There's also a fringe event on Friday at the church, St. Church in Shelford.
LU7s looking to go coast to coast. That was a tough pass for Busby, right on the toes. It's returned to the Onga Knights, who have a scrum in a promising position. Scrum to be fed by Michael Anthony. Anthony, it's a bit of a mess, but Onga win the penalties. Quick tap from Anthony. Jackson, with a man outside him, goes himself, puts in the fend and scores for Onga. Onga on the board. Faint hopes of a comeback for the men in yellow and blue.
Thank you for that, David. We're on pitch one. Onga have just got to try to bring it back to 26 points to 5.
Still trailed by 3 converted tries, Onga. But never say never in the game of sevens. It's Bailey Albert onto the field. And he hands it off. Free kick on halfway. Onga Sevens offside from Michael Anthony's kick. That's disappointing. LU Sevens looking to kill this comeback before it really starts. Rendell. Phillips. Oh, direct from Rendell, and he slips the contact and finds an offload. Away goes Bunce. Bunce with a man in pursuit. Creasy forced him wide, and then out of nowhere comes Mathams to make the shot. LU 7 still in possession. Good hands from Rendell, who whips it over the top. Nielsen puts it down. Great defence from Onga. Freddie Mathams gets back in the last minute to make a huge tackle, and then it was put down out wide. Bit of fight from Onga, who get it back again, even if it is inside their own 22. There was just an announcement made on the tannoy to say there will be a 20-minute break after this game, so I'll have to wait and see who turns up here on pitch 1, but trust us here at Next Gen 15 to react accordingly. Pressure piled on by Lucas Dance, and he forces the knock-on. The Reading Rugby Club man has won it back for LU Sevens, another former London Irish Academy player. That's the mantra of LU Sevens. A lot of former academy lads who are playing at university or decent club level, just looking to get some more experience and show themselves on a higher stage. And it's Dance who opens things up here. Bunce. Oh, what an offload for Phillips. Wrapping round the corner and scything through a hole that will put an end to Onga Sevens Cup ambitions and secure LU Sevens place in the semi-final. Phillips off target. Referee puts one finger up, a minute to go, but LU Sevens will taste victory here. Offside again from the kickoff. It's the third time that's happened here in this fixture. You'd think they'd learn. Alas, is Bailey Albert. Oh, a little show and go from Albert. Onga still have it. Galvin looking to slip his way past Nielsen, but Nielsen has it back. Referee waves play on. Nielsen slips off the tackles and then chips it in behind. Nielsen and Rendell on the chase. Nielsen flies in. Over the ball go the LU Sevens. Onga have it behind their own try line. Bit of space down the left-hand side, and now we're into broken field. Oh, he slips the tackle. Away goes Will Kerwin. Kerwin on the inside to Creasy. Creasy chased down by Hayward. And Hayward's over the ball and he's stolen it. Luke Hayward. Quick tap as well. Hayward has the freedom of the Shelford grass to find his space, and then he is unceremoniously dumped by Albert. LU still going here. That offload is off target. It rolls into touch. And finally, this rather thrilling contest comes to an end. A few minutes of madness towards the end, but the result never in doubt. LU Sevens through to the Cup semi-finals. Onga drop into the plate, but they will be competitors in that competition. So the next time we'll see the men's social competition will be Cup final time. For now, though, it's back to the men's elite competition for a plate quarter-final. The Wild Dogs taking on the Stunts. That's the next game live in pitch 1 at the Shelford Sevens. So, a public service announcement from here in Shelford. The game between the Wild Dogs and the Stunts, scheduled for 2:20, will be instead in 20 minutes' time. That's the first round of the men's elite division plate quarter-final, due to kick off at 20:03. We'll keep you updated with all the changes live here following an injury delay on another pitch. The player themselves is sitting up and receiving attention, but that long delay means there is a slight shift in schedule. 20 minutes until the next game live here on pitch 1. just knocked out of the competition, taking on the Stunts, still hunting for their first win of the series. Alongside me is the co-captain and today's coach, Joe Patterson. Joe, so close to beating that Beavers side. Having chatted to a few of them, they admitted that you probably should have taken the game, looking to get something out of this plate competition.
Yeah, absolutely, Wilf. I think we've had a pretty strong tournament, although results haven't reflected that. The boys have played really well actually so far. Showed a lot of heart, a lot of effort, so I can't ask much more really.
For now though, it's the Wild Dogs on the offensive. Switching back on the inside, away goes Josh Law. Law, oh, what an offload over the top. Here's Jamie Light. Little goose step, turning on the afterburners. Across comes Bunton, flung back on the inside. What an offload for Baton, and eventually gets it down. That is a remarkable score. They've gone a long way with some wonderful offloads in there, especially that little pass over the top from Rick Van Blonkum. That was pretty impressive. Well, not the perfect start, Joe, but you've got to admit, that is some score to open up the Stunts.
Listen, we all know the Dogs play with it as you. Yeah, they're a good team, a good outfit. They always have a good performance out of the series. So we knew it was going to be a tough game, Wilf, but listen, we need our big man Rocky on the wing. I'm sure he'll do some damage if we get the ball to him.
We'll have to wait and see how the Stunts can respond. It's a pretty stacked plate competition. The Kita Fiji Warriors, Wooden Spoon Marauders face off in another quarterfinal. The Boom Beavers are down here, taking on the Kaiviti Rugby Academy. CNCF Sevens just about dropped into the plate. They take on the Mavericks, while in this game, of course, it's Wild Dogs against the Stunts. But plenty of points on offer here in our second leg of the elite competition. Well, Joe, let's talk about the stunt selection process, because you've got a team out in the Algarve as well. Where have you found all these willing Sevens players?
So we're based in Birmingham, but yeah, you're right, mate. Our main team is actually out in Algarve. But these boys, they've jumped in last minute, to be fair to them. As I said, mate, listen, they're wearing the shirt with pride, but they're dotted all over, really. We're a Birmingham-based team. But listen, all these boys have put on the shirt today. Look at Ollie go, the big man, shifting. He's loving it. Prince down the edge.
And Sube steps back on the inside. He's got Giglio in support, but he won't need him. Oh, he finds Giglio in the end. Oh no, it's been put down. Prince and Sube was away for the Stunts, but Giglio, try scorer against the Boom Beavers, has spilt it. Joe, you've got your head in your hands. That one is getting pre-recorded by every single member of this side. Ollie Giglio's got some work to do to get back on to the good books of the coach now.
I'll be having words, mate. I'll be having words. Bless him. He's a young chap, but we just need to teach him how to put down a ball.
Sprinted in support of Prince and Sube, the Zimbabwean. Oh, turnover at scrum time. Just doesn't come this time for the Stunts. Well, it might not have been the perfect end result, but playing in the right areas, Joe, that's a great response after going behind.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Listen, Prince, one of the lads that stepped in today, he's phenomenal, mate. Really jinky player, quick, skillful. He's definitely one for the future for us, 100%.
It's another dramatic scrum where the Wild Dogs are in all sorts of trouble. Now behind their own try line. Oh, the little banana kick through has the Stunts back pedaling. Well taken in the end by Todd Revel. Penalty goes the way of the Stunts. George Bunton in support, and he takes the quick tap. Bunton, nice footwork. Sube, Revel, surely this time. Right under the sticks go the Stunts. Prince and Sube again involved. They're level again with a kick in a perfect place. What a quarter-final we've got. This is a competition the Stunts could really do something in, Joe.
Mate, listen, what a response from the boys. I said it from the word get-go, being on this commentary, Wilf. They're working hard, a lot of effort. They're definitely wearing the shirt with pride, mate. So I could be pleased, could be more proud.
There's the full complement of 7 as well. So the Stunts back into this hotly contested contest with the Wild Dogs. The whole thing's been shifted back by 20 minutes, of course, which means our last game of the day will now be at 20-7. So it's going to be the kick to equal to take them in front. Stunts now 2 points up as Joe Patterson heads to the edge of the box just to give some instructions to the Stunts team as they're on defensive duties now. Monroe. Oh, he's been stripped. Looking for the offload. Light comes back to make the tackle, but here's Giglio. And Sube. Hunted down by Lowe, who turns it over himself. Here's a response from Idan. Back against the grain comes Josh Law. Here is Light. Little Goosey again from Light, dummies the switch. Oh, again it's dispossessed. Third turnover in quick succession finally. We will have a scrum. A little bit scrappy at the moment, Joe, but just growing into the game still.
Yeah, I think so, mate. I mean, Dogs are putting us a bit of pressure, moving the ball quite well, but we're a scrappy team, mate. We're a Birmingham side, as I said, Will. So, listen, we know how to put up a fight, absolutely. And the boys doing well. Prince absolutely dominating the pivot role in the middle there.
What can he do from the base of this scrum as the Stunts look to feed it? Our next game, of course, is the men's open final between the Sappers and the Heat. But for now, we stay in the men's elite division. And it's dug out for Bunton. Bunton goes direct. Almost through. 2 in white to wrap him up. But here's Nsube to the open side. Stepping back in goes Tom Ward. Ward almost away. Lowe looking to get over the ball. But it comes the way of the Stunts. Here's Rocky, the big man. Tap tackle by Idan. Still, it's Stunts in possession. And Nsube, high line speed, so it's chipped in behind and the race is on. It will be won by Monroe, who looks to open it up here. Here's Idan, stepping off that right. And Idan going direct, but he's got both Buntons to wrap him up this time. Lowe digs it out. Monroe straightens up. Monroe almost through. Bunton just about keeps hold. Lofted over the top. Oh, there's a foot in touch. Just trying to go a little bit too fast and too furious. The Wild Dogs, and it's good defence by the Stunts in the end. Well, there's a man down for the Stunts for now. It's George Bunton, just receiving a bit of support. Well, Jay's a man down for now, but both Buntons playing very well so far.
The Bunting brothers, mate, they're good lads. They've come in, they're playing absolutely phenomenal. One's a winger, one's a 10. Listen, they've both got different skills, mate, but Lewis on the edge, absolutely bombing it down, and then George as well. Fantastic at moving the ball, so both jinky feet, mate, as well, so that's good.
Well, that step in touch will take us through to half-time here in this quarter-final. It's a narrow advantage enjoyed by the Stunts. What a great start to the knockout stages here at the Shelford Sevens. At the moment, in this men's elite play-it quarter-final, the Stunts hold the narrowest of leads with 7 minutes still to play. So the second half soon to get underway between the Stunts and the Wild Dogs. Stunts lead by 2. Coach Joe Patterson, well, it's such a close game, Joe. You're going to have to head down and lead your side. But thanks for being with us and best of luck in the second half.
Mate, Wilf, as absolute pleasure, mate. It's been good seeing you again. Yeah, got to go hopefully coach the boys and see what they're up to.
Absolutely. Best of luck, Joe. It's the Stunts who lead by 2. It's a Wild Dogs kickoff, but a place in the plate semi-final is on the line. It's as close as it can be, as you expect things to be in these knockout stages. Lowe will kick us off. That's a tester. Great take from Giglio. And immediately they look to spread it wide and find that man Rocky again. Rocky fends off low, and he's in behind. Rocky's away. It done in pursuit. Oh, he brushes him off. This could be the moment. Ball back on the inside. Lewis Bunton, the perfect start for the Stunts as they go further ahead. Exactly what Joe was saying in that first half. He wanted Rocky one-on-one. And you can see why as he brushes off 2 defenders and puts Lewis Bunton into score. Full complement of 7. So it's 14-5. The Stunts now lead, looking for their very first victory here at the Shelford Sevens. Came so close to taking down the Boom Beavers. Just missed out. Finished bottom of the pool. But they're back fighting the Wild Dogs here. Kickoff to come from Prince and Sube. Try scorer Lewis Bunton leaves the field. What a start to the second half for the Stunts. And Sube. It's not going to go 10 yards. It's straight out regardless. So it's going to be a free kick on halfway. Here goes Jamie Light. Nice little step off the right boot from Williams, but crashes up on the 10-metre. Light. Through the hands they go. Switch on the inside for Baton. Light again. Skips away from one. Looks for the offload, smartly keeps a hold. Put under pressure by Todd Revel. And around the corner come the Wild Dogs. And Sube makes a crucial chop on his opposite number, Williams. Good counter drive by the Stunts. But a penalty, collapsing the breakdown. That's going to be a yellow card as well. Off goes Niall Demel. And this is a tough spot for the Stunts as the scrum is called. Scrum time. The Stunts under pressure. They lead by 14-5 in this plate quarter-final. It's a Wild Dog scrum. They make it a first receiver. As wide as they can go. Josh Law, he's put it down. And it's been regathered by Reed with the first knock-on. Regathered by Todd Revel, I should say. Scrum for the Stunts, good defence from them. Missed opportunity for the Wild Dogs. Will they come to rue it? Prince and Sube has played every second of this quarter-final. Wild Dogs still down to six. The Stunts, of course, down to 6. Spits out for Nsube, who flicks it up to Revel. Not a lot of options on here for the Stunts. It's a strong drive beyond the 22. Double shot, man over for the Wild Dogs. But it comes the Stunts' way. Knocked on at the base. That's a tough call. But referee out in the middle in the best spot of all of us to see it as it was dragged back. Scrum for the Wild Dogs. Stunts still down to 6. Wild Dogs have got to take this opportunity. Edun back onto this right wing. It comes cleanly for the Wild Dogs. And getting his head down is Oliver Chandler Sullivan. Sullivan's over. Chandler Sullivan with a big score that puts them within 4 points with the extras still to come. It's a crucial kick from Ali Reid. Oh, it just fades wide of the right hand upright. A gust of wind at the very last denies the Wild Dogs 2 points, but they're still within a score. And it's going to be Ali Reid to take the kickoff. Stunts return to a full complement of 7. How long is there left for the Wild Dogs to turn this around? What a nudge that is. Taken cleanly by the Stunts, but a big shot puts them under pressure. Oh, and how on earth has it come the way of the Wild Dogs? Oh no, it's a scrum on the 22. In the Wild Dogs' favour, this could be the game. The tension runs high here. Last-ditch substitutions for the Stunts. Can they save their tournament? They lead by 4. But the Wild Dogs have a perfect opportunity here to turn the tide of this plate quarter-final. And Sube piles on the pressure, but it makes its way to Chandler Sullivan. And now Reid. Reid takes on both Buntons. Penalty. Quick tap for Oliver Chandler Sullivan again. Step off the left boot. Beautiful from Bainton. There's the fend from Chandler Sullivan. Looking to free the hands and find Bainton. Is that a turnover? Oh, he's done it! Prince Sube wins it back, and now they're off. Giglio, where's the shot? This could be it for the Stunts. How long do they have to see off the final? Here goes Rocky the big man again. Flicked out the back door for Sube. Stunts just have to hang on inside their own 22. Knocked on, but it's a penalty instead. And it's a yellow card as well. What a turn of the books for the Stunts. Ewan Richmond is sent off for slapping it down. It's over. The Stunts have done it. They've stunned the Wild Dogs here in this plate quarter-final. Good sportsmanship from Leighton and Sube coming together at the end, but what defence from the Stunts to seal a famous victory for them. They are through to the plate semi-final here at the Shelford Sevens. What a moment for them. A win they will not forget. There is no time to take it all in though, of course, because we're straight on to our next game. And it's the final of the Men's Open. The Sappers, who were beaten by the Concords in Oxford, now take on the Heat instead. Next game, live on pitch 1, is the Men's Open final.
Women's, we have Cambridge women against Oxfam Lightning. So that's a match of
So it's the Royal Engineers, the Sappers in the blue and red strip, taking on the Heat in the blue and white. It's the Heat to kick us off first. We saw them very early on in the day here in a dominant win against Oxfam. But it's been taken cleanly off the kickoff by Semiratu. And what a ball that is to open up the Heat early doors. Excellent work by Meli Nawag. Big shot by the Heat, looking to turn it over, and indeed they have. Great work by the Heat, based out in Tel Aviv. And they've made it through to the Men's Open final. The first time of asking. Sappers, their second Men's Open final on the bounce, after being defeated by Concord, the Northampton-based seven-side, who were victorious in their first ever tournament. Now, though, it's the Heat who win the scrum, lifted off the deck by Vardy. Eisenberg, all the way wide to the paceman, Gur Levi. But he's well watched by Luke Balelavuka. Here's the skipper, Levinson. Oh, the pass has gone backwards there, and Berman's under a bit of pressure. Brought down by Mosese Mojo. Still the Heat, driven back to their 22, but looking to play out wide. Flicked out the back door for Gur Levi. Levi dances around two defenders. Just the sweeper to beat there. Brought down by Meli Nawag. Penalty for the Sappers. Big turnover by the captain, Sikeli Raiwa. Oh, lovely winding run. And now it might be on out wide. Big miss pass. Semiratu. Brought down by two in blue and white. Here goes the skipper again. Raiwa finds a pass. Oh, and they slip the net. Through goes Mosese Moji for the first score for the Sappers. Opening score for the Sappers. After losing that final last time out in Oxford, they'll be desperate to get on the board here. And it's the skipper, Sikeli Raiwa, who's going to nudge this. Clean conversion into the field behind here on the main pitch at Shelford. They're up by 7, the Sappers. Kick-off to come from Sikeli Raiwa. What a nudge that is. Certainly contestable. Tap back by Michael Eli. Oh, it's loose, but excellently regathered in the end by Levinson. Heat under pressure. Eli goes down the blind side. Driven towards touch, but he makes it to deck. Penalty, not rolling away there. Quick tap by the Heat. Back on the short side for Eisenberg. Knocked on. Good defence by the Sappers. In the end, they made it look very simple. And now they've got a scrum in a very promising position. Well, in this men's open competition, the Sappers saw off Mike Friday's Sons of Spartacus by just 2 points, whereas the Heat beat Burney's Ballers, that Boom Beavers secondary side, which is a turnaround for the books, because the Sons of Spartacus topped Group A while these two sides met, and the Sappers were defeated when they met earlier on in Group B. So at the moment, it's the Sappers reversing that result in the game that matters. Big ball over the top. And then cutting in against the grain. Come the Sappers again. They've made that look very simple, but it certainly isn't. Well, the Heat beat the Sappers by 12 points to 7 the last time these two sides met. The Sappers have already topped that score, going up by 14. It's a second try for Mosese. Can the Heat get back into this contest before the break? Point slotted by Sekeli Raiwa, the captain again. It's another fantastic kickoff that's causing problems for the Heat, and then ducking under the tackles is Gilad Vardy. So a chance for the Heat to strike. Levi skips around 2 on the turn, beats a third. Levi's opened it up, there must be plenty of space. Soft hands from Vardy. And another ball out wide. Away goes Idan Eisenberg. Eisenberg chopped down by Raiwa, but the ball out wide. Picks out willing runners. Best opportunity of the game then for the Heat, deep inside the Sappers territory. Omer Levinson at first receiver. Stein, backpedaling for now. Stein steps away from one. But now he's under pressure. In comes Meli Nawag. Oh, soft hands to find Eisenberg, but the ball is loose. Still the Heat have it. Hassled by the Sappers. Going to come back for the knock-on in contact. One more go then before the half-time whistle goes. Again, Burney's Ballers and Sons of Spartacus, the Group A sides that progressed through to the Cup, both beaten in the semi-final. And it was so close, just 5 points in it the last time these two met. So the Heat would be desperate to get on the board before the break. Here they come. Stein. Oh, just a slip there as Evrami looked to give it on the wraparound. Little hitch kick from Rosillo. It's a battle at the breakdown, but the Heat keep a hold. Oh, great hands again from Levinson, and Levi stretches his legs. Levinson back on the inside, looks to get on the space down the blind side, but forced back. Here's Vardy. Levi, the skipper Levinson. Oh, it's Grubbert cross field. Recollected by the Sappers, but look at the pressure piled on, and it's come loose, and it's come the way of Yehel Rosillo. Avrami with the offload, but snaffled up by Sekeli Raiwa, the skipper. The Sappers have it back and would love to take a clean sheet into the break, but it's a penalty for the Heat. Quick tap, referee's letting it play on. Wide they go, Stein over. Just before the break, Dan Stein on the end of Yeshai Avrami's quick ball. And the Heat are back in it, with a kick still to come. This is a testing kick for the Heat, but it's really crucial. This would take them within a try, instead of leaving them 2 in the wilderness. He's got behind it, but it's off target. At the break then, the Sappers lead by 14-5. It was 12-7 in the Heat's favour when these two teams met in the group stage. But here in the final of the Men's Open, after seeing off the challengers from Group A, the Sappers have turned it around and they lead by 14-5 with 7 minutes still to go. But this Men's Open final is certainly not over. 7 minutes still to play, live here in the final of the Men's Open at the Shelford Sevens.
again on pitch 5 to the left there, isn't it? That's like a farmer's field.
Here we go then. The Heat are very much still in this final, but they trail at the break by 14-5. But it could be the perfect start for them because Levy is away down the right-hand side, dummies the kip, skips on the inside of Raiwa. And the fastest man in Shelford, Levi, has opened up the scoring in this second half, and he will take the Heat to within 2 points. If Mayan Levinson can convert from right under the sticks. Of course, Levinson slots it from 5 yards out. All of a sudden, it's 14-12, and the men's open final has come to life early in the second half. And it will be Mayan Levinson to take the kickoff as well. Sappers well set to receive. It's a deep kickoff up to the 22. A miscommunication on that far side between Nasila Silla and Semi Ratu. They let it roll into touch. And now a chance for the Heat to disrupt. Short little line out, taken well by Nasila Silla, whose leg drive draws in 3 defenders. The Heat quickly over the ball. Penalty. Big turnover from Gilad Vardy, who takes the quick tap. Rosilio brought down on the 22. Eisenberg. Levi skipping away. Taken to ground by the Sappers. This is the chance for the Heat to go ahead for the first time in this final. Vardy on the switch. Still the Heat looking for gaps. They might have found a bit of space. Instead, they nudge it in behind. The race is on. It's Zohar Baum who dives over. That's the score that turns the tide of the men's open. Zohar Baum freshly onto the field, chips it in behind and puts them in front. Well, at the moment, they lead by 17-14. But Mayan Levinson has the opportunity to stretch them further out in front and turn that 3-point gap into 5. Levinson hooks it wide of the left-hand post. So it's a 3-point game. The Sappers very much still in the contest, but they trail for the first time since these two sides met in the group stages this morning. Here we go then. Of course, a deep kick. This time the Sappers do keep a hold of it. And they take on their men at the first time of asking, and it's a dogfight there, which is won in the end by the Sappers, who keep driving on. Desperate forward at the breakdown, but it's flung away instead by Meli Nawag. Oh, what an offload round the corner for the skipper Raiwa. And then they're still going. Raiwa gets it back. Oh, this is wonderful sevens. And then look at them go. Just one man to beat. Outstanding sevens. And a hat-trick in the final for Masese. But that is exactly what you like to see from the Royal Engineers. As flair as you could possibly ask for. And they take the lead again in this final. Chance to go 21-17 ahead. Sikeli Raiwa adds the extras. Unstoppable sevens from the Sappers. Rarely lost for words in this line of work, but that was beautiful work. And it's going to take the Heat a lot to come back from conceding a score like that. Sikeli Raiwa with the kickoff again. It's short and contestable, but it's been knocked on into the path of the Heat. And down goes Thomas Bierman. To the short side they go. Might be on here for Eisenberg. Just brought down on the 10-meter. Sappers go hunting for it, but here's Avrami. Big Michael Eli takes them on the outside and shrugs off Sikeli Raiwa. Slow ball, knocked on the deck. Every single Sapper went up for that call when they saw it knocked on. What a moment for them. How long is there left for the Heat? Conversation to be had between the referees and their assistants in the meantime. Could be a change of call here. I think the AR on the far side has spotted some wrongdoing at the breakdown that may have led to that knock-on. This could be a huge reversal. And indeed, it's a penalty in favour of the Heat. Omar Levinson with ball in hand. Ranstein and Levi to his right. Dan Stein to his left. And here he is, Stein, whipping it on to Avrami. Avrami skips away. Brought down by Semiratu. Levinson. Bierman. Ranstein. Levi again. Well marshalled by a number of black and red shirts. That passes to the deck, but Dan Stein gets his dustpan and brush out. Yishai Avrami teasing the defense. Switch on the inside for Eli. Taken down. Bierman. Frees the hands. Here's Levi. Oh, it's a forward pass. And the bench below us goes absolutely ballistic. And this could be a huge moment in the game if the Sappers can cling on here. Just trying to listen in to how much time is left on the referee's watch. Final play is the word from the AR, as you can hear me conversing with those below us in the commentary box here at the Shelford Sevens. Sappers could be going one step further than they did in Oxford and win the men's final. The most important feat of the day for Sikeli Raiwa. He gets it away and they're going to jog it off the field. There goes the whistle. Melina Wag jogs off the pitch, pursued by the opposition captain Omar Levinson. But in the end, it is a victory for the Sappers. The Heat fall at the final hurdle. What a performance. So to come down from 14-0 to take the lead, only for the trophy to be snatched away at the very last. The Sappers victorious in the men's open final, and our first champions of the day have been crowned here in the third leg of the men's open competition on the Lit Super 7 series, and that victory will take Sappers to the top of the table in the rankings. A great day for them, but there is no time to bask in the celebrations because we are straight on to our next fixture, and it's a return to the Women's Elite Division. It's a plate semi-final. Can you believe Hong Kong knocked out of the group stages? They'll be taking on the Wild Dogs. Harry Scott Munro to take you through that one.
Women's Open competition time then, and as Wilf was saying, what a turn up this is. Hong Kong China Dragons, the runners up last time out in Oxford, but they find themselves in the plate semi-final taking on Wild Dogs, getting ready to get this one underway. And Jess Wei Oho with the little knock forward. Katie Johnson, bit of a daisy cutter of a pass as they look to fizz it wide. And now a first opportunity to try and stretch the legs. We're talking about Group A being the pool of death. Well, Group B in the end proved to be equally challenging. Hong Kong unable to make their way out of that one, but they've got a penalty advantage early doors here, and they look wide. And it's an opening score. It's Jamie Bork that goes over. Hat-trick last time she was on the stream. She's taken about 30 seconds or so to get herself over the whitewash there. Hayden, I've realised I've not actually introduced you yet to the viewers. Incredibly rude of me, but I'll pass over to you. Really good pressure there from Hong Kong. Great start.
Thanks, mate. Pleasure to be here. And yeah, suffocating defence turns into a penalty. Quick try. That's the game of sevens, though, isn't it? Fast-paced, put pressure on, get the rewards.
It really is all about that fast-paced play. You were saying it's been pretty fast-paced for yourselves today as well, non-stop in terms of the matches you've had, and a game to come in a couple of games' time. So you're with us to the next two, and then a big gap until your final game of the day. Talk us through how it's gone so far.
Yeah, we got off to a little bit of a slow start against Pacelli. Just weren't at the races to start with, and they were clinical. Fair play to them. It was a close one, 4 tries to 3. We then maybe a bit lethargic into our second and lost that one, unfortunately, and then got through to Hong Kong China. Tough game, but we ended up losing out by 1 point. It was 22-21, but excellent shift from the boys. We turned up, mentally was strong, energy was high, and we took that straight into our quarterfinal in the plate to run out 6 tries to 1 against the Fiji Warriors. So yeah, it was a good turnout.
Like I said, good turnout, been a good start. Maybe not the best start to the day, but it's been a good continuation now, and looking to finish on a high in that plate competition. So what these two sides want to do here as well. There goes the danger woman, Adina Hunter, but she's been penalised, and Hong Kong China look to take this one quickly. Bork gets it into the hands of Etta Kwong, and now the ball is released, and they're flying through for a second score under the sticks. Hong Kong China accelerating away, and it's Wong Zi Ying with the try. Any of the get your words out, Harry. We've had some notes written down here, and she said, "I'm silent." Well, she's made a big noise there and a big impression there with that score. Couple of extras as well from Lucia Bolton, 12-0, and Hayden Root 1.
Very much so. They are pressuring the breakdown very, very well, getting the just rewards and quickly recycling into space. And you just can't compete with that, can you?
You certainly can't. It's been ruthless and it's been efficient so far from Hong Kong China. And there's a player making their way off there, Stephanie Plunkett, who's limping a little bit as she slightly gingerly makes her way over to the touchline. We hope that's not the last we've seen of her today. Last time we saw Wild Dogs on the stream, they went down to Boom Beavers, but they showed a fair amount of grit and determination to pull back a couple of tries at the death, and she was an important player in that effort. Her side, though, are going to have to do it without her here, searching for that outside edge. Chantre that was, and there's Katie Johnson. Made her Saracens debut at just 18 4 years ago. Started for Old Albanians in that championship final against Richmond a few weeks ago at Twickenham, but their side have coughed the ball up. Alex Kane it was there, who's just lost the ball on the ground, and Hong Kong China suffocating them in defence. An opportunity here to strike again for a third time in this half. Brief delay for a shoelace being done up. That's Haruka Vuamatsu.
Right, Lee Ranco
And they're under pressure at the back of that scrum, Hong Kong China, and Bolton has to tidy up. Way-oh-ho it was with the initial carry, but then she's penalised. That's good play in defence from Wild Dogs, showing a fair amount of grit there, but then the ball is just coughed up again. Exley initially made a great covering tackle, but it's wave after wave of offload and defence, and there goes Pui Yi Lee, hauled down short, and then a crucial, huge turnover coming in with the line in sight. Hunter wastes no time in getting back underway here. There's Exley out the back to Johnson. And Johnson looking for that outside edge, but it's wonderful defence. And Bork does the job, forces her into touch. And Wild Dogs again at the moment, Hayden, they're just stuck in that 22, unable to really get any territory.
Yeah, definitely. The suffocating defense we keep talking about really is on. They don't relent, they don't give up, they're constantly talking, and that is, as Keen Sevens, your teammates talking inside and outside of you really makes a difference and really sort of solidifies what you have to do. You know, you got one job and you go do it. So you've got number 9 here. Number 9 is our Jessica Y. She's headed it out, little step on the inside. She's received the ball back again, and she's through. She's managed to beat that tackle to take it right under the sticks.
Wonderful individual break, and as Hayden said, it's Jessica Y right under the sticks with another score for her side. She used to represent Hong Kong in ice hockey, but she's doing the job at the moment on the Lit Super 7 series as well. I'll tell you what, I wish I had half as much natural talent as that to be able to play international ice hockey as well as Elite 7. Some athlete, Jessica Y. She showed it there with a wonderful finish.
Yeah, she really did. It was just a bit of a little wraparound, half weak shoulder, finds that, gets through, and the Wild Dogs really struggling to get out of their 22, aren't they?
They are indeed. We saw it in their match against Boom Beavers earlier. The initial passing's been really good, but they've just been struggling to find that outside edge and find any territory to give themselves a sniff. They have got a penalty here, though, not rolling away. And they've taken it quickly. So now a first opportunity to actually get into the attacking half. Seems crazy to be saying that this far into the opening period. They're having to hunt for the ball now, and Exley picks it up. You can hear the call, move it, and Broadfield, she gets the ball on to Abby Jones. She's just unable to hold on to it, and that is the half. And well, Wild Dogs have waited pretty much 7 minutes for an opportunity in that attacking half, lost it forward at the end there, and they're 19-0 down. Work to do at the break.
visit the Shelford Feast.
Seven more minutes to come in this one then, and then we'll be turning our attention to the Women's Elite Cup semi-final here on the stream. Shogun, our winners last time out in Oxford against Akuma Savvy Panthers. That one is going to be a game and a half. This one's been pretty good so far though, but it has in truth been one-way traffic for Hong Kong China. And they've got an early penalty here, Exley penalised. And that one's been called back. Wing Key not taking the ball from the right mark. Hong Kong China content then to slow this one down a little bit. Scoreboard is on their side, so now they look to use it. Bolton with a wonderful pass, and now the step back inside into the attacking half. Bolton again, referee, fair play there, ducking out the way of the ball. That one could have been getting clipped up on socials for weeks, but he saved himself the embarrassment and the pass and the show. And this is wonderful play, beautiful play from Hong Kong China. And it's Etta Kwong reaching out, a desperate last-ditch tackle. But she has not quite got it down at the end. We were listening for what the referee had to say. And you could see the hand going out there. She was tackled, went to deck, and then reached out. So a let off for Wild Dogs. But again, the pressure is relentless, and they're going to lose a player here. Exley, she can't believe it, but they've been mounting up against her side. And Hayden, you were saying in that first half, it's that power game from Hong Kong China, and the amount of penalties that are going against Wild Dogs now, it was coming.
Yeah, it definitely was. You feel like Hong Kong's out there playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. Didn't expect to lose that last game against Savvy, but they have been absolutely ruthless, and they go over in the corner again, and that's Sunday in the corner, dotting down. Lovely try, quick movement. Can't deal with it, can you?
You can't deal with it at all. Yet another try for Hong Kong China. Well, Wong Zi Ying scored in the first half. She is a woman of few words, just told us she's silent before the game. Sunday Ho Ji-wan has said she's very noisy. Well, she's been making an awful lot of noise on the field there and getting a deserved try. As the rain starts to lash down, the breeze starts to come across a little bit. Oh, to be honest, it's a typical British summer's day, isn't it? All 4 seasons in the space of about 30 minutes. There's a ball boy just stood on the pitch, almost wondering what on earth's just happened. It was bright sunshine when he ran the ball on 30 seconds ago. And that rain is now lashing down out there. That's come at a horrible time for Wild Dogs as well. Makes the conditions so much harder as they look to try and respond. But they're going to get an early opportunity to do just that here with the free kick. Georgie Richardson then takes it and goes. And it's a huge tackle that comes in, and the pressure is coming on here. Not much space, very few options, and Gbemi Adeoya Shawole picks it up, pins her ears back, and nobody's going to stop her. Wild Dogs have been searching for that outside edge for the best part of 10 minutes, but they found it to devastating effect there.
They really did. Really their first opportunity, and they managed to dot it down in this not quite nice conditions, but maybe that might suit them. Might slow down the play from Hong Kong. If they've got better ball security, they might have a chance to creep back in this one.
There is still time, and that's the important thing. You can score so quickly in the game of sevens. That conversion attempt, though, isn't going to help. 24-5 the score, but at least Wild Dogs are giving themselves a sniff. And as Hayden was saying, this sort of condition, having to keep the ball tight, could suit the power game that Wild Dogs have been looking to try and use in the middle of the park to open up space. I'll tell you what, I am very glad that we are undercover at the moment. Hayden, you've got a match coming up in about 40 minutes. All I can do is say sorry, because as it stands, it's not going to be pleasant for you out there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to clear out a bit. Looking over on the mountains to our left, and it looks a bit hazy, so I think we might be in for a bit of rain. But we are on pitch 1 for our plate semi. A little bit unsure of our opponent. I think it might be Stunts, which could be a good bit of fun. There's a few boys I know on that team, so it'd be good to run up against them.
A good bit of rivalry to come. A good bit of rivalry here. It's Wild Dogs back in possession. And so far today here in Shelford, when they've scored, they've tended to score in blocks of consecutive tries. So can they do the same here? Adioye Shawoli again with the show and the go. She's hauled to ground by Lucia Bolton, and the ball goes begging. And a knock on in the contact. Hong Kong China survive, and it's thanks in no small part to the intervention from Lucia Bolton. The referee calling time off as well. Player leaving on the far side of the field. It's another injury that Wild Dogs have picked up today. They've not had any luck at all. Abby Jones was down for a fair period of the game last time they were here on pitch 1. And there was a DJ and a barbecue and loads of great fun going over beyond us on pitch 1. You can literally see, it's almost like the passing of the Red Sea. Everybody has scarpered for their lives to get into the clubhouse. And for the 14 women that are currently on the pitch, they've got to stay out there for a few minutes more at least. That kick in behind is chased down, and Hunter has to go back. Done well there to ride that initial contact, and her side look to build again. But it's just suffocating play at the breakdown every single time. Bork's there again, the kick in behind, and now Bolton in a foot race, hacks it on. Hunter gets back, but she spilt it, and it's bouncing all over the place. Conditions making the ball a proverbial bar of soap. And Wild Dogs survive, get themselves the penalty, and Hunter takes it now, runs into contact and frees the hands. Well, that was a devious step there, and Wild Dogs are still going. Desperate defence from Jessica Y, clinging on to the leg, and Hunter freeing the ball again. The penalty going against her side. Jessica Way over the ball. Important intervention there, getting that turnover, just killing the clock slightly and seeing out the end of the game for her side. It's Hong Kong China who advance. Great performance in the end, and Hayden, that was built on an impressive first half.
Yeah, it really was. They were suffocating in that first half, not letting the Wild Dogs exit their 22, making them make mistakes and capitalising on every single one of them. And it was just a bit more of a professional performance in the second half, just seeing out the game. They knew they had it won if they kept to their straps, and they did that.
Exactly that. They'll be back for the plate final a little bit later. We're going to take a very short break just to reset, and then we'll be back with you for the Women's Elite Cup semi-final. Shogun against Savvy Panthers. You are not going to want to miss this one. It could be an absolute cracker. Well, the action is coming thick. Professional there, just dropping the mic, but we're back in the swing of things now. And we're underway here. Shogun sending the ball along. Danny Priest was unable to hold on to it, but it's tidied up by Eva Sterrett. Two Exeter University players in tandem there for Savvy Panthers. They had to do it the hard way. They beat Hong Kong China to get themselves to this stage. And they're going to have to go from deep early doors. They go boot to ball through Charlie Manns. Doesn't really go far, but it's come back in the hands of her side. And Priest is content to kick that one again, but it's only found Caitlin Lewis. And Lewis is set off, and they're freeing the hands, and it's an easy run-in the end. Annette Zully-Barry, the Spanish Sevens international, isn't going to be denied. And it was all Savvy Panthers in terms of that early possession, but one strike, one try, and Shogun's showing why they're the team to beat in this competition.
Yeah, they've really shown throughout the entire Lit series so far that they are a force to be reckoned with, and first opportunity, first try, all they needed.
It's a bit of a cheat code, isn't it, when you've got a Welsh Sevens international that's played Premier 15s rugby as well, and she unleashes a Spanish Sevens international to race through and get this try for her side. 7 points to the good then, Shogun. And Ramson then is taking her time at the restart. That one is on the money, as precise as it could be, but it's been knocked on. The hands have been freed, and it's a foot race now. Danny Priest has got two chasing her, but they're not going to stop the speedster. The Exeter Chief dives over for the try, and Savvy Panthers hit back instantly. Sometimes all you need is pace, and once you're gone, you're gone.
Very much so, and that's something that Savvy Panthers have in spades, and they showed it there. Little mistake on the off the kickoff, Shogun knocking it on, quickly picked up there, and then, as you said, Priest down the sideline, untouched.
Wonderful pace from Danny Priest. Outside centre in the 15s form of the game. And Charlie May Manns, well, no surprise that she plays 10. You can see it there with a boot like that to level the score for her side. 7 apiece then, but there will be a bit of time off here. Bit of treatment down there for Shogun's number 8. That is Mar Molina, another Spanish Sevens international. It looks like they wanted to carry on at the moment. Bit of tape going on to the leg for her. But that's what Savvy Panthers needed to do, Hayden. Shogun have been relentless there, and again, one strike, one try, and they've shown they're going to be right in the mix here.
Yeah, very much so. They, they obviously got the upset against Hong Kong, and they're carrying on as they left off. This little stoppage here may give them a chance to get their breather, but they're going to have to be on the money because, as we know, this Shogun team can score from anywhere.
Back on her feet then is Melina. A little bit gingerly, but as I say, the boot's been taped up. The boot has pretty much been welded back to her foot, the amount of tape that is on that right ankle. And the ball is going straight down her channel. Pressure on, she's taking it well though. And that's going to be a tester of the ankle. But it's more than up to the task, and Melina's more than up to the task. How on earth has she got through that? Mar Molina, well maybe it was all a ploy, because there was no doubt about that as she raced away. Her international colleague scored the first, she scored the second, and Shogun hit back instantly. Wonderful try.
Absolutely, she managed to hold her feet, kept holding on, pumping those legs, and broke free, and then no touching her after that, was there?
She was away and gone, and Rampton adds the extras, 14-7, the score now. And this one is heating up here on pitch 1. The other cup semi-final is happening just beyond our cameras and that main stand you can see on the stream at the moment as well. So once we're able to confirm who is in the Women's Elite Cup final, we will do. But there's a knock on there, the last thing that Priest needed. And it's been picked up by Shogun and Uli Barry. And they're still going, Shogun. They're 5 meters away now, looking to hit with a 1-2 sucker punch. And they've powered over the line. Surely they're there. Yes, they are, says our referee. A round of applause, a tap on the back, and it was all about the power game. And Shogun doing what they do best, hitting a team when the pressure is on. As you can probably tell, I am slightly delaying to work out the number on the back and give you the try scorer. It's Zoe Healy that has gone over. And again, she used to be a winger in the 15s game, but that was all about the muscle and the power.
Definitely, she took route one there. She saw 2 girls in front of her and went, you know what, I'm having you.
Exactly that. Wonderful play from Zoe Healy. Trust me, I'm not doing an Exeter University who's who today, but she is another that's come through that quite incredible pathway down in the Southwest. Had a couple of years playing for Worcester Warriors women as well before their demise. And she's out here carving up on the sevens circuit now. What have Savvy Panthers got in response then? They're going to have to go from deep. That's not going to help the little knock on. But that's the pressure that Shogun are putting on them there. It's a spilt ball by Pippa Robinson was putting the pressure on. It was Margot Cherrier with the dropped ball. But it's what happens when you're coming up against a defence like that. It's defending you outside to in, forcing you to have to try and make those passes. And conditions like these, it's always going to be tough.
Yeah, that umbrella defence really encourages you to throw that ball over the top. And in these conditions, with that ball, which is definitely a bar of soap, it didn't come to fruition for them. Shogun down the sideline, number 10, Zoe Healy, in for her second. Very quick, very snappy. Get to the ball to the edge, find the space, score a try. Simple as that.
It's a simple game really, isn't it? Zoe Healy then has got 2 tries in the space of a minute. Like London Buses, waited most of the day, and now she's bagged herself a brace. And it looks like we may be approaching the half-time whistle as well, with players taking on some drinks and getting themselves back into position. Coaches coming on, and Rampton misses her first of the game. But that is the break, 26-7, her side lead. And, well, Savvy Panthers did really well to stick in the fight, but then that's the strength of this Shogun side. Hayden, you were saying they've got so many players to choose from, men's and women's, can vary the way they want to play, and we're seeing here how good they are as a unit, not just as a side.
Absolutely. They have got strength in depth. They've built an incredible program, changed names, Samurai to then Shogun. Sort of, it seemed like a bit of a mature sort of decision to move towards that, moving into the next phase of their development. And you can see, because of their pool of players and the talent they've got available, they really can put teams to the sword, which they've done so far in this first half. You know what, but we saw it, that Savvy have beaten some quality opposition today, and they have it in them. Let's see what they can do in the second half.
A big second half to come, and then after that, one more women's fixture to bring you before we move back on into the men's elite competition. That's going to be the Women's Open Cup final, and Shelford, the home side, have managed to get themselves through, and they will be taking on Wild Dogs Impies in that final. For the moment, though, 7 more minutes to go here, and a place in the Women's Elite final awaits one of these sides. Shogun looking to underline their dominance, get back into that final again. Savvy Panthers, well, they've caused a couple of upsets to get here already, looking to cause probably the mother of all upsets if they were to turn this one around in the second half. There's plenty of experience in that side, so let's see what they can do. We're back underway then. Straight down the channel of Rampton. She fires away into contact. Penalty coming as well. And they've opted for the scrum. We saw Shogun do this when they were last on the stream as well. You've got that sort of advantage. 1, it takes players out of the game, but 2, it just starts killing the clock, which I suppose you can do when you're this far ahead.
Absolutely. 7 minutes can be a very short time, but can also be a very long time. And they're just eating away at the clock here, making sure that they are in full control of this game. And as the number one there, Liv Harrison, feeds the ball. It goes out to the center. Veering run out here to, I believe it's Zoe Healy again. She's away down the sideline. She's turning into a bit of a try-scoring machine today, isn't she?
She certainly is. Zoe Healy has a hat-trick in the semi-final. Shogun surely now have not just 1 foot, but probably half a leg as well in there. Cruising away now. And Zoe Healy, well, she looked like she was in cruise control there, going down the wing. Susie Flowers gave it as good as she could, chasing back on that one. But the acceleration from Healy wasn't going to be denied. Conversion drifts wide, but it's another 5 points on the board. And Shogun now in cruise control. Back underway then, Rampton. That one's booming into the air. And the pressure is coming on this Savvy Panthers side. Shogun really putting that pressure right into the heart of them now, and they've got the ball back instantly. No advantage coming. We'll come back for that scrum. This is some show of strength from Shogun going into that cup final later on today. And whichever team over on pitch 2 gets themselves into that one, they're going to be in for a tough assignment against this lot. Down the short side then, a 2-on-1 if Rampton wants it. She frees the hands, cut back inside, and Molina goes in for her second of the day. Dodgy ankle, what dodgy ankle? She was down for about 2 minutes in that first half, got up, scored instantly. And well, she looks absolutely fine now, flying in for another try. And it's the experience again, the international experience shining through.
Yeah, I think she got that magic sponge when she was down, and we know that magic sponge heals all, and it seems to have done so, because straight away, whenever she touched the ball, turns into gold dust. 2 tries so far for her there. Really running away with this one now. We've got 36-7, clinical, professional. They're here for one job only, and that's to win silverware.
They will want to win that silverware. They'll be smarting as well from a couple of weeks ago at Melrose Sevens. Stormed their way through to the final, came up against Harlequins. It's not often that you say that on the Sevens circuit, but in the end Harlequins edged them in that final, took home the title that day. But now an opportunity, Savvy Panthers fighting back. Charlie Manns it was, she's hacked through, she doesn't have the legs to get there, but the chase is exquisite. The knock-on has been forced, and a penalty coming as well. Wonderful play from Charlie Manns. And now it's taken quickly. Fighting and going there was Cherrier, the number 2. And then the ball was lost forward. And see the referee having a conversation with his AR. And a knock on with the try line, begging for Savvy Panthers. Disappointing outcome there. Not that I think it would change the way this one's going to go, but it would have been a nice little carrot for them to take home with them. Shogun then with the scrum in the shadow of their own posts. Under pressure, they get it out well. And what are the options here? It's a good old-fashioned toe poke through the middle. Cherrier it was that tied it up for Savvy Panthers. She's met with a welcoming committee, fights to get to ground and does well. There's Charlie Manns freeing the ball to Lowry Davis, but it's been picked off and intercepted, and it's now a foot race. Healy is looking for 4. She's having to put the jet heels on because Flowers is fighting with every sinew, but Zoe Healy gets there again. 4 in the semi-final, and this is now a demolition job from Shogun Rugby.
Absolutely, they have been absolutely clinical. They've made very few mistakes and they've also forced many errors, unfortunately, for Savvy. But whatever the outcome, I'm sure Savvy can be proud of the fact that they made this semi-final. Unfortunately, come against the red-hot favourites, aren't they?
They have indeed. Plenty more to come from this Savvy Panthers side, and potentially some of this lot will be showing what they can do in the Celestial Sevens on Friday at Richmond as well. The likes of Eva Sterrett, Danny Priest, Charlie Manns. She'll probably be at uni for the next 5 or 6 years. She's been there 5 or 6 years already. But plenty of talented players that could be carving up for a Hertfordshire University, an Exeter University, and showing what they can do next week in their university colours. That whole event is going to be on Next Gen as well as Rugby Pass. And that's going to be some of the brightest university prospects in the country going head to head. At the moment, that's a huge bright spark. It's Ree Parker, it's Route 1, it's brutal and it's clinical. Parker saw the gap, went for it, saw a player to use as a speed bump, and in the end decided she was going to keep going all the way herself, and her side are getting dangerously close to that half-century mark.
We keep saying it, but clinical rugby. Make a mistake, they put you to the sword. Much like their namesake, eh?
Much like their namesake, indeed. They're not quite going to have enough time to try and hit the 50, but I think they'll be pretty happy with that. 8 tries, 46-7, and Shogun are in to back-to-back finals in the Women's Elite Cup competition. Hayden, I know you've got to run over because you've got to start warming up and preparing for a game, but yeah, I think they underlined there exactly why they're the favourites for this competition.
Absolutely. They, you can tell that they get good coaching and they take on every word that their coaches say, because that out there looked like clinical sevens, and unfortunately you can't compete with that. When they're well drilled, they make barely any mistakes. They end up with the chocolates.
They do indeed. One more to go to tick off the list and go back to back. Fantastic performance. We're going to be moving on now to the Women's Open Cup final. Hayden, thanks so much for joining me. Good luck for the rest of the competition, and we'll be back very shortly. Before you go, 2 games, 2 high quality performances from 2 individual teams. Sum it up in one word.
I've said it too many times already, but clinical rugby, impressive. And yeah, thanks for having me, and we'll see you out there.
Brilliant. Hayden, thanks very much for that. We'll see you on the pitch very shortly as well. And now our attention turns to the Women's Open Cup final. We'll be back very shortly to bring you that one. Well, we're back then for the Women's Open Cup final. We will be joined by Chloe Broom as well. She's making her way up from pitch 2 from that other elite semi-final. So she's on her way up here now. It'd be great to get some of her insight. And a coin toss then between Shelford and Wild Dogs in this Women's Open Cup competition. Wild Dogs, they edged Fines Rugby now 22-19 in their semi-final. Shelford against Bonnie's Ballers with a 29-17 victory. It's Shelford in the dark blue. Wild Dog Impies in the purple. And we're underway here on pitch 1. Big initial carry coming in from Shelford. Putting the pressure on, and the ball works its way to Gisborne. And Gisborne in the scrum hat, checks and goes and darts over the line. Well, you can tell that they're the home favourites in this one, can't you? One of the biggest roars of the day here on pitch 1. And Charlotte Gisborne has wasted no time putting her side into the lead. Well, the try was majestic. The conversion, not quite the same level, but it's 5-0 to Shelford. And they get this one back underway. It's now gone through, so it looked like it was going to be playable for a second, but in the end, there was a Shelford foot on that ball. So the referee has called them back. And now Wild Dog Impies then with their first opportunity of the day. To look to launch an attack of their own. They've got a penalty here. Unfortunately, they haven't handed in their team sheet, so we'll just have to be calling numbers for the Wild Dogs. Chloe, I'll give you a second to get your breath back, because I appreciate you sprinting over here after your semi-final. The penalty goes against Wild Dogs, and Shelford come away with it again, looking to go from deep here and getting the ball wide to one of their speedsters, one of their key players, and she's pinning her ears back on route 1. What a tackle coming in on that far side. Wonderful defence. It had to be wonderful defence, because otherwise Shelford were away for a second score. Chloe, hopefully you've got your breath back now. Just about. Thanks so much for running over. Open Cup final, 2 really good sides, and Shelford, the home side, have been putting on a show so far today. It's been really exciting watching the Open competition.
Yeah, definitely. I caught the semi-final earlier, actually, the Shelford women against Boom Beavers, sorry, and that was a really great game. Great tackles and real pace actually from the Shelford team. They have some real gas in there, so looking forward to seeing what both teams can do now in the final.
Well, talking of real gas, there's some more coming in from Wild Dogs, and a vicious fend, but the offload goes forward. Shelford breathe a sigh of relief there. And you can hear there, that's exactly what this Shelford side wanted. Brilliant. You could hear the call going up, the defence, as they look to try and take this Women's Open Cup final. They won't be taking it far, they'll be taking it about 50 metres back into the clubhouse and putting it up with the rest of the trophies that are up in their wonderful club, Shelford. It's been a great atmosphere so far today. They're coming down the short side now, though. Duggan thought about the pass, got absolutely battered in contact, and then the turnover. So Wild Dogs looking to come back. Huge tackle coming in again. And they're fighting to get the ball away. It has gone backwards. And a knock on in the contact. And then a little bit of afters. And a penalty coming the way of the Wild Dogs. They waste no time in taking it. Bursting up the field. Oh, penalty not rolling away. Say incredibly unlucky there. I thought she'd released. An opportunity now as Wild Dogs free the hands, get the ball out the back, power up to the 22. Looking to go wide now. Trying to pull themselves back into this one, and they're going to do that. Jet heels on the outside, coming in under the sticks. And a conversion and an opportunity for Wild Dogs to hit the front. And Chloe, talk us through that one. Patient play, wonderful try.
Yeah, that's really good from the Wild Dogs, right from the turnover just on the side here, from a bit of hesitancy from Shelford. Really taking their opportunity, and great on 2 penalty occasions then to come away with the ball. Back-to-back penalties against Shelford, which I guess they'll be disappointed at, but great opportunity for Wild Dogs to come back into it, and they really took the opportunity out wide there.
Wonderful finish. They've added the extras as well, so they have hit the front. Ready to get back underway then. This one on a knife edge. 7 plays 5, and Shelford, after the fast start, now find themselves behind. Gisborne, the try scorer, looks to get it away. Messenger juggles it and is wrestled to ground. And she's directly below us. You could see just that realisation in her face that the foot was just going to stretch over the whitewash, and it was lost forward as well. So it's a scrum in a good attacking position here for Wild Dogs. Chloe, we were commentating on the first Elite Cup final, semi-final I should say, over on this pitch. Shogun putting an absolute clinic. 8 tries I think they ran in the end. You had an equally tough assignment over on pitch 2. Didn't quite go your way, but talk to us about this Liliana Amazon side, because they are so impressive.
Yeah, they're immense. I mean, just the way that they link up in play, the offloads. I mean, the rain was obviously pouring. It didn't impact them one bit. Throwing the offload, so much confidence in their play, and a super physical side. So we'll look forward to them against Shogun in the final. That'll be a great matchup.
Be a fantastic matchup. It'll be a great one to watch. Obviously one you would have wanted to be a part of as well. But there's a fair few players, let's say, that are experienced on the 7 circuit that are in their lineup. But what does it say about the growth of the Lit Super 7 series, how the game is growing at this club level, to have a side like that coming down, carving up? Shogun, we know what they can do. We know what you're like in that Boom Beavers outfit. So strong every single game. The strength in depth now is brilliant.
Yeah, it's great. And I think you see it in the results across the week. So obviously in Oxford, Shogun have come away with it in the final game, but below that, it's been hotly contested right across the board. And I think it shows how many teams are now up to that level, rather than one team running away with it. We're actually getting some really good games out, like this one now actually.
And talking about running away with it, it's a wonderful solo break, and Wild Dogs, from the end of the earth, they have ended up striking again. It's a blistering, searing break down the left-hand side. A wonderful finish, and they've extended their advantage out in this final. Shelford are going to be so disappointed. They've played so well so far, but they find themselves now trailing by 12 points to 5. Conversion isn't successful though, so it's just that converted try, but what a time to score right at the break to extend that advantage. And clinical, I think, is the word that Hayden kept saying for the last hour or so that we've been up here in commentary, but it is that word again, clinical play.
Yeah, exactly, and Wild Dogs have done well then to concede early on and then come back to be winning at half-time. It just shows, I guess, the momentum swings in 7s, that you can have a good start, but you've got to really ride out the entire game. So no, good job from the Wild Dogs there to come and be in a good spot at half-time.
They're in a great spot at half-time. And after this one, we'll be moving back into the men's elite competition here on pitch 1. What a quarter-final matchup that is. The British Army taking on Hong Kong China Dragons. And then after that, we'll be moving into the Women's Elite Cup final. Shogun taking on Lilian Amazons. That is going to be an absolute treat for you to watch at home. I'm looking forward to seeing how that one goes as well. And to be honest with you, I'm praying, touch wood, that the rain holds off for at least 40 minutes or so we get to see both of those teams in full flight. It's been a wonderful day so far. The third leg of the Lit Super 7 series. It's the second leg of the elite competition. And both of these teams then going through their key messages, all to play for at the break. And Chloe, you were talking about the depth that we've got now across the men's, across the women's. We were chatting with Chloe Langdale on the stream earlier about everyone knows what's happening at the elite international end of the game, but just seeing in the fact that Club Sevens is in such rude health at the moment is brilliant. And whilst there's those issues at the top, it's thriving at this level, and that's only going to keep growing.
Yeah, it's great to see, and to have such a great standard across the elite and open competition, particularly in the women's game, shows how much the game has grown over the past few years, and also how much investment is still going on at this level. As you say, at the higher end, it's obviously been a tough few weeks for them, but we hope that this can hopefully continue to grow with the buy-in that we have from all of the teams, all of the clubs, and all the sponsors around the game as well.
Very well said indeed, and a huge thank you to all of our sponsors and everybody here today. These events don't just happen overnight. There's a huge team behind the scenes with Lit Super Sevens, a huge team of volunteers, and then there's a huge team behind every single one of these Sevens teams as well, keeping the players fit, getting them through, well, not just 5 grueling games in a day, but 7 grueling legs of the series as well. And it's all the Sevens at the moment. There's 7 grueling minutes left here. And now the opportunity, Shelford with the break. It's Annie Worth. She's being chased down. Looks to get the ball away. The tackle had to be made. Slightly suspect on the floor, but play on the call. And now here come Shelford again. Trying to free the hands. Gisborne picking it up. And she gets it wide now. And they go around the outside. We've not got a surname, it's Evie that goes in, but if she's scoring tries like that, I think first names will do. Wonderful try, it levels proceedings if they get the conversion, but Chloe Shelford right back in it now, and we've got a brilliant final on our hands.
Yeah, what a try that is. Also amazing cover tackle to come back from Wild Dogs there, that was great. But great finish from Shelford, and to the composure as well after that first tackle to rebuild into the second phase. That's really good from Shelford, great finish.
Wonderful finish, tough conversion into the wind here as well. So this is to level it up. Tell you what, that's not a bad nudge at all, but it's just drifted to the right of the uprights. So Shelford trailing, but the gap is down to 2 points. And they've got the restart and an opportunity here to try and get possession back again. That one's hoofed down the field, pushing the pressure on. Huge fend coming in, wonderful offload. And Gisborne was there sort of helping push the attacker to ground. The ball's still gone backwards. But it's difficult conditions out there. There's some big tackles coming in. Worth with a huge one there. And an unbelievable turnover. Sammy Mason getting her hands on the ball, forcing the turnover, and now her side can come again. But then Gisborne, unfortunate there, unlucky. Perhaps a bit overexcited. And it's a let-off for Wild Dogs as they shuffle their pack and bring on a couple of new faces here. Chloe, let's get down into sort of like the minutiae of it. It's not just a 7-person effort, it's a big squad effort. How important is it, not just the impact the subs make, but the timing of those subs in terms of changing that momentum?
Yeah, it's really important. We touched on it earlier, the momentum swings that you get in sevens, and subs is a really key moment for that. Also puts a lot of pressure on the bench actually to come in and make that big impact, and you're the fresh legs on the pitch. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one of how the coaching team get that right and how the players come on, how they handle the first minute on the pitch.
Well, so far those changes seem to have done the job for Wild Dogs. They've got the penalty. There was a combination of cheers and jeers, I think, let's say, from the far side. Gisborne offside there as she looked to win possession back. That's an easy opportunity now for Wild Dogs to start working their way up the field. The offload comes in, And there was a knock-on in the tackle. Such fine margins here out on pitch one in this Women's Open Cup final. It's been so tight that you think another try here for Wild Dogs could stretch the game. But any score for Shelford will edge them back into the lead. That was a brutal carry coming through the middle there. And Wild Dogs are content to build the phases. So it's great when a home team makes the final. There's a huge crowd over on that far side, braving the conditions. And the pressure coming on. The out-the-back offload is wonderful though. As is the breakaway. Wild Dogs are going under the sticks.
And the Wild Dogs go over.
Taking their time, looking at the clock. And at the moment they can just sit and wait. And it's taken a good 15 seconds or so for somebody to run back and put the pressure on from Shelford. That's a sucker punch there.
Score taking it 17-10.
The conversion, though, has been missed. So it's a 7-point game. Converted try means we play on. But it's all about sensing space, getting the ball out however you need to. It's a wonderful out-the-back pass. And sadly, we don't have the names in front of us for this Wild Dogs team. Otherwise, we'd given them a huge round of applause. But a wonderful individual breakaway.
Yeah, that's a great try, especially coming into the closing minutes of the game. Fatigue setting in. It's been a long day here, in the rain as well earlier on in the day. So to keep the composure there and to make that decision making, that's really great from the Wild Dogs team. But Shelford, they still have time to come back in it. So let's see what they can do in the last minute.
There is still time. Not much, but enough. But Shelford have got to try and score quickly, and they're looking to cut back against the grain. They're going to be under pressure here at the breakdown. Done very well to get themselves out of a really sticky spot there. It's tidied up in the hack through, and the chase is on. And Wild Dogs plucking that one off the turf, and now a foot race, a straight fight, and the breakaway for a try that could and probably will now seal the Women's Open Cup title for the Wild Dog Impies. That surely is that. It's heartbreak for Shelford. It's a clinical breakaway try. I really need to stop saying that word. Hayden's got it stuck in my head. But it's brilliant play and brilliant awareness from Wild Dogs.
The conversion goes over.
And there is still time as the conversion's added. But that should be that now, Chloe. And yeah, heartbreaking for Shelford, but it's all about taking your opportunities, and Wild Dogs have done that.
Yeah, Wild Dogs have been amazing in this second half. A couple of great tries, great decision making, and really making the most of their opportunities. I think Shelford will be disappointed in the second half, but they can take so much away from this final. It's been a great game.
Certainly has. It's been a wonderful game. It's been a wonderful crowd in the stand and on that far. Going to want to give the home crowd something to cheer about at the end, to have the final say, and they're going to try and do that by going from deep. Well, the weather has abated for the moment, and the DJ is cranking up the tunes again on the far side. And there is going to be a penalty coming the way of Shelford here. They're going to have to go from deep to make sure they have that final say in the game. And they tap and go. Looking to get the ball away and out wide. And they were looking up there, wondering whether there was enough opportunity on the outside. Cut back in. And Sammy Mason then is hauled to ground. The pressure is coming on. Gisborne, though, gets it away. And now Shelford. Oh! Unbelievable shot coming in midfield. Poor Molly Messenger there was pretty much cut in half. but her side is still going. But going too far, says the referee. They're penalised. And there'll be a stoppage with a player down on the field as well. Will take all of the time they need for her. And I think the call from the referee there was that we're into the final minute of the game. Had a few injuries today across the pitches here. Fortunately, most of them I think I've seen, if not walking about, at least going back to their gazebos, their tents, wherever they've pitched themselves, and sitting down and taking on some fluid. So it's good to see that they've been back up on their feet, but time rightly being taken here. The referees and the assistant referee just having a little bit of a chat in the middle. So we'll have a slight delay before we get underway with the next fixture, which was due to kick off a minute or two ago. And whilst we're waiting for this injury then, Chloe, we've got that Women's Elite Cup final, I should say, coming up. Obviously, sadly, Boom Beavers not in it. What's the plan now? Are you guys going to be sticking around? Are you going to be getting back in the cars and resting up for the next leg? What are the plans for the rest of the afternoon?
I'll definitely be watching that final. We've obviously come across both of them teams today, so it's going to be such a great matchup. I'm really excited to see what both the teams can do in that final. It's going to be a great game. It
really will. So Chloe's going to be sticking around for it. We hope you will be as well. For the moment, though, there can't be too much longer left in this one. You can see the Fijian Army, the British Army men's side, I should say, sorry, there. That's the Fijian Sappers tent. There's the confusion there, but they're warming up, getting ready to come straight onto the field. And in the end, Wild Dogs go, enough is enough. They are the Women's Open Cup winners here in Shelford. As Chloe was saying, a wonderful second half performance, a brilliant turnaround, and deserved winners in the end after a great showing in the game, but a great showing across the day.
Yeah, they've been fantastic today, and it just goes to show in that final there, great competition, and good job from Shelford as well, putting on a good performance for at their home club, but great win for Wild Dogs. I'm sure they'll enjoy celebrating that one.
They certainly will. Chloe, thanks so much for joining me. It's been great to have you. We're going to take a very short break, and well, Doctor Who fashion, I'm going to regenerate into Wilf Kelmsley. He's going to be bringing you the next match. Let's hope the reaction to that is a little bit less divisive than it was on TV last Saturday.
This is the men's elite.
Taking on the British Army. Great take from Hong Kong to get us started. Delighted to be joined by Chris Vogt. Chris, firstly, while we have you, please run us through your crucial role in the organisation, the running, the structure of the British Army's rugby union setup.
Well, good afternoon, Will. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the Army Rugby Union. We're based in Aldershot, and I'm responsible for all the operation matters within all our 5 representative teams. So it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
Thanks for joining us, and we'll be hearing from Chris throughout the game. First, we've got to bring you the action here because Hong Kong have started brightly, and cutting off his wing again is Fung, an absolute try machine, but he's been dragged to deck by Randa Rover to get us started. Here's Cheng. Eustace on the switch, ball goes to ground, lifted off the deck by Cheng. Knight, oh, it just spits out of the hand there, and what a grab that is, and the British Army might have it back. Still comes Hong Kong's way after a real battle on the deck. Esono going direct as he often does. This is a lightning fast start to this quarter-final. Cheng wheeling away. It's been a big gap between the last game of the group stages and this quarter-final for the men's elite competition. Fung looking to get away down the right-hand side. Isono on the inside, just a sweep and a beat. Flicks it out the back door. No offside line, but a slight knock-on. Missed pass forward. So finally, Chris, a chance to breathe, but a great defensive set by the Army.
Yeah, a chance to breathe indeed, Will. I mean, the players have worked hard there, and they've something that they've been targeting over the last few competitions. Defence is as key as attack.
So, of course, the British Army are the defending champions of the Lit Series. It's been a tougher start to this season, but what do you think? An uptick in quality, perhaps, across the whole competition?
Without doubt, yeah. You know, several years ago, the British Army was seen as the team to beat, but the competing teams in these last few years have really raised their standard. And, you know, they're up there, and some of them are above us, and that's something we're working on.
Well, Oxfam's fantastic tournament has come to an end. They've been defeated by the Tsunami Assassins. That is the side that the victor of this game will face in the semi-final. And I think both of these teams will back themselves against that Assassin side, despite their quality. Here we go! First line break of the game, and it's surely going to result in a score. Pene Targatu goes straight through to score. Eustace in pursuit, but he won't get there. And that is pure sevens from the British Army, coast to coast, exactly what you want to see, Chris.
Yeah, it is, and that's the skill of these lads. You know, they're all serving soldiers based throughout the UK, and they come together literally for a day before the competition. So, you know, it's all about camaraderie, teamwork, and you know, getting it together, all tied in with the values of the British Army.
Indeed, we've seen a couple of these British Army players before, but it's a bit of a revolving door, this 7 circuit. So they've gelled well in this particular tournament. And in our first men's elite division quarter-final here at the Shelford Sevens, it's the defending champs, the British Army, looking to deny Hong Kong a place in the semi-final that they reached in Oxford. Both these sides fell at the semi-final phase. The Army beaten by Belgium. Hong Kong beaten in dramatic fashion by the Hammerheads, who've already dropped into the plate. It's anyone's game here. And at the moment, it's Eustace who's hammered back off the kickoff by Nadavo. Fung, the danger man, out wide. Such an experienced player, but he's been held up. This could be killer for the Army. They have it back again. Well, the physicality on show by the Army, it's picked up even from when we saw them earlier on today. They've really come alive in this quarter-final.
It's, you know, it's something we've been working on. Our discipline, you know, hasn't always been the best, but Joe Nycarvo, our head coach, is really trying to instill, you know, good discipline throughout, and I think it's showing at the moment.
Great defence to hold up Hong Kong, and a chance for the British Army to go further ahead. They lead by 7. Well, it's loose, but it does come to Nadavo at first receiver. Tomasu Vula stepping off that left boot. Oh, lovely step. He's been wrapped up by Feng on the wraparound. Comes Nadavo. Oh, there's a man loose. It's Junior Kurivuka, but he's just dragged into touch. They just kept winding round and round, closer to the touchline. In the end, rugby's greatest defender never misses a tackle, and it's off to the sideline for Hong Kong. But again, going from left to right in just a few phases, there's plenty of flair in this Army side.
There is, and you know, it's important to move it around. Looks like, oh, nearly went through there, but call back by the ref. Yeah, it's important to move people around, isn't it? And that's one of the key aspects of sevens and why we love it so much.
Sulinibava almost came away there, but instead it's going to be a scrum fed by Camille Chung. Made his debut for Hong Kong in 2024, one of the newest one of the newer teams in this series and one of the newer players in that side. Here's Eustace, former under-20 international, puts plenty on it. Oh, it's straight out, but kick from inside his 22. Well, pretty rare to see a clearance kick like that in the game of sevens. Testimony perhaps to this ferocious defence that the Army are putting on.
Yeah, it is. You know, when you're kicking a ball away without running it, it does show that maybe they're thinking of not being as venturous as maybe a team should be. Good line-out take there by the Army, and we're passing it out again. Let's see where this goes.
Straight out wide. Go the Army. Kurivuka on the switch, but it's taken straight in by Tomasu Vula. Salu, oh, he's almost through. Still playing with ball in hand, and Kurivuka is the man over, and this time he won't be caught by Fong Kip Fung. Instead, the Army go over for a second. It's always a risk when you bring in someone so well connected to one of the two teams in the semi-final, but it's going your way, Chris.
Well, I try to be as neutral as I can, but you know, I've got a nice smile on my face at the moment, so let's hope we can keep the pressure up. But I'm sure Hong Kong have got a few surprises in store for us, Will.
Good start, though, for the British Army, who are looking to go one step further than they did in Oxford a few weeks ago, that semi-final. They've got one foot in it for now. Kurivuka just wide of the right-hand upright. And that's the half. It's flown by here in our first quarter-final in the men's elite division. Second leg of the elite competition of the Lit Super Sevens. And last season's defending champions, the Army, are in a promising position against a talented Hong Kong. They've been well marshalled by the men in red. And with 7 minutes to go, they're in the driving seat. And Chris, so much more can change in an instant in the game of sevens. What do you think the message is at the break?
I think it's more of the same, fellas. You know, you can see them going through their structured breathing process there, and you know, we've played well, and you know, we just need to keep focused. That's the message that Joe Naikawa will be coming to them. Keep focused. Don't do anything silly, and you know, be prepared for, without doubt, a counter-attack from Hong Kong China.
British Army on top. 2 unanswered tries in front against Hong Kong, with one half still to play in this quarter-final, live here from Shelford Rugby Club. Eustace gets Hong Kong underway, just about kept in play by the British Army and Rasati Rayana, and they're up by 2 tries in this quarter-final. Lovely step off the right, looking to get away from Osono. Excellent work. Radin Rovers away, down the right, there's the pass, there's the shrug off, and now it's a race. Sakani's just caught. Hong Kong scrambling for it. They're desperate for it out wide. That pass is off target. And Taugutu has to backpedal. Oh, what a step! Taugutu with a goosey straight through the centre. And the British Army are going to go 3 ahead. Hong Kong with a mountain to climb. Chris is still with us. And, well, what a perfect game of sevens it's been so far for the British Army.
They played really well. I'm very proud of the team. You know, it's a team effort. It's you know, considering we've got a sevens in the Algarve sevens this weekend as well. So it's not every superstar on display here. It's a mixture of development and you know, some key players. But we've got the same in Portugal. So this is an impressive effort from them.
Second try in the final for Penai Taugutu. Well, that's a deep kick, and it's got Hong Kong deep in their own half. Is this a bit of tactics at play from the coaching staff here, just to bury Hong Kong in their own half.
I think so. Keep the ball down in the Hong Kong 22. You know, good competition there at the line out, and our advantage. So that's worked out really well.
Well, what a moment. A huge moment in this game. One more try for the British Army will certainly seal their place in the semi-final to take on the Tsunami Assassins. Drow Vesey will feed this scrum. Just talking about your notes are much better than the handwriting I've got for me in the Army team. There's Drow Vesey with a good carry. Radin Roba takes it on. Good support from the Army. They've got numbers down the left if they can use them. Here goes Tamani. Oh, that's a great carry. Nasul Nibawa. What a take that is. Under real pressure from Hong Kong. And a lovely offload. Now the Army are rolling. It's a foot race down the right-hand side. Rihanna dragged down just inside the 22. Oh, it's been spilt, but always backwards. Still looking to free the hands at every opportunity. Oh, he's straight through! He's straight through again! That is a quarter-final hat-trick for Penai Taugutu. What a performance. And that will take the British Army through to a semi-final. And a semi-final that they'll think they can win against the Tsunami Assassins. Well, again, a point you mentioned earlier, Chris, it's the secondary side in some ways, with a team also competing out in the Algarve. We've seen the Stunts, who have had a better day today than they did 2 weeks ago with a side out in the Algarve. I wonder if it's just a big opportunity for these players, and they're taking it with both hands.
It's a huge opportunity. You know, the British Army Sevens have got a great history. We've won the Middlesex Sevens in our day. We've won Melrose Sevens in our day. You know, so there's a lot of great history within our team. So yeah, we're very proud of what we do.
Good take from Blake Elliott, but he wins Hong Kong a penalty, and it's Elliott stepping through the contact. What an introduction to the game for Elliott, and out wide they go. Now it's a chance for Key. Key racing away. Oh, that's a hint of a high tackle, and I think we're going to see a card here. And it's going to be a yellow for Junior Korovuka. Lucky not to get a penalty try there.
Well, I think that would have been a bit harsh personally, but yeah, a misjudgment there by Junior, and up round the shoulders, correct decision by the referee.
Maybe a chance for Hong Kong to get something in this game. Scrum to be fed by Blake Elliott. Player of the tournament on the Challenger Series, which Hong Kong recently competed in. And he feeds the scrum and swings it away cleanly. Looking crossfield, instead they just wind up the long ball. Right on the toes from Julien Boron. He would have done really well to hold that out wide, but it's been put down. And that's a bit of a let-off for the British Army.
Yeah, it was. We're down to 6, so it's all these little seconds count while we're just setting up for the scrum now. But, hopefully 4 tries at the moment is good enough for us.
Not long to go here. The British Army have possession. Viliami Salu will feed this scrum. Elliott puts him under pressure through the legs of Salu. Wonderful stuff. A big bumping carry up to the 22. Good read from Elliott. Oh, it's been stolen. And here is Elliott in possession. Joe Knight with a turnover. That pass is loose, but just knocked on the deck by the British Army. And Hong Kong have it back. There's a couple of melon red strewn across the turf just inside that 22. So referee's whistle goes to stop the clock. A break in play. There might not be time for Hong Kong to get back into this game. Thankfully, there's plenty of substitutes for the British Army. I think you're exactly right there, Chris. It's a coming together of heads.
So we'll have a short break in play. Although well stocked with medical staff as well, this British Army side. There's a lot of staff flocking around. It's a well-supported team.
Yeah, we've got, so those two gentlemen out there at the moment are two serving doctors in the British Army. So, you know, they know what they're doing. They've been in battlefield situations where they've dealt with a lot more serious casualties and a couple of knocks on the head.
I think they'll handle the Shelford turf pretty calmly. And indeed, those British Army players back to their feet. It's the last we'll see of Andrew Peters, I feel, who's taken a head knock. And other man clapped off the field for the British Army is Peter Waka. So a scrum for Hong Kong, chance for them to get on the board, even if it might be too little too late. Can never count out a side of their quality. Again, it's Blake Elliott with the feed. James Key is at first receiver. Elliott goes down the short side, steps off his right. Instead, it's Fung there in support. And Isono goes to the open side. Head down from Buron, finds the pass out wide for Xing. Great pace from Ung Yuk Xing. No luck at the breakdown for the British Army despite their best efforts. Isono, Fung in midfield. Isono on the wrap. Just looking to get it wide, but Elliott's under pressure. Now it's one-on-one. Comes back in field. It's just through the hands of Fung. Buron. Elliott, soft hands, Key. Key accelerates away, and he will score for Hong Kong. Ushered out wide, even at the last, by Viliami Salu. That's great work ethic, even when you're so far in front, to force the player out wide. But a good try for Hong Kong.
Yeah, very good try. Well worked there. You know, British Army one down, so you can see what they were trying to do. But a great shift in there from the six Reds in defence. They were really working hard.
Hong Kong on the board. There's little time left in the contest. As you can see, the rain has forced spectators into the stand on that far side. There's plenty starting to turn their attention to pitch one. Final say of the game is a wonderful nudge from Blake Elliott, but it won't be enough to redeem Hong Kong. The British Army have beaten them. A fine performance in the first half, topped off with a quick score to get things moving in the second, has got the British Army back into another semi-final. Can they go one step further than the Oxford Sevens and make it through to the very first final of the Elite Division for them in this Lit Super 7 series? The Assassins await them, but overall a strong performance by the British Army, and they'll be pleased to be through to a semi-final.
They will indeed, Will. They'll be very pleased. They'll rest up now. We've got a structured process we go through for rehab and everything. They'll get medically assessed. We've got some great sort of things to actually help that sort of recovery as well. So, you know, I don't know what time that semi-final is, but probably got about 45 minutes to an hour before then.
And we'll certainly have you back for it if you're willing, if it is on pitch one. But there's no time, because we move straight on now to action from the Women's Elite Division. Our next game, live here from the Shelford Sevens. Shogun back in action.
Here we go then. The final women's match of the day, and it's the biggie. The Elite Cup final. Lillian Amazons against Shogun. Chloe Broom back with us again. Chloe, you've had the, I don't know if fortune or misfortune is the right word, but gone up against both of these teams today. Who do you think's got the edge here?
Both games are tough. There's two really great teams, but I will go for the Lillians. Their style of play is just so hard to defend, but it's going to be a close one for sure.
It really will be. I thought you were going to do a brilliant job of professionally sitting on the fence for a second there. You backed yourself in the end though. And the Lillian Amazons looked to back themselves early doors, but a forward pass. And these two teams are absolutely stacked. Lillian, well, if you don't know who they are, they're a club in Fiji. A lot of these players have been playing for other clubs and other teams across the series and across Sevens events around the country for the last few weeks. They've come together as their club for this one. It's not quite home comforts, but getting the band back together has certainly done the trick. They've been supreme so far here in Shelford, but so have Shogun. Oh! That is a monster tackle there. How on earth has Bethan Adkins got back up from that one? Her rib cage is in about 5 different counties at the moment. Such is the strength of that tackle. And Shogun still look to come again. There's a couple of hits last night in that first Gallagher Premiership semi-final that had me wincing. I think that one's taken the biscuit so far. That was massive. Shogun, though, are sticking to task. They've come away with the ball well. They've looked to free the hands. The defence, though, is brutal, but the offloading is exquisite. And Shogun are up into that Lillian Amazons half now, spinning the ball on. Another monster shot coming in. The ball's gone backwards and Rampton picks it up. A huge fend from Rampton, and we've seen 2 massive tackles come in, but in the end, it's the fend that does the job. Rampton on Nasiela Silia, and it's Shogun who open proceedings here. When we talk about weathering the storm, Chloe, I think they've not just weathered the storm there. That's about 5 or 6 double-decker buses at 40 miles an hour that were coming in their direction, but they've done well. They've come through, and Rampton's got the breakaway.
Yeah, Shogun were fantastic there. Some great hits coming in, but to keep the composure to finish on the outside there, that's incredible from Shogun.
Oh, unfortunate from Rampton, the Jamaican Sevens international, just clipping the post. But her side are 5 points to the good in this final. And we wanted entertainment. We've had entertainment. We've had bang, crash, wallop, and everything in between. Wonderful start to this game. What have Lillian Amazons got in response then? They're going to look to spread it wide. We've seen the all-court game. We've seen the offloading ability. And we've seen it again there. Desperate tackle coming in from Emma Hennessy. But the referee then gets used as an extra defensive buffer. The offloading is exquisite, and it's an instant response, an instant riposte. And it's Varanesi Coral who goes over under the sticks. And Chloe, you were saying to me whilst we were waiting for this one to get underway that some of the offloading game you've not seen in the flesh for a long, long time. We've seen it again there. Might not be the fanciest offloads we've seen from Miss Amazon's side so far today, but it's by no means less effective.
Yeah, great response from the Lillians there. That's an amazing try. Both teams really going at each other, so excited to see what else we have in store for the rest of this game. What a start.
Unbelievable start. One thing that I hope won't stop the fun is the rain that has decided to join us here. Joined at exactly the wrong time for the players out on the pitch. Fortunately though, Chloe and I are up here undercover just about, as are our camera team. Rampton underneath that one was bracing herself already. She knew what was coming in her direction. And another huge shot coming in on Adkins, but the penalty goes for her. Lassie Seru penalised for not rolling away. I can tell you what, the collisions are brutal. It's been a long time since I've seen players bracing before they've even got the ball. And now the offloading game again, unlucky, unfortunate, and there's bodies sprawled all over the park there. Nailai thought she was away, looked behind her, and there was a desperate Shogun hand reaching out, grabbing the shirt, and the ball is just about lost forward. But this game is moving at breakneck speed. A change made already, a slight delay. It's Liv Harrison that's going to be making her way off the field for now. Big scrum coming in from Lillian Amazons, and Shogun have to go wide. Hennessy is sent sprawling backwards. And it's off the feet, and then there's a daisy cutter that's gone forwards. And a huge opportunity now for the Lillian Amazons. You can hear the whooping and the hollering down below us. That's the British Army side cheering on this Lillian Amazons team. And they're loud. They are very loud.
Yeah, it's great to hear the men's team getting behind the women's there, and just shows the standard of this game as well. Everyone's very up for it, so great game so far.
It's been wonderful so far. There's a decent crowd in watching it as well. The plate final is taking place over on pitch 2, just beyond the clubhouse at the moment. But here come Lillian Amazons again, the wraparound, the offload game. They're back into the 22, and they've got a penalty coming through a high shot. Looking to spread it wide. Now Lai gets it inside. Savu was just short. And now they build again. There's so much space out wide if they want to use it. But Varanesi Koro decides she's going to go herself. Has a brace in the final. And another score. Lillian Amazons doing what they need to do and extending the lead. And Koro has been superb so far at the start of this final.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far, the Lillians, and doing what they've done all day with the offloads, the interlinking play between them is amazing. So excited to see how Shogun respond here though, because that was still quite a big defensive set, so I'm sure they'll be coming back at them in a minute.
And that was the last play of the half. 14-5, the Lillian Amazons at the break. Shogun with work to do, but as Chloe said, a brutal defensive set to keep the Amazons out for as long as they actually did there. And we saw what they can do on the breakaway with Rampton early doors. Some big players for both of these teams, some real speedsters as well. Zoe Healy, 4 tries in that semi-final. Not touched the ball yet in this one. The likes of herself, Ree Parker, Marmelina, we saw in that first half. So in that first semi-final, Caitlin Lewis as well. So they've got some speedsters that they can unload onto the field if needs be. And there's plenty of time to go.
Dyslexics among you, Shogun is actually an anagram of gunshot, and Lillian Amazon is an anagram of Fijian ladies first team.
That was a brutal first half. It's been a brutal day of action. 7 minutes to go in this Women's Elite Cup final. Talk at half-time there, Chloe, that your boyfriend may have stitched you up and tried to keep you up here indefinitely. We'd love to have you staying up here, but if you want to call anyone out, then now is your chance.
Oh, that's too much pressure. There's plenty of people I could call out. The message will be going in the group chat now. Reach out for an ally at some point. We'll see.
Well, it's great to have you with us for as long as we can. Chloe may be back after this one. She may not. It depends how that group chat message goes down. But for the moment, I keep saying that today, I really need to stop that one. But Shogun have found an opportunity, found a breakaway. And it looks like it's Caitlin Lewis on that far side, racing clear under the sticks. The man on the scoreboard has already given them the try before she's even dotted it down. He was that confident. There was one of those earlier in the day that looked like a dead cert before the ball was dropped over the line under no pressure. But the conversion has been added. 14-12 the score, and we do indeed have a game on our hands. Just the start that Shogun needed to this second half.
Yeah, great response from there at half-time. I guess the half-time team talk was successful. Yeah, great way to start off the second half for Shogun, bringing them straight back into it.
Shout out then to Jonathan Hooper, the Shogun coach here today, getting his messaging 100% right. His side trail by 2 in what has been an engrossing final so far. Oh, another huge shot coming in. And now the breakaway comes. Desperate hands clinging on for dear life from Shogun. And what a covering tackle. Caitlin Lewis it looked like, but is it going to just delay the inevitable? The handling for the first time in this final isn't perfectly crisp, and Shogun flexing their muscles at the breakdown. One of the smallest players on the pitch with a try-saving tackle for her side, and then a crucial turnover to try and get out of the proverbial coffin corner here. Substitutions being made. Shogun then are looking to go from deep. Healy is under pressure, but she's gonna get herself an opportunity as Hennessy takes it quickly. Lillian Amazons, hands on the floor at the breakdown. And Shogun trying to find opportunities, and a knock-on, bar of soap in the hands of Zoe Healy. She puts her hand up apologetically. But that's a huge moment in this final, a huge moment for the Lillian Amazons. Shogun, it's been all them so far in this second period. But here now is a gilt-edged opportunity for this Amazons team. In and out, the pressure comes on from Harrison, and initially the referee said the ball went backwards. He's changed her mind. Superb hassling and harrying from Liv Harrison, forcing a knock on. And Chloe, as a scrum half, I'm sure you can appreciate perfect scrum half play like that in defence.
Yeah, that's great from the Shogun scrum half there to get that turnover in a really important area on the pitch. Now we have to see what Shogun can do to play out, as the Lillian's defence previously was pretty tough, but let's see what they can do.
Well, they're debating which way to switch the play. They've gone to Hennessy, and she's had to put in a couple of steps to try and free herself up. Pressure is coming on again. Rampton. Parker is on the field. It's gone over her head, but it's ended up in the hands of Healy. And Healy sets off, skips away, and is up to the 10-metre line. Releases the ball so she can get up and play on, as she needed to. to get her side back with her. And here goes Hennessy now. Hennessy looking wide. Uli Barry now with a foot race on the outside. A huge fend. The tackle comes in and the ball is lost forward. We saw Caitlin Lewis with a try saver moments ago. Now it's the Lillian Amazons' turn to do just that. And it looks like it's their number 8, Nasele Sele, making her way back. And actually their confirmation, it was Asinati Nabitu who made that tackle. And for the moment at least, her side lived to fight another day. Tight and tense here. Ball right down in the far corner. So far into the corner that our cameraman is having to zoom in and stretch with every sinew that he's got. And the Shogun defence is doing the damage at the moment. It's keeping the pressure on. There's about a minute to go in this final. They trail by 2, but they have now got a golden opportunity to try and hit the front and secure the victory in this one. Shogun 7 metres away from a score that could see them secure back-to-back cup titles. It's gone out to Healy. She checks inside and goes Zoe Healy. Powering forward, the Amazons down to 6 with a player on the floor. There's so much space out wide, but they've cut back inside. And Shogun, surely now through Annette Zully-Barry, may have found a way to secure this cup title. 17-14 they lead. There should be time for the restart. But Rampton is going to take every single second she can. It's either a title-winning try or one last defensive set for back-to-back cup triumphs. And to add to the drama, there's going to be a pause as well, with a Lillian Amazons player down receiving treatment. She fell quite awkwardly with nobody around her, so a disappointing way to end her tournament. We hope that she is okay as well. They've already made that change. And Chloe, both teams have set, so they're expecting there will be a restart here, but this is the drama and the jeopardy that you want from a cup final.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a brutal game so far, but what a spectacle for the women's game today, and a great way to end the day. So I'm sure both teams will still be hungry, despite tired, going into this final minute.
So the kick from Rampton falls short. We will have time for the restart. Shogun in the lead, 17 points to 14. Our clock says that this is the final play. It comes down to this kickoff. Rampton has gone long. She's going to try and force Lillian Amazons to play from deep. They're biding their time, looking for the opportunity in the whip. And the handling is good, but it's gone forwards. And that, surely is that. The referee's had a look at the clock. That is the final whistle. Shogun have done it again. 17-14 over the Lillian Amazons. And it's Annette Uli-Barry, the Spanish Sevens international, who is the hero of the day. A last gasp try to take her side to the title. The only time in this match that they led as well. It's the champion's instinct kicking in. And Chloe, you kept saying to us, this one is going to be a classic, and it proved to be that.
Yeah, that was an outstanding game. Shogun amazing there to clinch it in the final dire moments of that game. What a fantastic game that is, and congrats to Shogun, because they've been outstanding all day.
They have 2 outstanding teams in amongst 8 outstanding teams in this women's elite competition. But it's Shogun who will have their name on the cup again. They might be wondering how they've done it, but all that matters is that they did. Annette Zully-Barry is the hero, and Shogun are your Lit Super 7 Series Cup title winners here in Shelford. What a display from both teams. What a performance from Shogun. And they will be celebrating once again.
Bit of a topsy-turvy order here at the Shelford Sevens. We move from the Women's Elite Final back down to the Men's Social Competition. It's a semi-final, and it's the LU Sevens taking on the host, Shelford's Tryhards, also known as their first team. That's down on the team sheet. I'm not making personal judgments. Join with me for this one. It's Noah Jassie's back with us, a local as well, and you're tentative about this game. You don't know how it's going to go. You're not quite backing Shelford to go all the way, but they've made it to the semis.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see how it goes there. Already some sloppy hands, but we'll see how it goes, and should be a bit of fun to watch.
LU Sevens, who finished second in the group in the end against a Shelford side who topped the group, beating Gladiators to go undefeated. Oh, free the hands. This might be the first chance for Hayward, who's brought down on the 5 metre by his opposite number, Patrick, driving him towards touch, but it's Rendell who comes away with it. Penalty for a high tackle. Quick tap from Nelson, he might go himself. Shelford over the ball. Here's the captain, Harris. Great line speed from Shelford. Big tackle from Dunnett. And he's forced a turnover. And away comes Jack Baird. Oh, there's the show and go and a lovely offload through contact. And Shelford are really rolling here. The hosts are over the halfway line. Off goes Patrick. Bunce in support, and what a tackle by Bunce for the LU7s, who turns it over. But Noah, that's a lovely turnover and a great start for Shelford.
Yeah, I mean, to be on your 5 metre line, like when they're pushing forward, and to turn that over, and look where they are now, 22. Very good work rate from LU7s to be able to force an error there, I guess. But yeah, it's shaping up to be really exciting, actually.
Well, we saw LU7s confirm their place in the semi-finals with a win over Onga, but then they were defeated by Rummans in their final group stage game, which knocked them into second place. Rummans take on the Gladiators, the league table leaders after 2 rounds in the other semi-final, here in the 3rd leg of the men's social. And here's Luke Raybolts, who scored 2 tries in that Onga victory. Off the deck for Bunce. And it's Haywood who puts it back inside. Raybolts, now at Swansea University, kicking ahead, but well marshalled by Harry Calm, who ducks under his man. Well, it's excellent work. Ah, nice step on the inside. Shelford really rolling here. Well, what can they create from this position? Liam O'Kane backpedaling, but lifted off the deck. Great offload. Patrick almost away again. Oh, a little show and go from O'Kane. Brought down by Jono Rabuka. Lovely step off the right boot and slipping through. It's the Shelford 15, the only man, unidentified, who gets the try, Noah.
I think that might be Charlie Baker, and he's done amazingly there. What a lovely step to get through that tough defence.
Charlie Baker down as numero uno, but he scored the #1 try of the game, regardless of the number on his back. And Shelford go ahead. The hosts in front in this semi-final, who will face Rummans or Gladiator in that final. At the moment, it's advantage to Shelford as Charlie Baker leaves the field. Noah, great start for the host, well supported over on that far side.
Yeah, I think you see everyone's come down, big day, seeing Shelford, the home team, get this far in the social. It's great to see, and everyone's loving it. I think everyone's having a great day, and it's just so good to see.
Big shot from O'Kane off the kickoff. Turnover. Dave Sanaki steals it back for Shelford. Quick tap from Liam O'Kane, who's running this semi-final so far. Patrick turns on the afterburners, dragged down, good offload into the path of Baird. Soft hands, and now they could be in. Dunnett's away, diving over in the corner. Mike Dunnett dots down for another score. Well, we've got a real mess up on the team sheet. Noah, can you tell me who's dotted down on the far side?
I honestly don't know, but all I can tell you is Mike Dunnett is on the complete other side of the pitch.
Wearing 14 instead of 3. It's a good job you're here. Well, Dunnett might not have done it this time for Shelford, but regardless, they are up by 2 tries now. They lead by 12. Jassies, this is a turnover for the books. You were impressed by this LU7 side coming into this fixture.
Well, no, I'd seen them play earlier in the day, and I thought, you know what, these boys have some ambition. And obviously, watching Shelford, as a Cambridge boy, this is not the club we want to see succeed. But the home crowd are loving it, and yeah, let's hope they can do it.
That's a fantastic kick, and it's been taken well. And now it's a chance for Shelford. Great line speed. Busby makes a huge shot. Pressure on for Shelford, but they pick and go. It opens up here in this social semi-final. Rabuka done by the show and go. Great line in support. This time it is Dunnett driving on. Lovely offload. The final one goes to ground, but chipped ahead by Leckie. Leckie sliding in. Oh, he's almost scored it. Knocked on at the very last. And we'll have a scrum for LU7s. But Noah, how close were the hosts to getting their third?
Oh, it was inches away. I mean, I think the crowd have put a spring in Shelford's step. It's a new team, and I'm loving it, to be honest. I'm loving it.
Tough in the semi-final, whoever they face between Rummans and Gladiators in that men's social final. But this is a game that LU7s cannot afford to slip away. What can they create from deep inside their own half? George Harris cleanly away at the scrum. Shapes to kick, but instead it's Luke Greybolts out wide, weaving away from O'Kane. George Harris. Jono Rabuka. And then it is hammered away by LU7s. Oh, it's rolling towards the touchline. This could be a fantastic kick. Oh, it's kept in play. Excellent footwork. Will it pop up for LU7s? Unbelievable. Well, it's number 11 on his back, so it may well be Busby of the Ealing Trailfinders Academy who scored against Onga in that game that sealed them a place in the semi-final. But that is remarkable, Jassies.
That's terrific play, just showing you never give up. I thought that ball was gone, but obviously he didn't, and he worked so hard, and it's paid off, and bringing LU7s back in the game just before the break.
At half-time, the deficit is halved, and at the break, it is a narrow lead for the host Shelford in this social semi-final. Still plenty to play for in the final 7 minutes of this huge knockout tie here at the Shelford Sevens. It's the home team who have gone undefeated in the group stage, who currently lead by a narrow margin against the social stalwarts LU7s in their third leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
With his head stirring the soup. I said, what are you doing? You'll never get married if you do that sort of behaviour. He said, I know, Dad, I'll always be a spender. Okay, 12-5 to Shelford in this men's social quarterfinal. So we're just ready for the second half.
Shelford to kick off. They lead by just 5 points. What a kick that is by Carl Harris, freshly onto the field. It bounces into no man's land and straight into touch. But no, you were talking about Carl Harris in the build-up. He's played a good level of code, and he could be key to this semi-final.
Yeah, he's the sort of the pistol in the back that Shelford have got. He's absolutely outstanding player. Played such high level, and to bring it down here at the Sevens, let's see what he's got.
Hilton with a strong carry for LU7s in the meantime, and that's a good take right on the toes. And here's Rebolts, and now it might open up for them. Oh, what a shot! Patrick with a big hit, and now Harris is looking to hold up his man. Maul is called. Shelford could kill it here. They've done it. LU7s have coughed it up, and that's great defence from the home team. And now a scrum, and now an opportunity for them to go even further ahead.
100%. If they can just keep it simple, don't play up to the crowd, just keep it simple and know what they've got to do, and they should be able to do it, especially with the talent that they've got in that backfield.
Patrick first receiver, Harris outside him. Penalty at scrum time for LU7s. And that is disappointing. Charlie Baker especially is unhappy, but it will be George Harris, the LU7 skipper, who gets us going again. They've got work to do to get back into this final. Oh, lovely step off the right boot from Ashton Phillips. And then a good pickup from Rendell. Over the top and well read. Big shot flying in, but that's a bump in response. And the physicality has just gone up a notch here in the social semi-final. Try scorer, Busby picks it off the deck. or indeed he's returned to the number 8 shirt that was previously worn by the vice-captain, Jack Rawcliffe. Another penalty, and Harris goes quick. Baker catches him just at the 10-metre. Flying into the breakdown, looking to turn it over. Goes Shelford, but a good bit of physicality. Keeps it in LU7's hand. Hilton with the fend. Chop tackle made. And into touch they go. Hammered down range by Shelford. Harris is the first man back, and this game is just broken up a little bit. Phillips. Hunted down inside the 22. Man over. Shelford scramble. Hilton puts in the fend but dragged down. Offload. Denied. And Oscar Busby's driven into touch. Baker looks to go quick. But instead, it's a break in play, but Shelford won't mind that. No, this is a social semi-final, and yet the physicality has massively increased.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some tired bodies out there, but this crowd is keeping the boys going, especially a home crowd. It's what they want to see, and yeah, I tell you what, I would not want to be out there right now with some of those shots flying in.
So, news coming through that Rummans have beaten the Gladiators and are through to the social final. But who will join them? At the moment, it's advantage Shelford. Harris steps off the right boot and accelerates away. Griffin in pursuit, but it's going to be Harris who scores another for the host under the sticks. Carl Harris leaves his mark on the semi-final. Great solo effort from the former Harbury man. Well, what a try and what a time to score it as well. And all of a sudden, Shelford are in control, Noah.
You'd like to think so. Let's just hope they can hold on for the next, however long's left. But if they carry on this way, the crowd will be very happy.
It's another score on the board for the home team. And LU7s can feel this place in the final slipping away. Kick-off to come. And it's not going to reach the 10-metre, so we're back for a free kick. In Shelford, at their own sevens. The hosts are up by 10 in this semi-final, but it's been chipped in behind by Lucas Dance. One man back for Shelford, put under pressure by Nelson. Just about flung away, but that's been knocked on, and LU7s have it back. Shake of the head. No, they put themselves under pressure there, the home team.
Yeah, they've made some silly mistakes there. I think they just needed to slow it down, take the simple option, not just try and get the ball away as quick as possible. That's a silly mistake, and that could be costly for them.
At the moment, it's a 10-point lead that Shelford enjoy in this social semi-final. But it's a scrum for LU7s. George Harris has played every minute of this semi-final so far. Harris goes himself, and then he picks out the first receiver, and it's made its way to Phillips. Penalty LU7s. Quick tap from Hayward. Hayward, dummies, darts in. Hayward scores. Under real pressure here. Harris needs to make this kick and get things started as quickly as possible. Through the post they go. It's 17-14. LU7s with a 3-point deficit to overcome. This is as tense as it gets, Noah.
This game's really turned on. This is a tough game now, and you see LU7's taking the short option, and it's paid off. Look at them go.
Bunts over the top. Here's Nielsen. Puts it to the toe. Oh, it's come loose. Nielsen gives away a penalty. No man couldn't connect. He was shoved off the ball. And could that be the semi-final? The hosts back with ball in hand. They could be through to the social final here in their home sevens tournament. Contact taken. Over the ball go the LU7s again. It's cleared. It's off the field. It's a victory for Shelford. The hosts are one step closer to silverware here on their main pitch. On their leg of the Lit Super 7 series, LU7s fall at the semi-final stage. Rummans are through to face Shelford in the final. And Noah, another step towards silverware in their home tournament. It's big for this local community.
Oh, they're going to love it, especially to do it on home turf. And they got a little bit too close at the end, but I think they'll be happy with that result and hopefully take it all the way in the final.
There's no time to waste here because we're straight through to another knockout tie. This time it's in the men's elite division. It's a plate semi-final and the Boom Beavers are looking to redeem a tough performance so far today in their group stage. Knocked out at the first time of asking, but one step away from silverware, and every point matters. And the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series.
Yeah, like the best one to keep are Dennis.
Well done to Shogun. We're going to have the remainder of the presentations done after the football game. So you'll see us back very soon.
Semi-final time on the biggest stage of domestic sevens. It's the plate competition on the line, and it's Wooden Spoon taking on the Boom Beavers. I'm delighted to be joined by Amelie Anstead. Amelie, it's been a great day of seven so far. This Boom Beavers side didn't have the best start, but they're still in line for silverware. And that's as good as you can get on the Super Series.
Yes, they'll be happy with that as well. Knock on like 10 seconds in, so hopefully a big scrum from the boys, and we'll find an edge and get a try.
Let's wait and see. It's a bright start to the game. So the Wooden Spoon Marauders and the Boom Beavers both knocked out in the group stages, and that led them to the plate competition, but they've come through a quarter-final, and now they're one step away. Whoa, what a take from the breakdown of the scrum. It's a quick dart towards the line, and then here comes Bonsu breaking through the tackles. Brought down 5 meters short. Well, will they go edge to edge here? They've got numbers over if they can do it. Little stutter step in midfield from the captain, Boardman, and he's driven back. Great tackle on Boardman. Flying in goes Ben Sharples. Straight over the ball go Wooden Spoon, but the penalty goes their way. Oh, it's come loose. How close was Boom Beavers to breaking over? Here's Bureau. There's the missed pass. Bonsu puts it down.
Okay, so we have now the elite late semi-final. Wooden Spoons against...
Well, what a start to the game for Boom Beavers. I mean, it's going perfectly so far.
Yeah, I mean, they probably couldn't have asked for any better. A try would be nice, but hopefully we can dominate in the scrum and the ball come our way.
Feed, though, comes for the Wooden Spoon. Chance for them to attack in earnest for the first time in this plate semi-final. What a line that is. Looking to open things up, but it's good tracking of Oliindu Ray, the Kenyan. Sharples puts in the fend. Oh, it's come loose at the breakdown, but the first knock on was by a Boom Beaver. Well, let's have a closer look at the journey these two teams have taken to this point. Boom Beavers are in the group of death with Oxfam, who had a fantastic day topping the group, Hammerheads and Stunts, who are on good form, and they finished third in that group, just one victory over the Stunts. But take on the Hammerheads and Oxfam in one group, pretty tough going.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for the boys, but let's hope they can bring back some silverware and win this.
They've still got plenty left in the tank after a 20-0 quarterfinal victory, because it was a walkover as it comes Bureau's way. Long lofted pass by the former Lamb, and here's Bonsu stepping off the right. Bureau, Boardman, still wider. They look to strike. Oh, great delay on the pass, and surely that'll be the first try. It's LJ Ekendal who dots down to score. And as the rain starts to pour here in Shelford, that handling was pretty silky.
Yeah, it's what they do best, edge-to-edge rugby. We drew in the last two defenders, and we got round them on the edge. Couldn't be happier.
Well, it's the Stunts taking on CNCF Sevens in the other semi-final, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be the Boom Beavers who will meet them. It's a long day, as we were discussing before the game, Amelie, but a bye in the last round for the Boom Beavers. How much will that impact this game? Clearly it's helped them a little bit. They've got slightly more legs on the Wooden Spoons at the moment.
I mean, it has its pros and cons. Some of the lads switched off, some of them have a nap, but I mean, first try of the game, so can't really complain right now. Let's just try get another one.
What a nudge by Tom Baldwin, but a great take in the air. And now it's Wooden Spoon on the offensive again, looking to weave their way through. Ryan Scott Young. Ross Lewis hands it off. Nice step off the left from Ray. Bonsu goes a little high there. Straight over the ball. Go the Boom Beavers. Big turnover from the try scorer Ekendal. Wider from Zheng. Oh, almost away. Beautiful footwork. Owen Hewitt eventually slides in right under the sticks. That footwork out wide, as you exclaimed just a moment ago, Amelie, pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, we know him as Aussie, and he has had a phenomenal season. Scoring tries left, right and centre, making things work out of nothing, just like you've seen then.
Second try, right under the post for the Boom Beavers, and it's the opening scorer, Ekendal, who'll look to add the extras. Easy enough, and this is a great start. The Wooden Spoon Marauders yet to break out of their own half, who will face off against another charity side, the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, or the Stunts in that plate final. Another high hanging kickoff. Bureau underneath it, but it's bobbled the way of the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Just about taken by Chris Stegman, German international. Lewis. Ray gets on the outside. Hunted down by Bonsu. Lewis at 9. Ben Sharples. Stepping inside and out. But then recycled. Little stutter step and a big fend as well. It's Jamie Anderson, who will be in action at the Celestial Sevens next week for Bristol. Oh, that's come loose again though. Jay Hare forced to drop onto it. Wooden Spooner in trouble here. Zheng puts in the tackle, and in the end it comes loose for Tom Baldwin, who saunters home. Maybe the easiest try he's ever scored. Baldwin goes over for a third for the Boom Beavers. Emily, this is perfect in the first half. 3 unanswered tries, and again, we haven't even been in the Boom Beavers half yet.
Yeah, I mean, the boys have had a rough start to the day, but a performance like this is how they know they can play. Credit to Spoons, though, they've not given up. They've had some solid attacking efforts, but we've trusted our inside man and made every tackle. So,
one thing the Wooden Spoon Marauders have to be is resilient ahead of the longest game, of course, in Ireland in a couple of weeks' time, ahead of the first Lions game. A 36-hour game of rugby will be played between the Wooden Spoon and the Loose Heads. Will be live streaming that entire fixture. Thankfully, no commentary. I'll be there gathering all the info I can. In the meantime, though, the Beavers go after a 4th score. Good pass out wide, and maybe this might open things up. There's Hayden Quigg, who you heard on commentary earlier with that wonderful little right to left. Here's Anderson. Lewis. Quigg. Taken to the line by Steegman. Straight over the ball go the Boom Beavers again. But Hayden Quigg comes away with it. Banana kick through, but it's going to pop up for Zheng. And Zheng brings an end to the first half. What a performance so far by the Boom Beavers. Wooden Spoon Marauders with not quite a mountain, but a rather steep hill to climb if they want to get back into this plate semi-final. Emily, what kind of messages do you think are being spread in that Boom Beavers huddle at half-time?
I think keeping composure, like the momentum of the game is in our way right now, but Spoons are going to come back fighting, and we need to keep them pinned in their half like we've done all first half, and hopefully we'll get the result.
All the field possession, all the points at the moment being enjoyed by the Boom Beavers, who are looking to sneak their way into a plate final after a disappointing performance this morning. They're on the comeback trail, and they lead at the break by 17 unanswered points. 7 minutes still to come live here at the Lit Super 7 Series Elite Leg at Shelford.
There's 10 more minutes left. No, look. Can you actually keep going? Because my dad said I need to go. So look, 10 minutes, local, 7 minutes. Oh my days, can you not? I'm going to knock him out for an hour. Yeah, go, because I actually need to go my dad. Especially trying to send watch now. Imagine.
Kick-off from the Boom Beavers, who are in charge in this semi-final. Up in the air goes Stegman, but it's just a knock-on, and it's been turned into a penalty. Emily Anstead alongside me in this semi-final. Perfect start for the Boom Beavers.
Yeah, again, what a start. We said they could come out. They needed to want it. Oh, she's gone forward there, I think. But yeah.
Lovely disguise from Bureau, but the pass just beyond his teammate. LJ Ekendal, already a try scorer. Well, this is a top start to the second half. They're still enjoying all the field possession, but a chance for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Scrum to be fed by Jamie Anderson. There's a bit of a live wire, the scrum half. He's got Lewis outside him, and freshly onto the field, Callum Jones. It's loose at the breakdown, but it's piling on the pressure. Ekendal, Bureau and Boardman, and they forced a turnover. Top work, domination in every area of the game so far. That's the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, you can see Spoons getting a little bit frustrated with the people in the scrum. But again, we can't complain, we're dominating, and hopefully we can find an edge and get another try on the wing.
Hewitt just backwards. Picked up well by Zheng. His offload goes to deck. And now a chance for the Spoons to counter. Callum Jones takes on his man and draws the penalty. High tackle is the call. Anderson, Stigman, goes himself. Dropped down unceremoniously there, but Ryan Scott Young picks it up. Over the ball goes Jay Hare. Lewis, Anderson. Nice step off the left, bumping off his man. Anderson beats another, just the winger. Has to backtrack, and he's fed Zheng a massive shot there. But it's still Lewis who whips it away. Stegman freeing that long hair of his. Round the corner he goes, the German international. Stegman puts it wide, and now a race for the corner. Great cover from Bonsu, who causes a huge turnover there. Thought Mateo Chezueko might have been away there. Another Jamaican international, but across came Nathan Bonsu. He has had a fantastic semi-final as he leaves the field.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. That's a great play from Spoons. They've pinned us now in our 22, so let's just trust the boys to get out. Yeah.
It's going to be Hewitt with the tap when we're back to get things started. Couple of changes in the offing for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Can they get back into this semi-final? Bureau. Well, that time it's Eckendal stepping through the contact. Stripped by Ryan Scott Young. Flipped off the deck for Chezueko, who gathers. And he slips the first tackle. Dragged down by Bureau, but there's a hand in there from Zheng. So it's going to be a Wooden Spoon Marauders scrum. Good scramble defence, though, after losing possession.
Yeah, for sure, but I think we have to keep an eye out on the Spoons winger. He's had hand on ball a few times now and made meters, so he's looking dangerous.
Mateo Chezueko, plenty of pace. And then Ryan Scott Young with the big strip. Oh, it's a yellow card in the meantime for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. They are indeed down to 6 players. I mean, I can't believe we missed that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's 2 of us watching as well.
Well, it's a scrum for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. If they've been playing with 6, they've done awfully well. Anderson will feed this scrum with Lewis and Chezueko outside him. Anderson, Ross Lewis. Cuts back against the grain and into traffic. Hare driving towards the 22. Ryan Scott Young looking to drive through the defenders. Just Bureau to beat. Lewis on the inside. Boardman was preoccupied. Bureau had to make the last-ditch tackle, and that allowed the Wooden Spoon Marauders to sieve through and score their first. Ross Lewis linking up with his Jamaican compatriot, Ryan Scott Young. But maybe too little too late. They've got to get a wriggle on here, the Wooden Spoon Marauders, if they want to get back into this semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, credit to them with 6 players, still managing to find a way to score. Good effort from the boys in defence, but yeah, well done Spoons.
Lewis with the opener. Perhaps there's time left in this semi-final for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Still down to 6, and now I think return to a full complement. So they've weathered that storm very well. No prizes for guessing which side they're going to hang this one up. Excellent kick from Lewis. But an equally good take. Stepping back into traffic, Hewitt. And now back to the open side. Nice little switch in play, looking to deceive this Wooden Spoon Marauders defence. Lewis puts his man down. Flying through the contact, looking to disrupt. But here's Yabia on the switch for big Ben Hatch, who's almost away. Good offload for Hewitt. Denied entry into the 10-metre by the Marauders, but there might be numbers up down the left-hand side. Eckendal. Oh, it's just beyond Kwame Nsako. Does well to regather. What an offload from Nsako. There's got to be space somewhere for the Boom Beavers. They've drawn in so many defenders. Flying across comes Ray again. Ray over the ball, but it's a penalty for the Boom Beavers and a chance for them to seal it with another score. Yabia stepping on the inside, finds an offload for the captain Boardman. Here's Ben Hatch. Oh, great step, away they go! Dan Goldshane freshly onto the field and amongst the scorers. And that will be it. Surely, from here, the Beavers will be through to the plate final. And that step was absolutely magic.
Yeah, Dan will be really happy with that one. It'll be on his Instagram within, I don't know, give him, after this, 10 minutes, it'll be on Instagram.
10 minutes on the clock for Goldshane to get the highlight reel going as Yabia adds the extras. Still a little bit of time to go here, but perhaps not enough for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to fight back into the contest. Again, Yabia will take this kick-off. Now playing his rugby down in Isha. Good standard. And showing exactly why here. Hatch in pursuit, but Hewitt might be under it. Almost a fantastic take. Instead, it's a beautiful return. Olindi Ray on the swivel will go the length. And is there time for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to get another? Hayden Quigg will look to nudge it from close range. What a catch off the kickoff, Amelie. You can't stop that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brilliant take, and the boys won't be in a rush. Hopefully that is time. And yeah.
They have just about seen off the Wooden Spoon Marauders. A fantastic first half performance carried them through despite a late fight back from the Spoons. Their tournament is over, but for the Boom Beavers, they're on to a final, and every point matters on the Lit Super 7 series. Emily Anstead, thank you so much for joining us for this game, and maybe we'll see you back for the final if you're not too busy. But what do you make of a fine performance from the Boom Beavers?
Honestly, best performance all day, and this is where it really counts. They're through to the plate final.
Absolutely right. Thanks very much for joining us again as we're straight on to our next game. It's a semi-final in the men's elite competition. The British Army are back in action, looking to make it through to the Shelford Sevens final in the elite division.
We have got the Tsunami Assassins against the British Army. That is the men's elite cup semi-final run. On pitch 2 at the same time is the men's elite cup final semi-final 2, which is the Tsunami Bombers against the Makita Hammerheads. So Tsunami Assassins against
More knockout sevens here at the Shelford Sevens, the second leg of the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series. And it's the British Army looking to get off to the fastest start. Nice take from Nasu Linibawa. Chris Folkes back with me for this one, the technical director of the British Army's rugby union side. And it's been a really good day for the British Army. You were just saying how focused they were before kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. Will just came from their sort of meeting pre-game. You know, there's a lot of tired boys in all the teams and a lot of tired ladies in all the teams as well. And, you know, it's injuries are taking their toll. But, you know, it's the same for everybody. So, yeah, let's hope it's a great game.
Tsunami Assassins all in white against the red of the British Army. And it's the Assassins who will look to play first, winning the penalty. Pops up here for Mizdo Dralvaki. Dralvaki with a good carry. And here's Sam Smith, who wants to say hello to his mother on the team notes, and he deserves that chance, the number 77. In the meantime, racing down the right goes Tom Church. Good defence from the British Army, though. They've driven the Assassins back. Smith, little hitch kick, almost away. The British Army over the ball. But it's still the Tsunami Assassins who play with possession. Mason is driven back confidently by Sakani, the Army captain. Penalty goes against them. Sakani penalised, not releasing there. And it's a quick tap by Church. And Church racing away. Finds the offload as well. Tsunami Assassins really rolling here. Another huge hit. This time from Penai Talgutu. Another loose ball has the Assassins backpedaling. Rundle. Dralvaki looks to take on his man. Chest to chest, says the referee. Whipped away by Mason. Kite. Mitchell accelerates away. Not to be confused with the former Great British Sevens captain. But instead it's Kite. Dralvaki with a man on the edge. What a period of play it's been. Dralvaki up past the 10-metre, but flung to deck by Randin Roba. And finally, the Army have it back. Randin Roba gets the offload into the path of Talgutu, who's driving up to his own 10-metre.
Let's go, Army!
What a turnaround. Rayana. Sukani. Little hitch kick from Tamani. But he's brought down by Rundle. Over the ball go the Assassins, but they're not rolling away there. This period of play is never ending.
It's a heck of a long period of play, Will, isn't it? And both teams must be absolutely exhausted at this. You can see hands on hips from all the players. Let's see what develops from here.
British Army attack the line and slip through the double tackle. What a break! Away goes Rayana, and he will open the scoring in this semi-final. What a moment. Through two defenders, they kind of collided on the double tackle. They both went for the chop. And, well, as you said, some tired bodies, and that is on show by the British Army, who look to make about 6 changes in one go.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, are you? I wouldn't like to be out there now because my lungs would be absolutely exploding, I can tell you that.
Barnabesi adds the extras comfortably. Into the field go the ball boys. But it will be Fiji who get us started, the British Army, sorry, get us started from halfway. Well, you're just spotting a hint of lightning behind us. We've not got long till the end of the day. Let's hope the rain stays away.
Let's hope the lightning stays away as well, because that could have consequences to how the referees interpret that.
Let's hope there aren't any really tall metal things knocking around, other than those rugby posts or floodlights or... Oh, it's just deflected into the path of Salu Salu. Salu Salu with the goose step on the outside and scoring another in the blink of an eye. The British Army double their lead. And the Assassins, well, they can feel hard done by there because they got up well from the kickoff. But the first man to read it was Viliami Salu Salu.
We put a lot of effort into our restarts and gathering up and competing for the ball around that 10-metre line. So, you know, it's great to see what you do in practice works out. And, you know, importantly, the ball put down between the posts, which makes the conversion a lot simpler. 2 scores up.
Koravuka adds the extras. And the Assassins are down by 14 in this huge semi-final. Well, the British Army have not had an easy journey here. They had to take on Hong Kong in that quarter-final, which could have easily been the grand final. Who will meet the Hammerheads or the Priscilli Barbars? In the final game of the day here, live on pitch 1 of the Shelford Sevens. What a carry this is by Mizdu Dralvaki. Beyond halfway. And the Assassins, who've had plenty of time with the ball in hand, still need to pierce this British Army line. Flat, says the referee, so play will continue. Here's Kite. Captain Kite driving through the tackle of Koravuka. Luca Holloway Oh, what a ball over the top. But it's just been put down by Daniel Rundle. That would have been some take, and he certainly would have been away, but you're asking a lot from your winger running onto the ball.
Yeah, from my crooked eye, it looks a slightly forward one, but, you know, well, the referee's always right, as they say, and, you know, it's been an intense first 6 minutes or so, hasn't it?
Absolutely it has, but Viliami Salu, the first half try scorer, has ball in hand ahead of this line out for the British Army. Mr. Jalvaki just doing his laces. Every level of the game, we've always got time for the laces to be done. Time back on. Assassins desperate for a turnover. They trail by 14 in this first half. Clean line out. Salu. Kurivuka. Oh, it's just been put down, but it's a penalty for offside. That is a let-off.
Yeah, it is, but, you know, it just shows we're trying to play expansive rugby. And, you know, if they keep doing it, trust their processes, you know, we're in a good place.
Little show and go this time from Random Roba, who keeps a hold. Kurivuka wanted it on the hard line, but instead, weaving his way through, goes Tommaso Vola, and he finds Kurivuka. Vola gets it on the return. Outstanding rugby. Junior Kurivuka and Tommaso Vola, two men that have been through all 3 rounds of the Lit Super 7 series, linking up. And that just shows great chemistry between the two.
I don't know about them, but I'm worn out just watching it at the moment. You know, hopefully the referee's going to give them a 2-minute rest after this kick.
We are on the brink of half-time, and Junior Kurivuka has the chance to make it 21-0 in this semi-final. He gets plenty behind it. Oh, it's off the post. Half-time in this semi-final in the Men's Elite Cup. It is a whitewash so far for the British Army. They lead by 21 points against the Tsunami Assassins. What do they have in the second half? It's been a long, tiring day of sevens. But what do the Assassins need to change, Chris, to get into this contest?
Well, you know, they're playing their best rugby they can. I think, you know, it's down to the credit to the British Army. You know, I think you'll agree, Will, the defence has been key, and we've taken our opportunities when the time comes. So, you know, the Assassins need to stop the Army from getting those opportunities, and more ball in hand, and maybe some kicks over the back to test our sweeper out.
Let's see what the Tsunamis offer in the second half. At the moment, they trail by 19 unanswered points. Second half to come here. The British Army are in control in this semi-final. The Tsunami Assassins have got work to do. They trail by 3 tries. 2 converted, crucially. Andrew Peters is under this one. He taps it back, but just short of the 10-metre. Chris alongside me, that's a harsh call. It was almost there.
It was almost, but not quite. So, you know, again, the referee's right. And he's a good man, this one. I know him well. So, yeah, he's having a good game.
Big opportunity for the Assassins, and they have to take it. Callahan drives over out wide. And Kite, the captain, is still trying to make things happen in midfield. Dralvaki taken down on halfway. Kite over in support. Whipped away by Holloway. Great line by Callahan, but what a shot to bring him down. The British Army not letting up with their physicality. Jimped over the top, and that's the change that we need to see from this assassin side. But it's just been dislodged, and the British Army have it back instead. Oh, they break through! They'd slip the net again! The British Army hunted down. What a chase by Holloway, but there's a man in support. It's Peter Waka, who benefits from Penai Taugutu's hard work. Well, in the game of sevens, one missed tackle or one misjudged attempt can be so costly, and that's on show again here.
It is, and you know, great backup there by a couple of our lads. Then following up, you know, don't always assume that the man that breaks is going to go and score a point. So yeah, good to see, good backup.
Luca Holloway with a hard chase. And a clean conversion as well. And I think the Assassins might be out of this one, unless they can score straight from the kickoff. I think I'm tempting fate, Chris.
Yeah, well, I hope not, Will.
Junior Koravuka to kick off for the British Army. They may be back on our screens once again for the cup final if they can hang on here. That's an excellent kick. Real contest in the air, but won by Dan Rundle, who gets the ball away. Oh, beautiful step. And now they might be in behind. Good read by Koravuka, but Drauvaki slips the tackle. And now it's a foot race. Drauvorka hunted down. Oh, what an offload. But the British Army come flying back again. Mason, whose fast feet got us started. Oh, it's just Rundle who's been caught and the ball's gone loose. Koravuka dives onto his man, and that's not legal. Here goes Mason again. Little dummy. What can he create? Lofted over the top to Mitchell. Takes two to bring him down. Drauvaki goes himself. Drauvaki bundling through. Mason puts it over the top. Stumbles, and it's recollected eventually by Koravuka. Carried over, so a scrum on the 5 metre for the Assassins. But that's the best period of the game for them so far.
Yeah, they've had a good period of pressure there, Will, and deservedly so. You know, they get this scrum on the 5, carried over by Red. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they work something, little trick play to go over the whitewash.
Will it be too little too late? Regardless, the Assassins would love to get something on the board in this second half. Holloway to feed the scrum. Rundle to his right, Mason to his left. And to the short side goes Holloway. Rundle looks to get away, and he does score in the corner. Tsunami on the board. They trail by 24-5, but they will leave this semi-final with some pride. And it will be Mason to take the conversion attempt from about as far away as you can possibly be. We're ahead of the final. The British Army make a lot of changes. They can't be too disappointed with that, as the Assassins have probably earned a try after their work in the second half.
They did indeed, Will. They deserved that. They've worked hard, you know, and again, there's some tired lads out there now, and, you know, I think they're all looking forward to the referee's full-time whistle.
Mason to take the kick-off. Can the Assassins get one more back? Hung up. Oh, and it's just completely airball there. Eventually it comes through to the Army. But can the British Army grab one more before the end? Chip through, but swept up by Nasilis Inibawa, but this offload is loose. Oh, show and go. Randy Rover, and he finds another offload. Oh my word, it's through the hands again. One more should do it. Randy Rover still going. Oh, and back on the inside, switch again. Miraculous. Tommaso Vulla finishes off a fine flowing move by the British Army. It just never ends. The Tsunami Assassins have been washed away by the British Army. And that is an unbelievable try.
That was a great try, wasn't it? You know, Randrani Rover really showing his class there, and you know, they'll be delighted with that, and hopefully the referee might blow up after this one.
Off target from the conversion. And they've taken out the corner flag on the way through, but the referee's hand is up, and that's an opening try. Well, the rain starts to pour. Will the floodgates open for Shelford? It's a perfect start to the final now.
I think this is exactly how they wanted it to go to begin with, and yeah, they're just going to build on it. You see Carl Harris now taking the conversion. Let's hope he can add the extras. Yeah, let's hope it can carry on like this for Shelford.
Harris off target, but that's the first score of the day in this first social final of the tournament for Shelford on home turf. How much would it mean to them to take home silverware now?
Oh, it would mean everything to them. They've worked so hard this season. They've had a tough season, mixed bag, but to finish the season on a high with a win of the social tournament on home turf, it would mean the world to them.
Franklin put under plenty of pressure. It's come loose again. Rumman's just about scramble to get it down. They've got a lot of work to do from here. High tackle gets them out of dodge as the rain continues to pour here in our last few games of the day at the Shelford Sevens. Quick tap for the Rummans. They're looking to go coast to coast. Oh, that's another high tackle in quick succession. And I think we could see a card here. It is yellow. Shelford down to 6. Martinelli leaves the field. How might that change this game?
This could really turn the game. It's been all Shelford now, but I think Rummans have a good chance with one man up.
They will be the first to this kick if they can gather it cleanly. Will it pop up here for Rummans? It's still going. Oh, what a take. Covering tackle is massive from Shelford. But what a grab by Andrew. Knocked on is the call. Unbelievable. Tim Andrew was always winning the race. But what a shot that came flying in, Noah, to deny the Rummans.
That's a massive sigh of relief for Shelford. I mean, they were bound to score there, and to keep it still at 0, that's good work from Shelford.
Out of the frying pan, but into the proverbial fire, because it's a scrum on the 5 metre for Shelford. Down to 6. They do awfully well to get out of here.
They will. They're going to have to put everything into it, especially one down, but they're going to have to work hard, absolutely.
Scrum to be fed by Shelford. It's messy for the moment. And the rain is just pouring heavier and heavier all the time. Praise Lord to the AstroTurf.
Yeah, that's a big relief, especially with the amount of games that have been played today. Lovely, lovely to have this pitch.
Little banana kick through, but it's going to be regathered by the Romans. Oh, I spoke too soon. Put backwards, but always backwards so they can play with ball in hand. Big shot on Loz Robinson. Oh, and the rain is really starting to play a factor here. Chip through by Mere. Oh, it's popped up the way of the Rummans. How fortunate can you get? The man known only as Bacon has scored the try for the Rummans. That's one of the simplest scores he'll ever experience, Noah.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be a massive thank to the rain from the Rummans. I mean, the ball was slipping and sliding all over the place and luckily fell into the Rummans' hands.
Well, I've had some rough experiences with the weather in this line of work, but I'm nice and warm at the moment underneath the commentary gantry, but it is hammering down here in Shelford. I'm sure this level of rain won't continue for long. Perfect weather for Cup final rugby as that kickoff has gone straight into touch. It's going to be a line out for Shelford, but I think at this stage, Noah, with the rain hitting as hard as it is, you'd rather not play with ball in hand and just keep your opposition down their end.
100%. I think it's back to basics, just pinning the ball back and making sure your tackles are on top, because you can't be letting them slip through in this rain.
Short from the line out, just about regathered by Shelford, who whip it into midfield. And the option, of course, is to kick in behind, and it's a race, and it's a race that Shelford might win. Oh, it's regathered! Just Mere to beat! What a tackle! Mere gets back. Oh, it's lifted into the path of the Shelford supporting player, but it's been knocked on. Harris is fuming as the rain subsides a touch. In the end, a knock-on is the call. Rumans have it back. But this is as tight as a final could be now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a massive sigh of relief for the Rummans, but a big shame for Shelford. Number 13, Harry Khan, absolute through and through Shelford boy to knock it on in the final. Gutting, absolute gutting.
Free kick for the Rummans. And they look to strike from inside their 22, lined up and hammered by the host. Still the Rummans play with ball in hand. Over goes Shelford. Denied this time. Mere looks to get on the outside. Oh, another flying hit. Hint of a high tackle, but the referee waves play on. That was massive, Noah.
That was thundering. I think I felt the ground move from here.
Still the Rummans play, looking to get on the outside of Shelford. They've got a man over, and now it's a foot race. Rummans over halfway. Can anyone catch Loz Robinson? Across comes the Shelford man, but Robinson gets outside him. And he will dot down to score and put the Rummans further in front. They double their advantage right on the stroke of half-time in the social final, and they'll look to add the extras from right in front of the posts. Noah, this final has got everything. Torrential rain, huge tackles, and now a coast-to-coast score for the away side.
It's the final that keeps on giving, I tell you. There's everything, like you said, the rain, the coast-to-coast, the massive thundering shots. Let's hope it stays that way.
Half-time in the social final. The weather has taken a turn for the worse, but the Sevens is staying just as fiery as it has been since 9 a.m. this morning. Just 2 games to go after this, so one more half before the Elite Division takes over. For now, though, the Rummans are upsetting Shelford. They lead by 14-5 against the host in the third leg of the social competition here at the Lit Super 7 Series. Shelford have 7 minutes to respond. They trail to the Rummans in the men's social final. Jubilant home support despite the wet weather. It's a deep kickoff. Taken well, that's a hit in the air, but the AR's going to let it play. Good counter ruck from Rummans. It's another little kick in behind, testing the Rummans defence. Oh, so close for Harris. How close was he to gathering that in all sorts of weather?
That was almost an absolute moment of specialty. That could have been probably try the tournament with all this torrential rain. That was special.
It certainly is a scene here. Gone is the beautiful sunshine we enjoyed about midday, replaced by torrential rain. It does come Rummans' way from the breakdown, however. Oh, stepping off the right and putting in the fend and lofting it over top. What a run for Miller, and now it could be on for Andrew. Rummans score again. Thomas Miller, fantastic work to set up the try. In the end, a saunter home for Tim Andrew, and that might take the game beyond Shelford. It's 19-5. Rummans now lead. Won't be a popular decision, but it might be the right one. Rummans have played fantastically well, Noah.
Yeah, I don't think the home crowd are going to be happy about this, but credit to Rummans. They've really played the conditions. I think they've just kept it simple, pinning Shelford back, and look at the scoreline, it's obviously working.
Plate and cup final to come from the men's elite division. The Boom Beavers take on CNCF Sevens in the final of our next game. But in the here and now, as the rain starts to go sideways, it's a kickoff that's cleanly taken by the hosts. Switch on the inside, big bump on Mere, but he does well to keep a hold. Shelford contained inside the 22. They've got to create something here. And here's the man who could do it. Harris stepping on the inside. Harris is away. Does he have the legs to go the length? Harris, scrag tackle. Thomas Miller with a huge intervention. And then turned over by the Rummans. Oh, they've got it back. Mere finds a pass. Oh, what a hit in midfield. Upright and blasting through the tackles. Here's Andrew. Andrew takes the pace out of the attack and then chips it in behind. There's tired legs, and Tim Andrews going to expose them. He gets the kick on. But sliding down to regather. Shelford still have it. Oh, show and go. And now Shelford are through. Offload, cleanly taken. Slow ball for the hosts, but they've got a man out wide if they can find him. Oh, it bounces perfectly for them. Charlie Baker breaks his way through. And is there time left for an unlikely comeback? One more converted try would certainly throw the cat among the pigeons here. It's a 7-point game, and there's still time for Shelford. The chant comes up from the Colin Aston stand. This is the final we were after now.
Oh, this is the definition of a final. You've got everything. You've got the rain. You've got tries coming in left, right and centre. And it's just amazing to watch.
Taken by Rummans, but Shelford go flying in. Penalty goes against the hosts. A dagger in the heart of the Peacocks. Still Rummans play inside their own half. A mistake here could be deadly in the social final. Murray, oh, it's spilt. Here's the chance for Shelford. They're breaking away up to the 22. Rummans scramble back. What a turnover! Talk about turning the game around. Ikechi Murray, who coughed it up for the Shelford's first team, win it back immediately. What a turnover. Over the ball they go. Strong clear out from the Rummans. There's no one home for Shelford. The Rummans may seal it here. Oh, excellent work to get back. Straight over the ball go the Rummans. It's in the hands of the men in pink. They could seal it here. Direct, but there's space out wide. Oh, what a chop tackle. They desperately need the ball back. Murray through the centre. He's brought down. It comes loose. Shelford scramble. The Rummans could kill it here. Over the ball go the hosts. Penalty Shelford. Penalty Shelford. And one last chance in the social final. It's do or die for the hosts in torrential weather. They need 7 points to take us to extra time. It could be golden point to decide the social final. Tired legs, but Murray makes the chop. Straight back to his feet. They've got numbers on the left. Flashed across the face. Forward pass! A disaster for the home team.
That is heartbreak for the home fans, seeing the hands go over their heads. That they were 2 men over. Oh, that's so disappointing to see. Absolutely gutting things.
Still a chance. One interception, and we're into extra time. One moment of magic for the home team. Oh, wow. Straight over the ball they go. Shelford have it back. What a moment. Penalty, Shelford. Tap and go. Baker looks to draw another penalty. Well, the home side are up in raptures. Baker drove straight into the Rummans man. I think it's going to be a yellow card. I can't believe it. The man known only as Bacon has been sent off in the final. The 7 men of Shelford face the 6 of Rummans, who lead by 7. A try is not enough. It must be converted. Harris. He goes alone. Oh, there's the pass. Shelford driven towards touch. Harris in support. Baker at 9. They're lined up outside him. Little show and go. Doesn't fool the Rummans. Straight over the ball. It's out. Baker brought down. Here's Harris, who goes himself. Murray wraps him up. Over the ball goes Murray. Penalty Shelford again! It's pandemonium here! The home team are down by 7. We are deep into overtime. One last chance. Baker steps off the right, brought down. Murray over the ball. They've done it! The Rummans have survived! A never-ending onslaught from Shelford. It has to be Ikeche Murray who picks out the touchline. What a final! Hopeless for the hosts, but it's a remarkable end to the social final. Rummans have done it. My word, Noah, what do you make of that?
Oh my God, there was everything in that game. You had, like we said, the torrential rain, the coast-to-coast plays, the absolute thunderous shots, and that last 5 minutes might have been the most intense 5 minutes of rugby I've ever seen in my life. Heart was beating out the chest for all players out there. Gosh, I think the Rummans put absolute fight into that, and they've come away with it.
Still 2 games remaining. The plate final, and then the big dance, the cup final. But first, it's the plate. The Boom Beavers were clean through in the semi-final. They take on CNCF Sevens in an all-charity affair. That's the next game live here at the Shelford Sevens. The plate final, and it's been knocked on by the Boom Beavers from the kickoff. They take on CNCF, Christina Noble Children's Foundation. I'm joined by Harry Scott Munro for this final game. Before I will have to leave us, we're so delayed that I'm not going to be able to hang around for the grand final, but Harry will take you through it. For now, though, it's the first chance to attack for CNCF, and they slip through straight away. The perfect start. A pack of Beavers hunt him down. Oh, and they've caught him. Flick back into the path of CNCF Sevens. Jack Dengate carries it on. Stolen by the Boom Beavers. And the start to the plate final is just as electric of the end of the social competition. Good Lord, let's all take a breath, eh, Harry?
What a start that is, eh? They're looking to start an attack from deep, but I've not got my breath. I don't know how any of the 14 men do on the field, mate. This is brilliant.
Zheng back to the short side, and now a little step from Baldwin. Here's Bureau cutting off his wing. Miss pass, well read, but a nice little offload keeps the attack alive, and it's the first line break, and it's the skipper, James Boardman, who's going to open up the scoring in the plate final. We can only wish for a game as tight as the last one.
We certainly can. That's wonderful play from the Boom Beavers. And when you need a captain's knock, there is James Boardman to come up trumps. Great start for the Boom Beavers. They've ridden that early storm from CNCF. And now it's about seeing what they can do from this restart.
Simple kick for Tom Baldwin. And indeed, he adds the full complement of 7. What does CNCF have to offer in this plate final? Well, it was a mighty old run to the plate final for both these two sides. CNCF saw off the Mavericks and the Stunts by just 5 points in the end in that semi-final. Of course, the Boom Beavers have had a much easier time of it. A bye in the quarterfinals and a comfortable win against Wooden Spoon. So they'll be perhaps the fresher of the two sides, and it's nudged through, and Ekendal dives over for a second score. We've not had to wait long for the Boom Beavers to burst through and score a second. And that's LJ Ekendal, try score in the semi, score now in the final. They've got a chance to go 14 points up already this could easily get away from CNCF.
It certainly could, and what a present that is for Eckendal, alive to the danger, dossing it down in conditions like these as well. 2 scores ahead is a big, big lead. So pressure now is on CNCF. What have they got in response?
Well, the rain has chilled out a little bit, but good Lord, during the social final, didn't it pour?
Sadly it did. I was pitch side for all of it. I really regret my choice, and as I sit here and slowly drip onto the floor next to you, try my best to dry out, but yeah, that was an absolute deluge.
Big kick from Baldwin. Oh, it's going to come back the way of the Boom Beavers again. CNCF battle for it, and then it's chipped through by Dengate. But eventually, the Boom Beavers just about have it back. Big shots come in from CNCF. They're starved of possession, but they're flying through the breakdown, looking to disrupt. Oh, but it's going to break for Eckendal again! LJ Eckendal on the double. Boom Beavers stretch further in front. A double for LJ Eckendal in quick succession. The conditions playing a part, I'm sure, but the Boom Beavers lead by 19.
It's just what they wanted, isn't it? And CNCF, they've barely had a sniff so far in this one. We've seen it throughout the day. Teams racking up scores really quickly in quick succession, and Boom Beavers at the moment certainly doing that.
CNCF need to get a grasp on this. It's hooked high. Jewel is under it. In the end, it's behind him. Big shot from Bureau. But dug out by CNCF and hint of a line break through the centre. Oh, penalty, offside the call. Respite for the Christina Noble Children's Foundation. Dummy switch, read well by the Boom Beavers, and in goes Matthew Barrell, the founder. Oh, it's been stripped. Great line speed in response. Zheng put down and then grub it into touch. Well, that is a bit of fatigue. Quick line out taken by CNCF. Nice step, away they go. This could be an opening for them. Zheng and Bonsu marshal their man back in field. It's Leo Elder limping a touch. Oh, strong carry through the centre. And then a hint of a line break again from that man, George Jewell. Slipping off the wet legs of the CNCF carriers. And then some acceleration from Stewart. And then inside and out. Look at him go. CNCF needs support. Over the top. Stewart. He's met by Hewitt. Hewitt is all over his man. Straight off his feet. Penalty and a yellow card. And away back into the game for CNCF. Straight off his feet there, the Boom Beavers man. Hewitt to the bin. So a big opportunity now. Carried in by Morant. Morant! Oh, he's put down! It's put down out wide. A golden opportunity squandered on the brink of half-time. How much would that try have meant to CNCF to take something into the break?
Oh, they really needed it, didn't they? And they built it so well. The first carry was bludgeoning. It was brutal. They drew the yellow card. Cynical play. And then they had that opportunity, but you can see there, isn't it? That's the perils of putting boot to ball in these conditions. That would have given them a little fillip going into the break, but there's so much work now to do.
Half-time in the first half of the plate final. Boom Beavers well in front by 19 points, but they'll start the second half down to 6. CNCF have to capitalise to get back into this game. There's the kickoff, and it's been plucked out by the Boom Beavers. It was a little loose, but they've just regathered themselves. And here's Zhang at first receiver. Zhang, into contact he goes, wrapped up by Stewart. He's a bit on his own out there, Kwame Nsako, but he's done well to find Hatch. Hatch slips off one. Nsako. Back for Goldshane, little short of ideas at the moment, Boom Beavers. Over the ball goes CNCF. Oh, it's been spilt. And CNCF have it back. And the 6 men of Boom Beavers have got some defending to do, Harry.
They do indeed, and they're under the cosh at the moment, aren't they? A player down still, and CNCF, they need to make the most of this opportunity with a player advantage. They've threatened. Can they now convert?
Scrum for CNCF. Oh, chipped in behind by Burkitt. He gets the second nudge. Will Burkitt win the race? Ball down. Conversation to be had between the referee and his assistant, but it's top work from Ollie Burkitt.
Wonderful play from Ollie Burkitt. If he's managed to reach out and get a mitt on that ball, then fair play. That is an absolute worldie of a finish. Regardless, it's an unbelievable effort in the conditions. You can see there the conversation going on. Sadly, it has been ruled out. It's a knock-on as he's gone to ground it, but that was some effort there. And the chase back as well. Fair play. Unbelievable.
Boom Beavers will still be under pressure. So a scrum for the Boom Beavers. They still lead by 19. But there's still plenty of time for CNCF in the plate final. The Preseli Barbars will play the British Army in the Cup final. Defending champions, the British Army against the Preseli Barbars, former Welsh champions. For now, though, can the Boom Beavers exit from on their 5 metre? Oh, pressure on. CNCF have it. Stolen. Oh, lovely footwork. And Geddes busts his way over. And they're back in the contest. And they deserve it after their hard work in the second half.
They certainly do. It's pure power to get themselves back into it. Quick conversion. And there is time. They've had to work so hard there. But it's a lovely little step inside. And then that power to muscle over under the sticks.
So 1 try from the yellow card period. Boom Beavers return to a full complement. Burkitt to kick us off. It's deep towards the 22. And Hewitt back onto the field. Finds Goldshane. Zhang. Still wider they go. And now the CNCF bite on the 22. Hewitt cuts back inside. Oh, it's ripped. And Burkitt comes away with it. Hard line by Dengate, who's busting through. Dengate up to the 5 metre almost. Penalty. CNCF must convert from here. Jewel. Plenty of space. Cuts back on the inside. And squeezes it down beyond the pressure of Zhang. Well, suddenly there's a game on our hands here with a kick to come.
Certainly is a game on our hands now, and it all starts with a wonderful intercept, leaping like a salmon through the air. Pretty apt in the conditions, wonderful turnover. And then from there, Jewel pins his ears back, goes through, and conversion has drifted wide, but they've got the momentum now.
It's a 7-point game. Matthew Barrell, the founder of CNCF, off target from the kickoff, but it's going to be Ollie Burkitt to get us started again. It's another deep kickoff. Yabia underneath it. Goldshane. Here goes Hewitt. Hewitt taking on 2 defenders. Burkitt brings him down with support from Matt Barrell. Zhang. Goldshane. Yabia. Dummies the switch, and now he's one-on-one Yabia, and he gets on the outside, but he's scragged down by Leo Elder, the Saracens Academy and Scotland under-18 international. Kwame and Sarko bumping through. Oh, and Sarko slips the net, but it's knocked on. Boardman was away, but instead it's a scrum and a huge opportunity for CNCF Sevens.
Oh, this is wonderful, isn't it? It's tight, it's tense, it's what we wanted to see. And after that onslaught at the start from Boom Beavers, CNCF had no right to be in this game, but they fought their way back in. They've got a golden opportunity.
Matthew Barrell to feed the scrum. Ollie Burkitt at first receiver. Oh, it's popped out Boom Beavers' way, and Hewitt goes down the blind side. Oh, he slipped in the wet weather, and now Hewitt's away. It's a foot race. Burkitt, the man to beat. Hewitt, he's off, and he's scored, and he's sealed it for the Boom Beavers. The pouring rain is the villain for CNCF. Barrel buckles under the weight. And in the end, it's Owen Hewitt, who's had a wonderful tournament, who seals it, surely for the Boom Beavers. Yabia will take all the time in the world. Always drifting wide, but is there time for CNCF? Oh, it's a devastating blow after they've worked so hard, Harry.
It's an absolute killer, isn't it? Like you said, all of that hard work. But every single time Boom Beavers have had their hands on the ball, Hewitt has been threatening to do something like that. Hadn't quite got through the first couple of times, but it was third time lucky, and surely that sealed it for his side.
Here comes Barrow. He finds the pass out wide. Is there a chance still for CNCF? Yabia shrugged off. Over the ball they go. Zeng gives away a penalty. Barrow taps quickly. Here's Morant. Oh, what a line! But it's been put down. Hewitt backs himself. Hatch on the turn. One more try and it is lights out. Yabia. Zeng clears his lines. And the plate is in the clutches of the Boom Beavers. A roar from James Boardman, who's carried his men through to a famous victory here against CNCF. The plate is secured. What a final, but it's not over yet. One last dance. The British Army take on the Preseli Barbars, two sides looking for their first title on the Lit Super 7s tour this season. Harry, you will take us through the final. It's going to be a huge occasion, but the Boom Beavers, deserved winners here.
Very much so. Thanks very much, Will, for a fantastic game worthy of the final, and both sides showing exactly why they got to this stage. A cracking performance, some standout players on both sides, but eventually it's the Boom Beavers who come away with it, and there's one last game to go, as Wilf said. It's the Elite Cup final. It's the British Army against the Preseli Barbars, and that's coming up for you very shortly. Stick around, you don't want to miss it. Except for snow. and it's been interesting. There's still 14 minutes left, so anything could happen. And delighted to say that Chris is back with us again from the British Army for this one. It's the Army taking on Preseli Barbars, and you noted there, it doesn't mean anything in the game of sevens or the game of rugby, but there's a noticeable size difference between these two groups.
There is. Red, in height-wise, seems considerably bigger than white, but that doesn't mean anything, and I'm sure white will show how skillful they are. We might get some snow, let's hope not.
Well, honestly, let's hope not. I've got a couple of hours drive back, and I would quite like to get home at some point this evening. We're underway, though, in this final. As Wilf said, one of these two sides will be winning their first title on the Lit Super 7 Series this year. British Army starting with the ball well. They won their group, 3 wins from 3 against Apache, the Vaquita Fiji Warriors and the Mavericks. Preseli Barbars, they beat Hong Kong China Dragons, CNCF and the Wooden Spoon Marauders. From there, the British Army, they beat Hong Kong China Dragons and the Assassins to reach this stage, and they're starting at a rate of knots. A huge collision coming in. Awkward looking collision as well. Tagutu it was there hitting the deck, but his side have got a penalty. He's back up on his feet somewhat gingerly, but he's taking it well, taking it quickly. And Randrover it was. He's still going in the red scrum hat. Route 1, 2 metres away. The ball is bobbling about, and it's come back on the Preseli Barbars side. And it's a foot race now. And it's a breakaway. And it's going to be an opening score. And it's Ned Bennett who's racing in underneath the sticks if he can get there. They've picked the British Army's pockets. They've gone the length, and the Preseli Barbars have struck from one end of the field to the other. Chris, unbelievable pace there.
Yeah, really, really pacey winger there, wasn't he? And you know, great counter-attack from their own 22. Very impressive.
It really was, and it's that age-old question, isn't it? Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be size? Is it going to be speed? Or speed has made the first move in this final. George then lining up this conversion. He's hooked it to the left of the upright, so it stays at a 5-point lead. But it's a wonderful start for the Preseli Barbars. Incidentally, their route to get here, they had a semi-final victory over Vaquita Hammerheads. They beat Apache in the quarterfinals. There's been some brilliant fixtures today across the board. And that's a brutal run of games to get through to this final. British Army then looking to respond. There's a big old carry on that far side from Sukani. And they're searching for that outside edge. Looking to go again, pin the ears back. You can see the determination in the face of Tamani as he powers up into that Barbars half. A little bit of a juggle in midfield there from Dranu Vessi. But his side are holding on to it, building the phases nicely, but they're under pressure at the breakdown time, and it's forcing those sorts of passes to come into play. Barbars looked to tie that one up and force the turnover, but the Army have done well to get it away. And now, here's the opportunity. It's that man, Tagutu, been one of the players of the day here in the men's elite competition. And Dranovesi there, I had to reach with every sinew to hold on to that ball, and he's just about done it for his side. And now there's the 2-on-1 and the opportunity. Rayana pinning the ears back, tackled. The support is there, and Tagutu again gets the ball out. Preseli Barbars up quickly, looking for the big shot. He's not quite found it, but they've slowed it down enough until Sukani says enough is enough. Races forward himself. And he's drawn the penalty. This is really good, patient play here from the British Army. Exactly the sort of response that they needed, Chris.
Yeah, it is. That was a long passage of play, wasn't it? And you can see both sides now on their haunches, breathing it in as much as they can. Important that we come away with something from this play.
It really is. The lactic acid building up. the lungs burning, the hamstrings tightening. That's what happens when you get to a final, and so much of it is about the adrenaline. Who's got more will to win? Will it be the Army? Will it be the Barbars? And at the moment, the Army are looking to hit back. It's a wonderful inside ball. Huge tackle comes in on Drowning Vesey, and the Barbars think they've turned it over. They have. Huge moment here in the cup final. The inside ball was exquisite. Drowning Vesey had a sea of Barbars players chasing him down, but he was then penalised for holding on. And 3 changes coming in as well at a good chance and a good time to freshen things up.
Absolutely, there's some tired lads out there now, isn't there? And I think, you know, they're probably both looking forward to a half-time 2-minute break.
Well, I think we're both looking forward to that 2-minute break just to try and get our breath back. It's been end-to-end, non-stop. The British Army, the Barbars there, making 2 changes of their own. The Army have unloaded the bench. 5 coming on. The South Africans have got their bomb squad. What have the British Army got? Well, at the moment, the question is, what has Lloyd Dennett got? Where did that turn of speed come from? The ball's bouncing, bustling all over the place, and the Army track back. The lungs are going to be burning now. It's relentless from both teams, but the pass inside is superb, and now the power game coming in. The big fend, the offload, but it's gone to floor. It's gone to floor off of Barbar's hand, so play on. And now here's the moment. Waka feeds it wide, and the Army are going again. Waka gets the ball back. He's inches away, gets the offload in. And the British Army have had so many opportunities, but they finally hit back. And Chris, I could see you taking a deep breath there. I can see 14 players doing the same. I can see a good few people on the sideline doing likewise as well, breathless.
Yes, we needed that, didn't we? And oh, he's going back for a knock-on, not given by the looks of it. Have we got a review? No, he's not given that, has he? He's gone back for a knock-on.
Oh, huge moment in the final. Our referee on the field gave that as a knock-on from Preseli Barbars, so it was play on. But his AR has intervened, waited for the passage of play to come to an end, and has actually called it as a knock-on from the Army. So we'll come back for a scrum for the Barbars on the 10-metre line. That could be a massive, massive moment in this final.
It could indeed. It's all about positivity now, and you know, you've got to stay focused, haven't you? You've got to stay positive, and you know, again, next score is vital.
It's all the cliches coming out, but they are so true. The Army, they're going to be smarting from that decision going against them. I also don't think either set of players is going to be thanking the AR there for letting them play an extra 30 seconds before calling it back. Wonderful out the back pass on the floor, and Jameson takes contact. It's a vicious, vicious clear out from John Howes to keep the ball in his side's possession, and they're searching for the outside edge again. The Army have got their hands on the ball, they're all over it, but illegally so, says our referee. Our man in the middle sends them marching back 10 metres or so. You could hear the groan from Chris next to me. It's another big decision, and it allows the Barbars just to ease the pressure again and try and turn the screw themselves in these final moments of this engaging first half.
Good decision there from the Barbars to kick deep. It uses up a bit of time, doesn't it? But more importantly, it gives them an attacking platform in the Army 22.
It does indeed, and this has been such a close game so far. Just that one breakaway try from Ned Bennett. It's what you want. You want it to be close. You want it to be engaging. The Army have had their moments. They've had a disallowed try. The Barbars have got a chance to finish strongly here, going into the break. But it's been overthrown, and the Army are the ones quickest to react. Koravuka in the blue scrum cap got it away, and now the power game comes in, and Vula kept going and got the offload away to Nardavo, and he's up to the 22. The Barbars all over it. And the penalty going against the Army. And the Barbars put boot to ball again. This time Wilkins kicks in behind. It's a foot race, and Waka is chasing back, and it's bounced. Oh, it's bobbled, and oh, that could have gone 3 or 4 ways, but the one way it went was the way the Army needed at the end there, Chris. Barbars had 2 players there reaching out. They could see the line in sight, but the Army lived to fight another day. Proverbial 9 lives. I think they used up 8 of them in that passage.
I think we did, and fortunately the referee has blown for half time, so you know both sides are really probably glad that's come when it's come, because there are now some tired lads out there, and you know it's going to be time to recover, time to get as much energy as they can back in the next 2 minutes.
Certainly is, and you can see it already, the amount of interchanges that both sides have made in that first 7 minutes. It's hard, it's physical, the legs are going to be getting heavier, these conditions as well, it's going to feel heavier. So that change is needed frequently, and it's going to be which side uses that to their advantage.
Definitely, and you know, the whites, the smaller people are playing smart 7s at the moment. They really are. Very impressive.
It really is. It's been engrossing, it's been engaging, and there's 7 minutes to go. You don't want to miss it. Stick with us here on Next Gen. Will it be the Army? Will it be the Preseli Barbars who take home the Elite Men's Cup title here in Shelford? Well, that was 2 minutes that felt like 20 seconds, I've got to be honest. That was 7 minutes for these two sides that probably felt like 20. A brutal, brutal first half. They're just checking numbers. We're ready to get back underway. Preseli Barbars lead via a Ned Bennett breakaway try. There's still plenty of time to go. But the penalty goes against Tagutu for holding on. And that's just the start the Barbars needed. They can play it around. They can play clever. As Chris was saying, they've played the conditions so well. They've played their opponents so well at the moment. And they're not going to be in holding on territory just yet. There is way too much time to go in this one. But they will want to protect what they've got. And penalties like that will help. Breaks like that will help. And the chip is on. It's been collected. And it's Lloyd Wilkins. He's going to bide his time. The Army have got to get a man back there to stop him killing the clock. Wilkins eventually dots it down. But it's brilliant play. The support line was there, Chris, and in these conditions, chipping ahead, the ball can go anywhere. Wilkins has profited.
Absolutely. The Barbars there taking advantage of the Army not playing a sweeper. And, you know, with two guys there, you're always going to go over the line.
Wonderful play. Conversion added as well. So it's a 12-point lead for the Preseli Barbars. Now then, what have the British Army got left in the tank? Oh, incredible take in the air. He's taken out as well. There's going to be a card. You can see the protestations from Aaron Arthur, but he will spend the next 2 minutes in the bin. And the British Army have needed an opportunity. They've needed a moment. That could be it as they call for the scrum.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's a vital 2 minutes now for the Army team to, you know, take the opportunity of one man extra and create the space and, you know, be patient as well, I think.
Patience is the name of the game. We saw them do it so well in the first half. They just couldn't quite get that final pass to stick. But now they've got the player advantage. They've got the space on the pitch. They're just going to have to be clever to try and find it. But the Barbars are putting on an almighty shove at scrum time. It's hooked back at the base. And now the Army look to press the accelerator. Vula with the inside ball. And now the race is on. Tagutu racing away under pressure, but he's going to go under the sticks. He's got the ball down just about in the end. He had to try and slow himself, but the Army have got themselves a lifeline. They've got a kick under the sticks as well, which Tagutu is going to line up himself. And Chris, we have a game on our hands now. It's back down to a score.
We have indeed. It was a great switch back there by the Army team, really utilising the extra man and creating that space. So the restart is crucial now. We've been good at our restarts this competition. So we need a good, accurate restart, competition in the air, and let's hope we can retain the ball.
It is all about the ball retention. 12 plays 7. The Army trail, but they have a sniff. Fresh legs, fresh bodies again on the field now for the Army. There is one of them, Korivuka. And it's been collected and taken back by Korivuka. And how on earth has that been clung onto? Vula it was that was in there, and he freed the hands to Waka. Is this where the Army make their move? They're looking wide with the wraparound. And here they go now. Radionova is 5 meters away. He's got players with him. One of those is the big man, Sukani. He spilt the ball with the line in sight, but they've got the penalty. They've got the second opportunity here. And Radionova takes it quickly. There's space, but the Barbars are hunting them down. The dummy, and now they spin it back, and now there's a 2-on-1 if they want to use it. Oh no, there's a trip on the greasy surface. Nightmare for the Priscilli Barbars. Absolute delirium for the British Army. And Solidrau Radionova, he's been a name we've been saying more and more in the last few minutes. He's drawn his side level. And a conversion to edge ahead. That was so unfortunate there. It was Sam Potter coming across, was in position, just lost his footing. It shows you how greasy this surface is.
Solid place for Reading Rams, and he's using his 15 experience there to power over the line, a very powerful player.
Conversion drifts agonisingly wide. We are level in the Men's Elite Cup final. Priscilli Barbars went ahead by 12. The British Army have fought back. They've levelled it up. They've made the most of using that power play with a player advantage. And the Barbars are now back up to 7. Taken well in the air. We've got 2 minutes left on our clock. And that's been lost forward by the Priscilli Barbars. Scrum for the Army. Could the tide be turning? Yes, if we finish level, we will go to that extra time period, I believe. We're not too far away from it, but there's a golden opportunity here for the Army. The Women's Elite Cup final was won by Shogun with the game's penultimate act. Are we in for a similarly incredible conclusion here? The Army, in reality, have had no right to get themselves back into this one. It's been all Priscilli Barbars, but it's the bounce of the ball and the opportunity here for the Army to try and hit the front.
It is indeed, and the Army's core values, selfless commitment, humility, and all those things that our guys sign up to when they join the Army. This is a tight-knit bunch of players, and I'm really proud of what they're doing at the moment.
Pride is the word. They should all be incredibly proud of their performances. What a showcase they are putting on here in the Cup final. Oh, unlucky there. Trying to free the hands on the far side, but the ball is still with the Army. And now, here comes Dranuvesi powering through. There's a penalty advantage coming the way of the Army as well. Are they going to need it? They're meters out, centimeters out. The referee having a look, held up the call, and we'll come back for a penalty off feet 5 metres out, less than a minute on the clock. This is a huge moment. The Army have got a player down as well. That doesn't look good at all, Chris. You could see him landing awkwardly there.
I'm not sure who it is, but thankfully he's on his feet, but he's obviously done his injury to his leg. He'll be replaced, but wish him well.
I think I saw a glimpse of a number 5 on his back. That would mean that it was Dranovesi who is making his way off the field.
Whilst we get back to the right number of people on the field, this is going to be a put-in for the British Army.
But 5 metres out then. What can the Army do? Hunting a try that could seal the victory for them. The show, the go, and it looks like it's number 2, Salu, who has gone in, and surely he has done it at the death. Conversion to come. But Chris, you said pride was the word. I think steel and determination are the two for the way this British Army side have fought back.
Yeah, it's not done yet, is it? I mean, you know, but they've really showed great character, you know, to come back the way they have from being those scores down at half-time. That's crucial, that conversion. Oh my goodness, that's just incredible. I'm exceptionally proud. Congratulations to the Barbers for just an amazing final. You know, both teams should be congratulated. Huge effort from them all. Yeah, top stuff.
Top stuff indeed. What a final. What a showcase of sevens here in Shelford. Thank you so much for joining us, Chris. That was an incredible fixture and deserving of a cup final. It's the British Army who have done it. They've managed to edge their way through. They fought back from the brink, 2 tries down, but they found a way, and they have claimed the title here at Shelford. 17 points to 12, I believe, in the end. It went to the wire, but as Chris has said, if you're a British Army player or fan, who cares? You found a way, and congratulations to them. But as you said, congratulations to the Preseli Barbars as well. An incredible spectacle. Chris, I'm assuming you're going to go and want to celebrate with everybody, so I'll let you go. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you with me for the final. It's been great to have you with Wilf today as well. It's been great to have your expertise.
Absolute pleasure. Look forward to working with you again.
Thank you very much. We'll hopefully see you on some of the other legs this series. Great effort from both sides. And, well, the rain has been coming down. It's eased at the very end. And congratulations to the British Army who have taken the win. Well, I needed to take a few moments there to get my breath back. I'm sure you did as well. It's been another incredible day here on the Lit Super Sevens series. Shelford has certainly delivered. There's still plenty of action to come over the next few weeks and months. So we hope that you will join us again for the next leg on the 21st of June. But in the meantime, congratulations to our winners today. Congratulations especially to the British Army men's team and to Shogun women for winning the Elite Cup titles. And thank you to all of you who have watched along with us today. We'll see you very soon indeed. Thanks for joining us. It's been a cracker.